Summer break. The second vacation of my high school life was underway. How you all doing, everyone? At present, I can't move a muscle. It was early morning, and I was still in bed. The present Ozio rested on either side of me, gripping like a vice. They were both sound asleep. I couldn't think of anything more wonderful. There was no greater pleasure for a renowned pervert. However, something was creeping towards me underneath the cotton blanket. It was that very thing that had roused me from unconsciousness. A uniquely soft and supple texture was brushing against my skin under the covers. It was too much. The sensation had made its way up to my chest when I finally steeled myself and pulled back the blanket. Oh, good morning, Issei. My eyes fell upon a beautiful young woman with long, silky black hair. Akano? Akano Himajima. She was a third year and vice president of the occult research club I belonged to. Not only was she my upperclassman at school, but also an elder sister figure. A series of unexpected developments a few days ago led her to moving into my house. Maybe it was because she wore her hair in a ponytail, but the fact that it was hanging loose over her shoulders now struck me as incredibly sexy. She was wearing a yukata made of delicate, thin fabric that rubbed against my skin as she pulled herself towards me. At the same time, the gentle touch of her feminine body assaulted my senses. Given how thin the outfit was, I could practically feel everything underneath it. Damn it, she was so incredibly soft. And to top it off, her body heat was practically melting my brain. Akana brought her face towards my neck and suddenly stopped moving. Here we are, she cooed in a sweet, seductive voice as she held on to me tightly. Whoa, her luscious hair smelled so good. It was making my nostrils flare in ecstasy. Mwah. A sneak attack. A kiss on my neck. Hold on. A kiss? Akuno? My pulse quickened, and my heart felt like it was going to burst as she clung tightly to me. Our bodies were melting together. Akuno's legs snaked between mine. She's embracing me? Whoa, her thighs are so squishy and smooth. Soft fingers slipped around my own. This was like one of those bed scenes between lovers in TV shows or manga. Whoa, her fingertips traced the contours of my body. I was practically shuddering in anticipation. Issei, you have such a nice physique. Do I have Ria's training to thank for that? Oh, I never imagined a man's skin could feel this good. Or is it just your body? I wonder. Issei, how does my body feel? Akano asked before softly blowing into my ear. I couldn't move. She was clearly enjoying immobilizing me with the incredible sensation of her feminine flesh. Awesome. Your body is the best, Akano. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. You can enjoy it as much as you want, you know. I'd love to get to know you better, Issei, but there's only so much that we could do. What with your frightening master sleeping right beside you? Still, something is thrilling about walking on a nice edge, don't you think? The girl was a total sadist. She had come in the early hours of the morning in full sadist mode. In terms of eroticism, Akano was miles above most others, and she captivated me with such suspense that I couldn't budge. She lifted herself up a little and stared down at my face, her hair spilling over my head. Slowly, her face drew nearer mine. Hold on. Is this... I wish I could freeze time and live in this moment. It would be so romantic, but I suppose... The second before Akano's lips could brush against mine, a voice called out, Akano, what are you doing? How long have you been in here? I fearfully tilted my head to the side. My other elder sister figure was staring at me and Akano with baleful eyes. Prez, you're scaring me. Seriously, Riaz, that's terrifying. Akano turned towards the other girl, as if trying to show off that she was holding my hand. It's skinship. I sneaked in here to start off the day with a wonderful morning together with my sweet little Issei. I was lonely sleeping by myself. The Prez's brow furrowed at that explanation. Believe me when I say that she was seriously angry now. My Issei, when did you become his master? she demanded softly. Her whole body was trembling. I'm not his master. I'm his upperclassman. Isn't it the responsibility of upperclassmen to look after their underclassmen? The press's face moved terrifyingly close to Akino's. Her voice was ripe with anger. His upperclassmen. I see. So, that's your game. This room is practically my sanctuary. The only place where I can relax. Azia aside, I won't let anyone trespass here. This room belongs to Issei and me. Hold on. Since when was this room hers? Akuno let out a soft chuckle. Oh dear. You're a very passionate young lady, aren't you now? Are you afraid I'll take him from you? It looks like we're gonna need to discuss this again. A crimson aura enveloped the press's body. Whoa, she's not seriously gonna battle in here, right? That's a rather belligerent energy for a discussion. Akuno smiled, golden power emanating from her body. What? Her too? Oh, it's time to talk, alright. The two of them stared each other down, their gazes practically giving off sparks. Whoa, this isn't gonna turn into another battle, is it? One more contest, whoever gets to keep me as their pet? I was happy they both liked me that much, but there was nothing more frightening than a brawl between Akuno and the Prez. They're both usually so kind, but when they glitter at each other with this level of ferocity, it made me want to shrink back in terror. Is it morning already? Azia woke up on the other side, rubbing her sleepy eyes. You could go back to sleep, I replied, patting her on the head. Azia. She was how I relaxed. Issei, I'll do that then. Just let me hug you. Half unconscious, Azia latched onto me and began to nod off again. She was so wonderfully cute, but this was hardly the time or the place. I glanced at the direction of the sound of noise, only to find the present Akino engaged in a pillow fight. My two lovely ladies, there's no need for this so early in the morning. I hate it when you touch my most prized possession, Akino. The press hurled a cushion with tremendous force, hitting Akino square in the face. When it fell, Akino was grinning. The blow hadn't bothered her at all. In fact, she seemed even happier than she did a second ago. Oh, just a little shouldn't hurt. You're so stingy, Riez. She picked up the fallen pillow and smashed it in the Prez's head. Man, what a mighty blow. Riez pulled the pillow away, her eyes glistening with tears. I just finished remodeling the house, Akino. I won't let you get away with acting however you please. All the Prez's usual sophistication and elegance were gone. Now she was simply lashing out like an ordinary girl her age. She hurled the pillow back at Akino. This time, however, Akino dodged it and tossed another one of my cushions back. Lord Sir Zex told us to live together as one big familia. This house belongs to Issei and me. You and my brother keep getting in my way. I've had it enough. What incredibly moving words, Prez. I was so touched that I felt like crying. As their servant, I hadn't done anything to earn this. And yet, I couldn't deny that the Prez was acting like a selfish, spoiled young lady right now. Are you saying that you're content to ignore Lord Zizek's instructions? Are you more dedicated than Issei than you are the Demon King? Let me borrow him already, just for a little while. No, absolutely not. The power was frightening, but the present Akino bickered like any other pair of girls. Ever since they started living with me, I felt like they'd begun to reveal their true selves more and more. At school, they were so refined, noble even. There was a reason people called them the two great ladies. Everyone admired them. I admired them. The truth of it was that they were still high school girls, though. I wasn't shocked to see them behave this way. No, I was happy. It was all well and good to have a dignified demeanor, but I found it very cute when these two were more honest. In fact, I probably liked the side of them even more. Wait a second, I thought, finally processing what the president said. Did she just say that she finished remodeling the house? As I thought about it, I realized that the bed did seem somewhat larger than I remembered. I mean, There was even enough room for Riaz and Akano to hurl their pillows without pushing Ozzy and Mia to the floor. Uh-huh? Since when was my mattress so big? Even with 4 people, there was still plenty of room. Looking up, I realized that I had a canopy. The changes didn't stop on my bed either. The whole room was way more spacious than it had been before. Uh-huh? How? My teeny room wasn't even large enough to fit 8 tatami mats in it, and yet it looked to be at least twice that size. Not only that, but my old CRTV had been replaced with a monster flat panel LCD screen that was connected to all the latest video game consoles. There was no way I would have been able to afford that for my allowance and what I earned doing my part-time job. I dashed outside into the corridor. This wasn't right. Everything had been normal when I got into bed last night. The hall was double the width I remembered. A new set of stairs led both up and down. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor of the 2-story building. Were there 3 now? However, I peered up the steps. I realized that they didn't even enter the 3rd level. I flew down the stairs and charged at my new grandiose entranceway. Catching my breath, I beheld the building's exterior. This doesn't make any sense. Is this still my home? It looked like a work of a master architect. What? My cries echoed throughout the neighborhood. The plot of land that my family's residence stood on had doubled in scope, and the edifice atop rose to 6 stories high. So it's been renovated. I almost had a heart attack when I woke up this morning. Who would have thought that you could overhaul a house overnight while everyone was sleeping? My dad said over breakfast. He and I was sitting at the dining table, which was at least 5 times larger than it had been the day before. With us were the newest members of our family, Riaz, Azia, Akano, and Zenobia. As we all ate, I turned to my dad and demanded, "What's going on?" At that moment, my mom brought out a tray loaded with bowls of miso soup from the kitchen. It too had quadrupled in size. Riaz's father said that he works in the construction industry, and he offered to remodel the place free of charge as part of a demonstration campaign. She explained, "There's no way anyone would do this for free. Or so I thought. Knowing that the president's parents were behind it did make it easier to swallow." Riaz herself was silently sitting at my side, calmly eating her breakfast. She already knew about this. Hold on. This is more than mere renovation. The plot of land's area has increased. What had happened to our neighbors? Speaking of which, I heard that the Suzuki family and the Tamura family next door had decided to move out. They apparently found some nicer homes on a short notice, my dad remarked. That was undoubtedly the president's family's doing. There was no doubt about it. Don't worry. It was a peaceful arrangement. Everyone is happy, Riaz whispered in a wide grin. Had my neighbors fallen prey to demonic negotiation technique? If Riaz said things were okay, then I trusted her. Still, the House of Gremory was a force to be reckoned with. My mom unrolled a floor plan of the house. We have a living room, kitchen, and a Japanese-style room on the 1st floor. The 2nd floor has Issei, Riaz, and Azia's rooms. They're adjacent to Issei's, see? They both have extra sets of doors so you can enter the room without having to go through the corridor. The president made the entire 2nd floor her territory. Reading over the blueprints, I realized that my room had quadrupled in size. Had Riaz's family brought in all new furniture too? It was incredible. There was a huge TV I'd never seen before sitting in the living room, and a chandelier was hanging from the ceiling. Your father and my bedrooms are on the 3rd floor, along with a study and storage space, my mom continued. Akano and Zenovia's rooms are on the 4th level. There are also a spot to set aside for Konako, who should be moving in with us soon. My gaze met with Akano's. She flashed me a grin. For some reason, it looked more genuine to me than her usual cheerful expressions. She'd been smiling my way a lot recently. I was still getting used to seeing her beam like this. While it was difficult to explain, this was her being more open and authentic with me. She had a much gentler atmosphere about her than she had before. Perhaps we were going closer somehow. Don't get me wrong, Akano was still a beauty, beyond my humble station, but she didn't appear far from reach anymore. Before I knew it, my heart started pounding. The press pulled my cheek. Ow. She's getting rougher by the day. It wasn't like I had any intention of serving anyone but her. She worried too much. My mom's explanation of our new house went on. The 5th and 6th floors are vacant right now. Ria said that she didn't mind what we did with them, excluding the 2nd floor, so we kept them as guest rooms for now. That's right. This house belongs to you, Issei's parents, after all. Ozzy and I, and the others too, are ultimately here on homestay. The press responded with grace. Huh? I definitely remember her saying this house belonged to her just a little while ago. What's with the sudden change in attitude? There's also an open-air garden on the roof. Your father would be growing his own vegetables, my dad declared with a twinkle in his eyes. He was okay with all this ridiculousness as long as he got his dream home out of it. The allure of an incredible property had seduced him. The construction is very solid, enough to survive a war, stated Riaz. I like your sense of humor, my dad responded. I was sure that it hadn't been a joke. This building would be able to survive a full-scale battle. Please don't tell me it has cannons or something hidden away somewhere. What had my dad and Riaz's father talked about when they met during the open house at school? Wondering made my stomach churn in anxiety. They better not be planning to sell me off to the Underworld. That was unlikely, but I couldn't shake the notion of my parents' attitude toward me and the others had changed since that meeting. I heard that there's a basement as well, Zenobia appended, struggling with her chopsticks. A basement? I cried out in shock. The press nodded. Yes, 3 of them actually. So this house had another 3 whole stories underground? The press pulled out another set of floor plans as she explained. The first subterranean floor is a large hall. We could use it as a training room, even for something like a movie night. There's a large bathroom in there as well. The second basement level has a big indoor pool. I suppose it could double as a spa. The last floor is for storage and keeping books, that sort of thing. My home even had an indoor pool now. And would you believe that wasn't even the end of the surprises? We've installed an elevator too, so you could easily travel to any level of the building, said Riaz. Yeah, a full-on elevator. This place was practically a city building now. I was speechless. Thus, only days into summer vacation, my Mana's home had become an estate. You're going back to the Underworld? The press nodded at my question. After breakfast, the members of the Occult Research Club all had gathered in my room. Kiba, Konako, and Gasper had arrived only a few minutes ago. Everyone was wearing regular clothes instead of our school's uniform. Konako's dress was particularly adorable. Although the whole club gathered in one spot, there was still plenty of room to go around. We all took seats on expensive-looking sofas. The only exception was Gasper, who crept into his cardboard box. He was wearing women's clothes, too. I should have expected as much. Cross-dressing was a hobby of his. Ria smiled warmly. It's summer break, so I'm going to visit my family. I do this every year. Oh, what's wrong, Issei? Is that a tear I see? It was true. I was crying at the news. When you said that you were going to go home all of a sudden, I thought you were going to leave me behind or something. I couldn't stand the thought of the press disappearing somewhere without me. Just imagining her breasts traveling far away filled me with such melancholy that it would end up spoiling the entire summer break. I couldn't picture my life without Riaz anymore. Come on now. How could you think that? You and I will spend the next 100, the next 1,000 years together. So don't worry. I won't leave you behind, she assured. Right. We were demons after all. We lived longer lives than humans. Did that mean the Prez and I and the other members of the Familia were going to be together forever? When I thought about it like that, I didn't feel so lonely. I would probably spend more time with them than Matsuda or Motohama or even my parents. Admittedly, that was sad in its own right too. I would have to say farewell to them all one day. Anyway, we'll all be taking a trip to the Underworld soon. Do get ready for an extended stay. The press stated with a graceful sip of her tea. Hold on. We're all going? What? We're coming? Yeah, that's right. You're all my servants, my familia. So it's only natural that you'll be accompanying me. We'll visit my hometown. This will be the first time Ozzy and Zenobia have been to the Underworld, won't it? Ozzy nodded. Yeah, I'm a little nervous about traveling there while still alive. I only thought I would go there after I died. Azia? What was that supposed to mean? Yeah, I've always been interested in the underworld and how I dedicated myself to serve the Lord so I would go to heaven. But now, as long as I'm a demon, any chance of that is gone with smoke. It's ironic, really. I'll be visiting the place I condemned so many to. Hell, it does sound like a good fit for a former believer who ended up becoming a demon. Zenobia looked like she was sinking deep into the overcomplicated train of thought again. We'll be spending the rest of summer break there until the 20th of August. We'll be doing a lot of training on this trip. As if to provide evidence of that claim, the press began to outline our schedule. Right, so we would be gone until school started back up. I visited the Underworld briefly when I fought Riser Phoenix, but apart from the fact that the sky was purple, I hadn't gathered much information. From what I heard in passing, it sounded like the souls of the dead went there, and one could find many business opportunities in the Underworld. Unfortunately, spending all of our time off from school there did ruin my own arrangements for the break. Well, I've already made some plans for things I wanted to do. I blurted out. Matsuda, Motohama, and I had sworn to get girlfriends and have a dirty, erotic summer. Our strategy was to visit the beach at various pools to pick up girls. All three of us were still single. Heck, the only girlfriend I had murdered me. This summer was supposed to be different. Oh? Issei, what plans exactly? The press asked, skeptically. Right. Well, I was gonna go to the beach or a pool, you know. There are no beaches in the Underworld, but there is a large lake. There are hot springs there too. And if you want to swim in the pool, you have one at your home now. Won't any of those do? Going to a pool here and a lake in the Underworld with Rias had to be 10, no, 100 times more enjoyable than traveling to the beach with Matsuda and Maruhama. And that wasn't even counting a hot spring. My mind filled with fantasy to press naked. Akano, Azia, Zenobia, and Konoko too. A feast of feminine flesh. Maybe I could give them all oil massages, or peek on them in the hot spring. We might even do mixed bathing. I wanted to fondle Rias' breasts, and Akano's too. To take a handful of them both, and squeeze them and rub them down. Obscene fantasies are forbidden. Konoko murmured with narrowed eyes. Konoko? So you could read my mind? No sooner had she voiced her edict, then she let out a deep sigh and stared off into the distance. Huh? After considering it, I realized that her interjection seemed less forceful than usual. Issei, your expression just now was lewder than I imagined. Kiba declared with his typical calm voice. You look to be enjoying yourself, Issei. I wish I had the imagination like yours. Gasper admitted, as if genuinely envious of my perverted visions. Aren't you two going on any dates this summer? I asked. Admittedly, they were both better looking than I was. They could enjoy the season to its fullest if they put their minds to it. I have training to do. Damn, if Kiba wasn't Mr. Diligent. Seriously, he was only losing out by not putting those pretty boy looks to proper use. I'm fine. I'm a shut-in and an introvert. I just want to wear cute clothes while surfing the net at home. That accursed cross-dressing sociophobe. When was Gasper going to take the bull by the horns and do something to benefit himself? In any case, Issei, why don't we go on a date together in the Underworld? Assuming we have time, of course. The press suddenly proposed. Whoa, as her servant, I was overjoyed. She really did love to spoil me. Prez, I'll gladly spend all summer in the underworld with you. 100% I'm in. The words had left my mouth before I knew what was happening. Oh dear. In that case, I'll have to spend time with Issa in the bedroom, doing all sorts of naughty things that we won't be able to tell the president about. Akano said, suggestively tracing the area around her chest with the tip of her finger. Blood gushed from my nose at these stimulating words. Akano was so erotic. For her elder sister, she was naughty. What exactly was she planning to do with me? No. You can't stop me. Rias and Akano locked eyes. The air between them crackled. Whoa, were we about to see the continuation of the battle from this morning? What was the point of fighting over affections of the underclassmen like this? I'll be joining you all. Without anyone realizing it, a handsome black-haired man had appeared in the corner of the room. It was Azazel. We were all taken aback by his unexpected entrance. As the leader of the fallen angels, he had been present at the peace summit, held between his group, ours, and the forces of heaven the other day. For some reason, he had chosen to remain in town after everything had settled, and had taken a position at Kuo Academy as a teacher. On top of that, he also became the Occult Research Club's official advisor. Such a development would have been unthinkable only a few weeks ago. Where did he come from? I hadn't felt his presence at all. Truthfully, I wasn't exceptionally skilled in that area, but the President Kiba should have noticed him, right? Well, given that Azazel was the leader of the Fallen Angels, it was probably to be expected that he had boss-level abilities. That made it all the more incredible that he was on our side. How did you get in here? The Prez asked, blinking in astonishment. Huh? Through the front door. He answered plainly. I didn't sense you at all, Kiba admitted. So I had been right. Even Kiba, having unlocked his ultimate ability, his balance breaker, hadn't detected our advisor. That's because you all need to brush up on your skills. You lack training, so I strode in, cool as you like. You're all going to the Underworld, right? Then I'm coming too. I am your teacher, after all. That much was true. Azazel had a wealth of knowledge about sacred gears and combat that would prove invaluable for us. We hadn't learned a great deal from him yet, but from what I could tell, each of us in Rias' familia equipped with sacred gears had been able to improve thanks to his advice. There was no denying that he was an excellent instructor, in addition to being a great and powerful leader. Azazel pulled a notepad from his pocket and began to read off of it. Let's see. Our schedule starts at Rias' place, where she'll introduce the new members of her familia. Then there's a get-together to hold formal debuts of all the latest demons to come of age. And then your training. That'll be my job. Maybe I'll have a chat with Sir Zex and some of the other bigwigs while at Gremory's place. What a pain in the ass. He let out a resigned sigh, as if he truly wasn't looking forward to the prospect. That didn't seem to be the right attitude for the head of the Fallen Angels to have, and it only made the near total support the man received from his subordinates seem all the more unbelievable. Occasionally, some nameless fallen angel would appear before Azazel, begging to serve as secretary, care for him while he was staying in the human realm, or guard him during his time here. It looked to me like they were legitimately concerned whether he would be all right in this town. Some of those fallen angels had been notably ranked as well. Yet, every time, Azazel had replied, I'm fine, so go home. That's an order. Before dismissing them, we were blessed to have this man as our teacher. Alright, this trip's a great chance to catch up to that jackass Volley. If I fought the White Dragon Emperor now, I would get destroyed. I didn't want to die until I had some sexy time with the present Akano. In that case, Azazel, Mr. Azazel, I guess. Will you come with us? You won't mind if we make all the arrangements for you? The Prez asked. Our teacher nodded. Go ahead. This will be my first time heading to the Underworld, the way you demons go. I'm looking forward to it. I've always taken the Fallen Angel route. That prompted me to wonder how we were going to actually make the journey. Would we be taking a magic circle? I knew the realm was divided into Demon and Fallen Angel territory. However, now that the two sides were at peace, It sounded like the barriers between them were being removed, and the people from either faction started to interact with each other. Maybe I was still too ignorant, but I couldn't picture it at all. I sent a text message to Matsuda Motohama. I'll have to pass on going to the beach this time. I'm going to a hot spring trip with the president and the others. The replies were instantaneous. Die and go to hell. Yup. Hell was where I was going. Well, the underworld, technically. If only my friends knew it was better than they thought. On the day we set up for the underworld, our first destination was the local train station. We were all wearing our Kuo Academy summer uniforms. According to the Prez, these would be considered our most appropriate formal clothes where we were going. I'd used the station countless times. How was it going to take us to the underworld? There was no end to my questions, but neither Rias nor Akano showed any hesitation as they continued toward a nearby elevator that conveyed you to the platforms above. From memory, it was a fairly narrow elevator, only really capable of holding 5 people at most. The Prez entered first, and Akano quickly joined her. Issei, Azia, Zenovia, now it's your turn. We'll be going down from here, she instructed. Going down? I couldn't help but raise my eyebrow at these words. After all, this elevator only went up. Come on now. Stop gawking and step inside. Rias chuckled, beckoning us to join her. We, the newest members of her familia, exchanged puzzled glances, but did as we were told. Iuto, you and the others know what to do, so come down after us with Azazel. Yes, President. Kiba answered as the elevator slid shut. With all of our luggage, the elevator was getting quite cramped. I still had a clear line of sight of the buttons, though, and all of them were for the floor that we were already on, or the one above. Nevertheless, the Prez pulled a keycard-like object from a pocket and waved it over the panel. An electronic sound issued from beyond the console, and then, with a sudden jolt, we started moving downward. Huh? It's really descending? Neither Azio nor I could hide our surprise. Zenovia merely tilted her head in mild bewilderment. The present Akko, on the other hand, exchanged amused grins when they saw how shocked Azia and I were. There's a secret basement level under the station, Rhea said. Prez, I've lived in this town my whole life, and this is the first time I ever heard of that, I exclaimed. Naturally. It's only exclusive for us demons. Ordinary humans aren't able to access it. There are quite a few hidden areas like this in my territory. Evidently, there were still a lot of things I didn't know about my hometown. How deeply were demons integrated into things? The elevator continued around a minute before coming to a stop. When the doors opened, the Prez urged us to exit. Before us was huge chambers, like a massive underground cavern. It was built like a train platform. There were a few subtle differences in design from those in the human world, but the resemblance was so close it was unnerving. There was even a set of tracks. Could it actually be a station? A short while later, Kiba and the others arrived. Now that we're all here, let's go to platform 3, Ria stated, leading the way with Agano by her side. Wow, I marveled at the sheer size of this place. It easily dwarfed the regular building above it. The ceiling was high enough that I'm sure my voice would have echoed when I shouted. Curiously, no one else was around. The lights on the wall gave off a mysterious, magic-like glow. Akano suddenly slided up to me, and the next thing I knew, she was holding my hand. Did she expect us to walk together like that? Despite the surprising development, I managed to summon the courage to squeeze her hand back, as I often did with Azia. That was all I did, but Akano's face flushed bright red in apparent joy. Faced with such pure-hearted reaction, I didn't know what to do with myself. She could be so erotic and sensual at times, but there was also an incredibly innocent side to her. That contrast only made Akano all the more stimulating. Both Rias and Ozzy were glaring at me. Ozzy looked to be on the verge of tears. I'm sorry. After passing through the winding corridor, we made our way to another large, empty space. What? A train was waiting for us. Well, I say train, but it possessed some distinct differences from the usual kind. It was composed entirely of harsh angles and sharp edges, with demonic patterns engraved into seemingly every surface. I recognized one of them as the insignia of Rias' family. Sir Zex was there too. Does that mean... This train belongs to the House of Gremory, the Prez declared proudly, finishing my thought for me. Amazing. So her family even has its own private train? As I stood there, amazed, the automatic doors slid open with a swooshing sound. The Prez let us in. Once more, I was forced to recognize the wealth and power of my master's family. But that was only the beginning. An electronic departure whistle sounded as the train took off. The Prez was in the lead carriage while we, the members of her familia, were supposed to ride in the car behind her. It was a surprisingly strict rule. I was sitting next to Azia, while Zenobia and Akano sat directly across from us. Konako, Gasper, and Kiba were in the booth across the aisle. In the corner of the group was Azazel. He already fallen sound asleep. The train chugged along for a few minutes. All I could see out the window was pitch darkness, but I hadn't felt like we turned. We must have been on a straight course to the Underworld. Supposedly, this locomotive was powered by a unique form of fuel that couldn't be found in the human realm. There was many things about Demon Society that I had yet to learn. How long does it take to get to the Underworld? I asked Akano. We should arrive in about an hour. This train is designed to pass through the dimensional barrier, following formal procedures, you see. I thought we could just use the magic circle to jump straight there. Normally that would be fine, but if new familia members like yourselves don't enter through the official port of entry for your first time, it's counted as an illegal entry, which means punishment. You and the others need to travel this way. Uh-huh? Seriously? But I already used the magic circle to jump to the Prez's engagement party. Gravy had given me a special array that sent me straight to Rias' wedding with Riser. Had that made me an underworld criminal? I didn't want to have to face the news immediately upon arrival. Akano smiled back at me to dismiss my concerns. That was ultimately Lord Zizek's doing. It was excused as a special case. Of course, you had better not try to do anything like that again. I don't want to get sent to Demon Jail. At least that was a slight relief. I may have been a demon, but I wasn't all that familiar with the Underworld's rules. Heck, I knew even less than Ozzy and Zenobia. Frankly, it was incredible that I survived this long. Your legal entry should be overlooked, but you may have to face punishment for engaging in affectionate contact with your master. Akano continued. What? If that were true, then I was in serious trouble. I mean, I had felt her body more than a fair amount. Not only had I groped the Prez's breast on several occasions, but I stroked her thighs too. What's more, I touched her damn near everywhere when I had given her that oil massage at the start of summer break. This is bad. Just thinking about all those experiences was titillating. Rias' body was so soft and smooth. Her skin was so supple to the touch. As a fantasy began to play back in my mind, something fell into my lap. Akano. She brought her face close to mine. Her erotic gaze was sucking me in. Then she took my hand. There's nothing wrong with two members of the same family getting closer through the use of skinship. Like this. Without hesitation, she began to guide my fingers down her thighs. Whoa, the rich suppleness of her legs was consuming my brain. My nose began to spurt blood. Next, she led my hand under her skirt. Akano, that's forbidden territory. I swallowed in trepidation. At this rate, I would end up at her panties. Was she really okay with that? Yet, before I arrived at the holiest of places, Azia reached out and pulled me away. She was pouting, and her eyes were wet. Akano's hold over you is too strong, Issei. She'll turn you into a pervert. Oh dear, don't you know, Azia, it's healthy for a man to have a sexual appetite. I guess they decided I was some kind of leecher. Still, if it meant I could touch Akino's body, I didn't mind being called names. Hold on, I thought. This is usually when Konako pops in with a biting remark. I glanced at her, but she was simply staring vacantly out the window. Was she really ignoring all this commotion? That wasn't like her. She didn't look interested in talking to Gasper, who was beside her either. Well said, Azia. Skinship is something that should be kept between masters and servants. That voice. I spun around. There, surrounded in an ominous crimson glow, was Ria's Gremory. She was seething, seriously pissed. What was she doing here? Wasn't she supposed to be riding in the front carriage? Prez, this wasn't good. Akino was straddling my lap with a lewd expression on her face, and my hand was a hair's distance inside of her skirt. I tried to pull my hand back, but Akino stopped me and pulled it into her mouth. With a sensual, watery sound, my finger went right in. The touch of the inside of a girl's mouth melted my brain. It was so warm and wet. Her tongue was wrapping around my finger. Not only that, but she was sucking on it. It felt like it was draining all kinds of energies out of me. When Akino finally pulled my finger out of her mouth, a sensual string of saliva connected me to her. Stealing from my master makes me burn with desire. Her gaze provocative, she smiled up at the Prez. What? Her level of sensualness was downright terrifying. Akino, that's enough. Lady Rias, it's all well and good for you to communicate with your servants, but I might ask you to follow the proper procedures. A figure I had never seen before appeared behind the Prez, interrupting her. An elderly man wearing a conductor's outfit and a white dandyish beard. Oh, hold on. Did that make him the conductor? I'm sorry. Oh, to think that the little princess is now talking about relationships between men and women. I've lived a long time, haven't I? The man chuckled in amusement. The Prez's face turned bright red. At that moment, the conductor turned to the rest of us, removing his cap and bowing his head. Greetings. It's a pleasure to meet the newest members of the Princess's Familia. I am Reynald, the conductor to the Gremory's private train. We rose to our feet, bowing politely in return. It's nice to meet you too. I'm Issei Hyoto, the Prez's Ria's Gremory's pawn. Isia Argento, her bishop. Pleasure to meet you. Zenobia, I'm a knight. All the best. All three of the newest members of the Prez's Familia greeted Reynald in turn. Akino soon returned to her original seat, looking a little disappointed. Those erotic attacks of hers were unbelievable. I hadn't been able to move at all. Was I going to lose my virginity while unaware? Our queen sure could slay, and the fact that she acted like an innocent maiden occasionally only added to her allure. While introductions were out of the way, Reynald pulled out some special equipment and what looked like a monitor. Azia, Zenobia, and I were perplexed at this development. The President Akino seemed to know what was going on, though. We use this device in the demon world to confirm identities. All vehicles entering through the formal channels, as we are, require inspection. Forged identities and fraudulent entries are grave offenses. And these days, you can't be too careful when it comes to preventing hijackings. So Reynald was simply checking to see that we were who we said we were. The Prez flashed a mischievous grin. You were all registered in the system when I gave you your evil pieces to reincarnate you. This machine checks you against that data. You don't need to worry. You're all who you're supposed to be. So she said, but the device began beeping loudly the second it came near me. It wasn't saying that I was an imposter or anything, was it? Right when I was starting to fret, it let out a light tone, indicating that I passed the test. Every procedure has been completed. The identities of your new Familia members have all been confirmed, Lady Rias. You can relax now that we arrived at our destination. We have beds in the sleeping carriage and the dining halls for meals. So please do make use of all the facilities when we arrive, Reynald said with a pleasant smile. Oh, so that's all there is to it? That device was pretty neat. Thank you, Reynald. The only person left is Azazel now? The press asked, glancing towards our club advisor, who was still sound asleep. How can he doze off in a carriage filled with people who were his mortal enemies just a short while ago? Rias wondered aloud, dumbfounded. Oh, the governor of the fallen angels looks like he is at peace. Reynald chuckled. It was anyone's guess whether Azazel was courageous or just downright reckless, but he sure wasn't fazed. While he slept, we all completed the necessary formal procedures before we arrived in the Underworld. We were about 40 minutes into our train journey, passing the time by playing cards and the like, when Reynald made an announcement over the speaker system. We will soon be passing through the dimension barrier. Typically, a high-class demon master was supposed to stay in the front carriage, but the press must have been lonely sitting by herself, because she decided to remain with us. Take a look outside, she said to me, Ozzy, and Zenobia. We glanced out the window as instructed. The scenery changed from pitch darkness to a vibrant color. Whoa, a purple sky and mountains and trees. Wow, awesome! I cried out in exhilaration. It's beautiful, incredible, Hazia, sitting by my side, exclaimed. I knew what she meant. This trip was going to be amazing. There was a whole world of fresh new sights just waiting to be discovered. You can open the window now. With the press's permission, I did just that. A gust of wind blew in. I had breathed the air of the Underworld last time I come here, but only now that I realized it felt somehow different from that of the human realm. There was a peculiar, almost slimy texture to it. The temperature felt just right outside, neither too cold nor too hot. Beyond the window, the train seemed to be emerging from what looked like a black hole floating in air. Is that the dimensional barrier? A tunnel between planes of existence? I wondered. Whatever it was, that was what connected this world to the human one, and it was from that we emerged. We were in the Underworld. From my seat, I took in the view. There were peaks, rivers, trees growing in abundance, a forest. And a town, houses. They were built in a unique design and shapes, but I suppose that was what demon houses look like? Come to think of it, I had never traveled abroad before. This was my first time properly experiencing a different culture and country. Who would have guessed my first foreign experience would be the Underworld? My life truly had taken a strange turn. This territory belongs to the House of Gremory, the press stated with pride. So all this, even the railway line, is your family's land? The press nodded in response to my shocked question. Seriously, I could hardly believe it. This was all one surprise after another. Did that include the mountains and rivers in town too? So everyone who lived in the settlement we just seen essentially served her family? I stared across at the press with renewed envy and respect. Amazing. My master was super rich. The sheer scale was beyond my wildest dreams. How much territory does the House of Gremory have? I inquired. I really wanted to know. My guess was around the size of one of the 23 wards of Tokyo. Kiba glanced up from where we were sitting and responded. If you want to compare it to the places in Japan, it's around the same size as the main island Honshu, as I recall. Huh? I couldn't believe my ears. But words weren't clear enough. Honshu? I cried in shock. The present Kiba both nodded. The Underworld is around the same size as the human realm. That said, even including demons, fallen angels, and the other species who reside here, the population is much lower. There's no ocean either, so there's more available land. How many times was I going to be struck dumb with surprise today? But I couldn't help it. All this information was just too shocking. In that case, the House of Gremory's domain was almost as large as all of Japan. Was that why the Prez was treated like a princess here? She truly was super wealthy, at a scale beyond my comprehension. It might be similar to size to Honshu, but it's mostly untouched wilderness, Rias muttered. Regardless, I didn't know how to respond to such a revelation. By my side, Azia wore a look of raw confusion. Zenobia was no longer paying any attention to her surroundings, and she looked to be discussing what kind of swords they used in the Underworld with Kiba. At that moment, the Prez clapped her hands together, as if suddenly remembering something. I almost forgot. Issei, Azia, Zenobia. You will all be reconditioned your own territories later, so please let me know what kind of places you want. Our own territories? I stammered. Of course. You're all members of the familia of the next family head. You're all free to live within your territories. Akano, Yuto, Kiba, and Gasper already have theirs. A map suddenly popped into the air over Rias' shoulders, unfolding and settled down onto her lap. I wasn't familiar with the terrain, but it appeared to be the House of Gremory's territory. The Prez flashed me a grin. The areas in red are already in use, so they're off limits, but everything else is available. Point out which places you want. I'll let you have them. Mom, Dad, this trip has already taken an astonishing turn. For the next 10 minutes or so, the train continued through the new, unknown world. In the end, I settled on a bit of land filled with lakes, mountains, and an abundance of nature for my territory. That said, I wouldn't have to worry about managing it for a long time. So for now, all I had done was made my selection. Another announcement sounded. We'll soon be arriving at the main Gremory residence. We will soon be arriving at the main Gremory residence. Thank you for riding with us today. This was our stop. I leaned out the window, glancing towards our destination. In the distance, I could make out a huge crowd of people waiting on the approaching platform. What's going on? Looking closely, some of them looked to be wearing military uniforms. Were they soldiers in the service of the House of Gremory? Issei, we're almost there. Close your window. Right. At the Prez's urging, we began to get ready for the disembark. The train gradually came to a halt. Now that we'd stopped moving, the Prez let us out the door. Azazel, however, showed no sign of getting up. Aren't you coming with us, Tish? I'm planning to go head to the Demon King's territory. I've got to attend a meeting with Sir Zex and the others. I was invited, I guess you could say. I'll drop by the main Gremory residence once I'm done, he said with a wave of his hand. As the head of his organization, it looked like he had a busy schedule. I guess we'll see you later then, Teach. I waved back. Give my brother my regards, Azazel, the Prez requested. We continued down the platform when... Lady Riaz, welcome home! The crowd erupted in jubilation. Whoa, talk about a scare. Fireworks lit up the sky before I had a chance to regain my composure. The group of soldiers gave a customary gun salute, and a band of musicians began to play a celebratory song. Not only that, but a group of military people riding atop some mysterious flying creatures was waving huge flags through the sky. Ozzy and I huddled together, out of place and unsure what to do with the sudden attention. Kiba and the others looked like they were used to it, but it was too much to take in for newcomers. For her part, Zenobia kept blinking in astonishment. So many people. Gasper was so freaked out by the massive throng that he hid behind my back. Looking carefully, I realized there was a great many individuals who looked like butlers and maids in front of the crowd. They bowed their heads in unison as the Prez approached them. Lady Riaz, welcome home. They said as one. Thank you, everyone, she answered with a beaming smile. At this, the butlers and maids finally relaxed. It was then that a familiar face stepped forward, the silver-haired maid, Grafia. Welcome home, Lady Riaz. You're early. I'm delighted to see that you and your familia made it here safely. Now, if you would all board the carriage we have waiting, we will take you to the main residence. Grafia led us in a luxurious horse-drawn buggy. The steed was no ordinary animal either. It was far larger than I had ever seen, and its eyes were far more discerning too. Perhaps all the Underworld horses were like this. We had left our luggage in the train. However, when I glanced over my shoulder, I saw that the maids had begun carrying our bags. I'll ride with my servants. This is Issei and Azia's first time here, and they look a little nervous. Grafia nodded in assent. Very well. We have several carriages, so please use them as you see fit. Riaz, Azia, Akano, Zenobia, Grafia, and I all boarded the first horse-drawn carriage. The remaining members took the second one. Once we were all seated, the buggy began to move in a clip-clap of the horses' hooves. Whoa, I thought. This was my first time riding in anything so regal. Looking out at the landscape, I saw a paved road surrounded by rows of neatly trimmed trees stretched out before me. The path ran straight ahead, and at the end stood a ridiculously colossal building. Perez, is that a castle? I was so surprised that my eyes were all but popping out of their sockets. I pointed out the window at the enormous fortress-like structure. That's the main residence, she replied with a grin. The main one? So there's others too? Is this what it means to serve a high-ranking demon? Outside, a garden of beautiful flowers was in bloom, with expertly crafted fountains gushing water, and birds of every color imaginable fluttering about. The buggy rolled on for a little until... We're here, the press murmured as the doors began to swing open. Someone dressed as a butler was already waiting to greet us. Riaz stepped out first, followed by our servants. The other carriages pulled in behind, and Kiba and the others disembarked too. Maids and butlers flanked both sides, and a red carpet had been laid down the center of the path towards a huge castle. The structure's gates swung open with a heavy sound. Lady Riaz, everyone, please step forward, Grafia said with a formal bow, urging us to enter. Come on, let's go, the press stated. As she stepped onto the carpet, a small figure leaped out from the line of maids and ran towards her. Auntie Riaz, you're back. It was a cute young boy. He quickly wrapped his arms around the prez with a warm hug. Melikis, I'm home. Look how big you've grown, she remarked lovingly, embracing him back. Prez, who's the kid? I asked. This is Melikis Gremory. My brother's, that is, Sir Zex Lucifer's son, meaning that he's my nephew. Sir Zek's kid? That made him the son of the Demon King. Whoa, so he was a real-life prince then. Melikis, say hello to the newest members of my familia. Hello, I'm Melikis Gremory. Nice to meet you. What a polite kid. I'm Issei Hyoto. He may have been half my size, but I was so nervous standing before this child. The press let out a soft chuckle. A Demon King's name and title belong only to the individual who received them. Even though Melikis is my brother's son, he is still considered a Gremory. He's also a potential heir to the House of Gremory. That made him the next in line after Riaz, right? He was the eldest son's flesh and blood child after all, and even if Sir Zex had left his family, his son would still probably have a claim to inherit it. Hold on, who's Sir Zex's wife? If he has a kid, he's got a partner too, right? Come along now, let's in inside. The press took Melikis' hand and led him towards the gate. Ozzy and I followed behind them. almost running to keep up. Gaspar was still clinging to my back. We passed through the towering entranceway and ventured into the castle, the rows of gates opening one after the next. Finally, we arrived at what looked like an entrance hall. There was a huge staircase and an atrium ahead of us that led up to the second floor, and a huge chandelier hung from the ceiling. It was gigantic. It was so big that you could practically hold an athletic meet in it. Lady Reyes, allow me to escort you and your servants to your rooms, Grafia said, raising a hand and calling a group of maids to her. Whoa, they're all such beauties. Are they going to serve us? Well, I have to say hello to Mother and Father, the Pres said with a sigh. His lordship is away at the present, but will be back this evening. He told me that he would speak to you over dinner tonight. Oh, thank you, Grafia. In that case, I suppose I'll let everyone go to their quarters. I assume their belongings have already been brought in? Yes, the chambers are ready for use. A little rest did sound enticing. Just coming to this castle left me physically and emotionally exhausted. I was in an unfamiliar world, and my head was spinning from all the new sights and discoveries. Ozzy looked just as stunned as I was. At that moment, a woman's voice called out from above. Oh, Reyes, you've already arrived? Descending from the grand stairwell ahead of us was a gorgeous woman gorgeous in a resplendent dress. She didn't look much older than we were, and her breasts were enormous. Huh? Except for her flax-colored hair, she looked a lot like the Prez. Her eyes were a little harsher, though. Was she the Prez's elder sister, perhaps? I thought everyone in her family had the same distinctive crimson hair. Damn, she was fine, though. I felt like I was about to fall in love with her. No sooner did I lay my eyes on the woman than the Prez broke out into a wide grin. It's good to see you again, Mother. What? Mother? This beautiful young lady was Reyes' mom? Mother? That's impossible. Just look at her. She's too young. I thought she was your sister. I balked in shock. Come on. No matter how you look at her, she definitely had to be the Prez's sibling. She didn't look like a mom at all. Oh, I'm delighted to hear you say that, replied the Prez's mom, and she raised her hand to her cheek. Ah, that smile of hers was beyond cute. Demons can use their powers to control their physical appearances as they grow older. My mother frequently dresses like a teenage girl. That made sense. So, she was the Prez's mother. Still, no matter how you sliced it, she certainly didn't look more than a few years beyond the Prez. This wasn't good. I was utterly taken by Reyes. She was 100% my type. Yet, faced with her mother, I found myself succumbing to her too. My heart was racing. Reyes' breast must have come from her mother. I was weeping for joy. Praise those mighty genetics. The Prez pinched my cheek. You realize my mother won't indulge you no matter how much you fawn over her, right? Once again, she read my mind. This was beyond helping, though. That lady was just too fine. Oh my, Reyes. Is this Ise Hyodo? Have you heard of me? I stammered. She nodded. Of course. I am Reyes' mother. I saw you at my daughter's engagement party. Oh, crap. She had been at the party. Rescuing the Prez was all I thought about at the time, so I hadn't noticed. I was the one who marched straight in and ruined the whole affair, even spiriting the would-be bride away. Was she going to chew me out, punish me? I shivered in trepidation. The Prez merely let out a soft chuckle. I'm so happy to meet you, Ise Hyodo. I'm Reyes' mother, Venelana Gremory. Next part. A few hours after we arrived at the main estate, we gathered in the dining room for dinner. I didn't know where to start with the vast assortment of sumptuous dishes, which were piled up so high and in such quantities that I never could have hoped to eat them all. Every single one of them looked so delicious. Reyes was the first to take her seat, followed by us members of her familia. Her father, mother, and Milikis soon joined us. This was supposed to be the evening meal, but could it really be called such? There was no sun in the underworld. The land here was bathed in perpetual twilight. Nonetheless, the sky was growing darker. Outside, an artificial moon was floating above. From what I heard, it wasn't a natural celestial body, but rather a recreation forged from magic. Night in the underworld was similar. As the sky here was essentially purple in nature, it must have been the equivalent of daytime when we had arrived. The concept of time in the underworld seemed to be modeled on that of the human world. From what I gathered, it had initially flowed differently here. But the Demon Kings had synchronized it with the human world, so that traveling wouldn't put you 100 years ahead, like in the tale of Urashima Taro. Or maybe it was the other way around? It haven't worked the same way, apparently. In any event, it was a relief that I wouldn't return to my hometown centuries in the future, or that years here wouldn't count as a few days back home either. Please enjoy yourselves. Riza's father entered, and a meal began. It was a huge, long table. A fancy chandelier hung from the ceiling above, and even the chairs that we were sitting in looked inordinately expensive. It felt like I was looking at nothing but chandeliers lately. Even the guest suite I was using was filled with them. I was already starting to miss regular lights. The canopy bed in my suite was huge as well. It was simply too much for one person alone. Just how big was this place? My suite had all the necessities, such as a bathroom, toilet, refrigerator, television, and kitchen. It had a bedroom, a living room, and a bunch of other miscellaneous rooms too. Ozzy and Zenobia had come to see me, and they looked equally impressed. Wow, this is too big for one person, Ozzy had remarked. I can't relax in a place like this. Sorry about this, but can I stay in your suite, Issei? Ozzy is staying with you too, right? Zenobia asked. Both girls had led simple lives during their tenure as servants of the church, and they didn't know what to do with themselves in the extravagant quarters that had been provided. Thus, they would round up moving their stuff into my suite. Soon after, Gravy had arranged the two of them to stay with me. Admittedly, even I was feeling slightly overwhelmed with the amount of space I had been given, so that was fine by me. There was no way I would be able to make full use of everything in my quarters. Sharing it with others was probably for the best. Anyway, back to dinner. How was I supposed to consume all of this food in front of me? Was there a particular order I was supposed to eat things in? What about the special rules regarding which pieces of cutlery to use for each item? I could have asked one of the butlers and maid waiting on us, but none of the other club members seemed to have any questions. I was having a hard time working how best to use my knife and fork to the food before me. As hungry as I was, if I were to eat vulgarly, it would embarrass the prez. Kiba and Akano were already eating gracefully. I probably should have expected as much from our queen and knight. Ozzy and Zenobia were struggling a little too, but they were making it out alright. As this was their first time here as well, the pair had introduced themselves at the same time I had. Little Milikis was working his way through his meal. Yeah, a good upbringing sure made a world of difference. I came up from an average household, so there was no way I could keep up with this upper-class life. I glanced over at Gasper, who was quietly eating away with his tearful eyes held firmly shut. Given his reclusive nature, and the number of demons who I had met today, this must have been pretty hard on him. Konako hadn't touched any of her food. Typically, she would be the first to dig into a hearty meal. She sure had been acting strangely over the past few days. Our eyes met, and I gave her a friendly wave, but she merely averted her gaze, expressionless. She had never been the kind of person to show a lot of emotion, but her reaction this time was more vacant than usual. What's wrong, Konako? Azazel hadn't returned in time for dinner. His meeting must have run longer than anticipated. Members of Ria's Gremory's Familia, please think of this as your own home. I am sure that this is all unfamiliar for you, having just arrived in the Underworld, but if you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask one of the servants. They will prepare it for you at once, Rias' father said cheerfully. There isn't really anything I want, though. Wait. Would it be okay if I borrow one of the maids for a night? Can I avail myself of their nocturnal services? I'd love for them to stay with me all night long. As if. I've been playing too many erotic video games and reading too much manga. By the way, Issei Hiyoro, Rias' father began, turning my way. Whoa, this is nerve-wracking. What is he gonna ask? Yeah? However, his question was the furthest thing from what I had been expecting. How are your parents? Right. They're both fine. When I told them I was gonna visit the Prez's, Rias' hometown, they asked me to bring back a souvenir. It was a pretty selfish thing to ask, I thought, considering the incredible renovations to the home, I had meant that as a joke, and yet... a souvenir, I see. The Prez's father rang a small handbell. One of the butlers immediately stepped forward. Sir? Ready a castle for Issei's parents. A castle? For a souvenir? Is this some kind of demonic joke? Very well, sir. A Western-style one, perhaps, or a Japanese-style one? The butler inquired, utterly nonchalantly. Hold on. Is a castle a standard gift for these people? I wonder. Hold on. A castle's too much for a souvenir, I hurriedly exclaimed, hoping to curtail Lord Gremory's generosity. If this was normal here, then I understand even less about the local culture and the way of life that I thought. Darling, Japan is a small country. A commoner wouldn't be able to own a castle there. The Prez's mom exclaimed. Thanks for the save. Yes, I'm just the average commoner. Oh, yes. I suppose Japan is a small nation. If a castle won't do, then I wonder what will. Father, I'm afraid that this isn't the way to go. Issei's parents don't have strong worldly desires. The Prez said. Yeah, she knew my mom and dad well. I see. Her father nodded. And so all the talk about giving my folks a castle was put to rest. That was a relief. They wouldn't know what to do with a palace, and owning one would certainly make them targets of a lot of unwanted attention. The last thing I wanted was for them to stand out like that. Issei Hiyoro. Yeah. This was the second time Rias' father had directly addressed me. Why was he so interested in me specifically? Perhaps because I had the powers of the Red Dragon Emperor? I don't have any other particularly notable qualities. From now on, I won't mind if you address me as your father-in-law. Now, that was unexpected. Come to think of it, hadn't Sir Zex asked me to call him brother-in-law? Was this like that? Father? That would be too great of an honor. I refuse as politely as I can manage, waving my hands in front of me. I didn't deserve that privilege. Darling, don't you think you're being a little too hasty? There's a proper order to things. The Prez's mother chided. But crimson and red together. It would be a wonderful match, don't you think? Didn't I say that you were rushing things, darling? I suppose you did. I do tend to be a bit impatient at times. Rias' father let out a deep sigh. Judging by his interaction with his wife, it looked like she was the dominant one in the relationship. Venelana's words evidently held a lot of sway in the Gremory household. I realized that this dinner was an excellent opportunity to learn about the Gremory's family dynamics. The Prez had fallen silent in embarrassment and stopped eating. Issei Hiyoro. May I call you Issei? Venelana inquired. For some reason, it looked like I was the center of attention today. Of course. I didn't mind her addressing me by my first name. You'll be staying with us for a while, won't you? Yeah, so long as the Rias is here, I will be too. Why do you ask? I see. Perfect. You will learn how to carry yourself as a gentleman. I'll see that you study your manners while you're here. Uh-huh. Carry myself as a gentleman? What exactly does that mean? I wondered. That was the sound of someone slamming on the table. I glanced around, only found the president risen to her feet. Father, Mother, I've been trying to hold my tongue, but what is the meaning of this? Just what are you both trying to hint at? At this outburst, Venelana narrowed her eyes. The smile that had greeted us so graciously earlier had evaporated. Be quiet, Riaz. You've already broken off your engagement with Riser. No? You should be grateful that you're allowed to do so. Do you realize how much effort it took your father and Sir Zex to smooth things over with the other high-class demons? Some have been saying that you selfishly used the legendary dragon as means to end your betrothal. Sister of a demon king or not, there are limits to what you could get away with. Was that the thing that people thought? That the Prez used the Red Dragon Emperor for her own desires? Was that how they thought of me? I hadn't wanted to lose Riaz, and she said that she didn't want to go to marry Riser in the first place. Looking back now, I wonder if I had done the right thing by interfering. I wanted to believe I had. Riaz's face twisted in anger. Sir Zex has nothing to do with this. You honestly don't think your brother wasn't involved, do you? Venelana interrupted. He may keep up with the pretense for your appearance's sake, but there's no escaping the fact that everyone sees you as his sibling. And now there's 3 great powers working together. Your identity and position will be known by all. You won't be able to keep behaving the way you have been. Everyone will be keeping a close eye on you from here on out, Riaz. Surely, you understand that this is your situation, do you? You won't be permitted to other acts of selfishness, so don't get carried away. Is that clear? The president looked truly vexed by her mother's words, but was unable to respond. Clearly unconvinced, she retook her seat. Venelana breathed out a quiet sigh before turning back to the rest of us with a smile. I'm sorry you all had to see that. Returning to the topic at hand, Issei, you will be undertaking my special training regimen during your stay here. You will be introduced to many aspects of high-class demon society as possible. Seriously? Did she want me to learn how to act like a noble? What about Kiba then? Or Gasper? Why only me? Did this have something to do with my parents' conversation with Riaz's father the other day? Had they asked them to teach their dim-witted son manners and refinement or something? No matter how many times I mulled it over, I couldn't for the life of me gauge the intentions of Riaz's family. Why me? I finally asked, pointing to myself. At that moment, Venelana's smile morphed into a stern expression. You, Issei, are the final act of selfishness my daughter will be permitted as the future head of the family. As her mother, I will take full responsibility for ensuring that you are up to snuff. I glanced over at Riaz, who met my gaze for only a split second before turning away, her cheeks scarlet. This was no good. I couldn't follow the conversation at all. Just what kind of situation I found myself in. In other words, high-class demon society. The day after our arrival in the Underworld, Riaz's parents assigned me a tutor to school me in etiquette and expectations of nobility. This was my first lesson. The man in front of me was only one of my private tutors. I guess that meant there would be others too. Talk about a downer. I would never have expected that I would spend my summer break studying in the demon world. While it was true I didn't know a great deal about demon society, so it would prove quite valuable, and my instructor was more than willing to answer every one of my questions. The current lesson sounded vital, so I was busy scribbling down memos in my notebook. I couldn't help but wonder whether I would have time to complete my homework from Kuo Academy, in addition to all of this. Milikis was sitting by my side, studying along with me. For a kid, he was remarkably diligent and bright. The president and the other club members were busy touring various places of interest among the Gremory territory. I was beyond jealous. They had gone first to Rias's private castle, then onto a palace where Sazek stayed when he visited his hometown, and then yet more. They were practically checking out all the castles in the region. It wasn't fair. I wanted to see them. Young master, can you read the demon script? My tutor asked me. Not really. Very well. Then let's begin by looking at the characters one by one. I didn't even know the basics. My instructor was incredibly polite and patient in teaching me. Still, what exactly did he mean by young master? Since last night, all the servants have been calling me that. I must teach you everything there is to know about the House of Gremory, young master. Prepare yourself. Why are you calling me that? Now then, let's move on to the history of the House of Gremory. He dodged the question. I understood why learning about Demon Society was important, but why was studying up on every last detail of the Prez's family so critical? Was it because I was part of her familia? Had Kiba and the others studied all this after being turned into demons as well? If so, why weren't Ozzy and Zenobia with me? I had no idea what was going on. The door swung open and strode in the Prez's mother, Venelana. Yeah, she was definitely a beauty. Grandma! Right, she was also Milikis' grandmother. There was no denying that she looked young enough to be Rias' sister, however. Issei, Milikis, have you been making good progress with your studies? She asked, greeting us with a soft smile. I didn't want her to see my clumsy attempts at writing the demon script, but she flashed me a warm look when she glanced at my notes. I see that you're just as dedicated as Sir Saxon Grafia reported. I can't say that your writing is impeccable, but at least you're making an effort to learn. A maid who arrived with Venelana began to serve tea. Rias will be returning soon, as the traditional Demon Youth Social will be held in the Demon King's territory. Oh right, that was on Rias' schedule. From what I understood, it sounded like all the young high-class demons the Prez's age were expected to gather to meet prior to the formative debuts in the raiding game. Apparently, the Demon Kings invited the heirs of the old noble families to attend, so that they could formally greet one another. Both the Prez and the student council chairwoman at school, Sona Citri, would be present. As Rias' familia, all of us club members were expected to go as well. It had been one thing straight after another since coming to the Underworld. What was lying in wait for us next? No sooner did the Prez and the others return from their castle sightseeing trip than we set out by train to the Demon King's territory. On the way, the locomotive passed through several magic circles suspended over the tracks, the arrays used for long-distance travel. After close to 3 hours, we finally arrived at the metropolis. Both the station and the platform were completely modern design. There were even vending machines. They were a little different from the design from where we lived, but they were clearly state-of-the-art, as were the towering skyscrapers that comprised the city. This is Lucifard, the Demon King's territory, and the old capital of the Underworld where the original Lucifer was said to reside, Kiba explained. So this is where the first Lucifer's old base of operations? Incidentally, we were all dressed in our Kuo Academy summer uniforms. They were practically our familia's signature look by now. From here, we'll change the subway line. We'll draw too much attention if we go to the venue up in the open, Kiba continued. So people make a big deal of relatives of famous figures here too? The longer I spend in this place, the more it seems similar to the human world. Come to think of it, humans and demons did have a particularly close relationship. There were the pacts we made, the evil pieces system used to recruit humans into one's familia, and reincarnation too. You could probably say we were mutually dependent. I couldn't help but wonder whether adopting elements of the human culture and merging them into its core was a part of how demon society worked. Yeah, Princess Riaz! All of a sudden, a high-pitched cry echoed across the platform. I glanced around, only to find a crowd of demon onlookers from that platform above waving at us. To the prez and excitement. The president is the Demon King's youngest sister, and a renowned beauty in her own right. That makes her object of admiration for the great many low and middle-ranking demons. Akano said to me. Seriously? Is she like a celebrity here or something? Of course she was popular. Her brother was the Demon King. She was the heir of a noble high-class demon family. And a gorgeous lady. So many people. Gasper shrank behind my back, panicking at the sound of so many strange voices. His days as a shut-in weren't getting any easier. What a bother. Let's change the subway lines before it gets out of hand. Is the private train ready? Riaz asked a nearby black law attendant. The servant was one of many, seemingly a bodyguard of sorts, who accompanied us all the way from the main Gremory residence. They were all apparently strong. That made sense. You would need to have considerable fighting ability to protect Riaz and her family from all kinds of threats they faced. Yes, please follow me. And so the bodyguard led us to the subway platform, where the other train was waiting for us. The press seemed to be popular with men too. She waved to the nearby crowd, flashing them a strange smile. Yeah, my master sure was incredible. We changed the subway line and rode the next train for 5 minutes before arriving at our destination. The station beneath was the largest building in the city. This structure was the venue of some formal gala, where coming-of-age demons belonging to high-class or big-shot families were to gather. It looked like the bodyguards weren't allowed inside, so they only accompanied us as far as the elevator. The prez led us all into the spacious, extravagant elevator. Listen, everyone. No matter what happens, don't lose your head. You can't get into a fight, regardless of what anyone says to you. These people are our future rivals. You mustn't do anything to harm our reputations. The prez's voice was more intense than usual. That was the tone of someone who was ready for battle and wasn't about to lose. Ozzy and I gulped down as we tried to calm and prepare ourselves. I was nervous, but there were probably other pawns too, and I wasn't about to make a fool of myself in front of them. We rode the elevator for a good while, but it eventually came to a stop. The prez leading us, we stepped inside a large hall. A servant was the first to greet us with a polite bow. Welcome, Lady Gremory. Please, this way. The attendant led us out on a long corridor, past several individuals standing in the corner of the room. Syra Org, Riaz exclaimed. It looked like she knew one of the people. It was a young man, around the same age as us. He must have recognized the prez too, as he gave her a quick nod before approaching. He was a wildly handsome pretty boy, with short black hair and a muscular athletic physique. He looked like a professional wrestler. Maybe he was a martial artist? His eyes were a strange purple. Something about his face struck me as similar to the prez, or rather, as similar to Suzek's. It's been a long time, Riaz, he said, shaking her hand with a grin on his face. Was he one of the young demons making their debut here today? So I was right. He too was a high-class demon. In any event, even I, a low-class demon, could sense the strength and power he held. A group of individuals who must have been his familia was staring our way. Every single one of them looked like they knew how to handle themselves in a fight. It has. I missed you. I'm glad to see that you haven't changed. I have some new servants. Everyone, this is Syra Org. My cousin on my mother's side, the prez introduced. Hold on, her cousin? This is why his appearance reminded me of Sir Zack's. Sarah or Bale, heir to the House of Bale. Bale? As in the princely house that ranks just below the Demon Kings themselves? Even I recognize that name. Did that mean Riz's mother was also from the House of Bale? A princely familia, a princely house. Wow. So the Gremory family had both a Demon King and a prince? The prez ignored my uncontained shock, addressing the next head of the Bale family. Why are you lurking out here in the corridors? I couldn't stand it in there. I had to step outside. You couldn't stand it? Have the others arrived? Agaris and Astroff have. The Zephador got here and decided to pick an argument with Agaris. The pretty boy, Sire Org, spoke those names with genuine disdain. What could the other two high-class demons possibly have been fighting about? Suddenly, the building shook violently. What's going on? That noise had come from somewhere nearby. The prez, perhaps as curious as I was, didn't hesitate to make her way to the source of the sound, a large double-leaf door. This is why I suggested we hold off on social mingling until after the formalities, Sire Org remarked with a sigh, signaling his own familia and following after the prez. Huh? What? Unanswered questions coursed through my mind, but I had no choice but to hurry after my master. Beyond that large entrance was a spacious banquet hall filled with the wreckage of countless tables, chairs, and decorations. The demons assembled within had split evenly between two camps, glaring at one another across the center of the room, weapons drawn. It was a tinderbox ready to blow. On one side was a group of menacing, evil-looking demons. On the other side stood a band of comparatively normal ones. Both were emanating frighteningly cold and murderous auras. Talk about scary. I could practically taste their power. Instantly, I understood that they were far more formidable than we were. One demon familia was sitting with a graceful quietude at a single remaining untouched table in the corner of the hall. A young man with a soft countenance sat in its center, surrounded by a group wearing ominous hoods. The two factions glared across at each other balefully. Zephador, must you really start a fight now of all times? Do you have a death wish? I wonder whether any higher-ups would blame me for killing you. A female demon said coolly. So they were already at the point where they were talking about murdering each other. Whoa, danger aside, that girl with making threats was incredibly attractive. She appeared close to my age. She was wearing glasses. The cold, sharp glare behind them were terrifying. Yeah, she was definitely formidable, and the strength and destiny of her aura were chilling. She was wearing a blue robe, one that revealed very little skin. That was a bit of a shame, to be honest. Ha! Say it again, bitch. If you want a purging, virgin, I'll be happy to oblige. You're always hiding behind your guards. That's why you haven't done it yet. You won't let any guy near you. Seriously, you Demon King families make me sick. I only offered to give you a hand for the opening round. That man certainly can run his mouth. He had black-colored occult tattoos on his face, a bare chest, green-spiked hair, and some kind of glittering ornaments hanging from his trousers. No matter how you look at it, he was a tough guy delinquent through and through. I had no idea there were people like him in the Underworld. He might have been good-looking under normal circumstances, but his expression was just too wild, too dangerous. What exactly was going on between the two of them? Had this macho tough guy sexually harassed this girl with the glasses? Cyber Org approached us from behind and began to explain. We're supposed to wait in this hall until the event gets underway. Or rather, the high-class demon family set aside this room for us to greet each other and air any bad blood. I don't want to get involved with any of this, but I guess it can't be helped now. Cracking his neck, Cyber Org walked in the middle of those two opposing familias. Hold on, can't he see how dangerous that is? They were ready to go at each other's throats. I moved to caution him, but the prez held me back.
Issei, watch Sarah Org carefully.
Huh? Alright, but why? Because he's your cousin?
Because he's the #1 demon youth.
Seriously? The #1, as in the strongest? Sour Org put himself between the two familias on the verge of breaking into a complete brawl. All eyes turned his way. Princess Sikvira, of House of Agares. Zephyrdor, rebellious heir of the House of Glacia Labolis. I realize that this is all sudden, but I will say this only once. If you take this any further, you will face me as your opponent. Depending on what you say or do next, my fist shall do no mercy. What a bold declaration. Sour Org was incredible. Even my skin was tingling in trepidation. I could see a vein throbbing in the tough guy demon's forehead as he turned red in anger. I'm not gonna let anyone from the incompetent House of Baal. Before Zephyrdor could finish speaking, he was sent flying into the far wall. Next, he collapsed face down on the ground, unconscious. It had only been one hit. Sour Org had knocked out the seemingly superpowered tough guy in a single blow. I told you, that was your only warning. How dare you? Damn you, Baal. The members of Zephyrdor's family began to rush forward. See to your master. That should be your first priority. You won't gain anything by turning your weapons against me. Besides, the function is about to begin, so try to wake him. The members of Zephyrdor's familia stopped at this chiding and obeyed Sour Org's instruction. Next, Sour Org turned to the bespectacled woman. I could understand why her gaze stiffened. You still have time. Go redo your makeup. You don't want to attend such an important event looking like that.
I know.
She spun around and made her way out of the hall with her familia in tow. After watching her leave, Sour Org turned to his own familia. Call the staff. This place is a mess. Get them to tidy up so I can have some tea with Riaz. There was undeniably something charming about the way Sour Org conducted himself. I mean, he was so strong and cool. I could see why he was the #1 demon youth. This could very well be the first time in my life that I met such a cool guy and so close in my age to myself. Hyodo, called a familiar voice. I turned my head to find another group clad in the uniform of Kuo Academy. Saji? Oh, chairwoman. How are you today, Riaz, Hyodo? Saji and the chairwoman Sona had arrived. I am Sikvira Agares, heir to the Archducal House of Agares. The glasses wearing demon that we've seen in the hall a short while ago said her greeting to the members of the Gremory familia. Following the incident with Zephyrdor, a group of servants at the venue quickly used their powers to return the reception hall to its earlier state. Once again, the young masses of the familia gathered together around a large table and were exchanging formal greetings, except for Zephyrdor and his group, that is. This included the Prez, Ria's Gremory, and her familia, Chairwoman Sona Citri and her familia, and Sour Org Baal and his familia. Zephyrdor was the head of the Glacia Labolis familia. To think that the stern-eyed girl who nearly threw a punch was the heir to an archducal house. The archdukes acted as immediate agents of the Demon Kings, and were responsible for directing us regular demons. The press had said that if the Demon Kings were like company presidents, the archdukes were their chief directors. It seemed a little strange to me that there would be 4 company presidents, but that was just how things worked in the underworld.
Greetings, I'm Maria's Gremory, heir to the House of Gremory,
the press stated next. The chairwoman followed her.
Sona Citri, heir to the House of Citri.
The masses were sitting at the table, with their familias waiting behind them. That included us as well. And I'm Sour Org Baal, the next head of the princely House of Baal. Sour Org introduced himself proudly. Yeah, he had an air of dignity about him, all right. There was no doubting why he was the #1 among all high-class demons attending the sorry. Next, the young demon who had been sitting in the corner drinking tea spoke. Deodora Astaroth, the next head of the House of Astaroth. It's a pleasure, everyone. His voice was calm and smoothing. He was a demon, but he looked like a kind of person who wouldn't harm a fly. I couldn't help but wonder whether he wasn't hiding some incredible ability beneath that peaceful veneer. Astaroth. If memory served correctly, Beelzebub belonged to that family. The tough guy from before was said to inherit the house of Glacia Labolis, so that must have meant that he was related to Asmodeus. Was it really okay for someone like that to be handed the reins of such a vital clan? I thought the siblings of the 4 free-spirited demon kings were all supposed to be overly serious and diligent. The house of Glacia Labolis is in the midst of a little family trouble. Their primary successor passed away unexpectedly just a short time ago, and Zephyrdor is a potential candidate to take his place. Syra Org explained. Seriously? I hadn't realized that his family was going through so much turmoil. Then again, it didn't change the fact that the prospect of him ruling an important house didn't sound like something that would end well. Still, it wasn't my business to question how other families went about things. Altogether, there were 6 high-class demon youths present. Judging by appearances, the familiars looked pretty strong too. I was likely the weakest one here, and I couldn't help but feel out of place. Gremory and Lucifer, Cedri and Leviathan, Astaroth and Beelzebub, and Glacia Labolis and Osmondius. Not to mention a princely and an archducal family too. Talk about big shot names. This was like a dream team. No wonder people expected a lot from them. It wasn't hard to imagine that each of these members was destined for greatness in the future. Maybe it was because they all belonged to high society, but they held distinctive personalities and presence. Still, I had to wonder what the purpose of gathering them all here was. Hey, Hyoto, wipe that stupid look off your face, Saji said with a sigh. I'm nervous. I mean, look at them all. Can't you see how strong they all are? What are you talking about? You're the Red Dragon Emperor. Have a little pride. That's easy for you to say. Why does it bother you, though? We Familia members have to behave with dignity here too, okay? Those high-class demons aren't just watching each other. They're observing the Familias of their potential opponents as well. So if you don't straighten up, you'll make Riaz look bad. Get a grip. You're the Red Dragon Emperor and part of the Gremory Familia. Saji's insightfulness took me by surprise. You're Riaz's prized servant. I'll do anything to be for the chairwoman what you are to her. He flashed me a forced grin. What's he getting at? But before I could voice my doubts, the doors of the function hall swung open. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Please, everyone is waiting inside. The event was finally getting underway. The room that we and our high-class demon masters were led to had an unusual air about it. Distinguished figures sat in stadium-like seats that overlooked us. There was another tier of spectators beyond them too. On the highest level was a familiar face, the Demon King Serzex. Seraphal was beside him, albeit not dressed in her magical girl outfit. 2 more people were sitting with Riaz's brother. I didn't know their faces, but they had to be Beelzebub and Ozymandias, right? They both looked remarkably young, but I could feel the strength of their demon powers simply by looking at them. Being stared at by the most influential figures in demon society was pretty unsettling. It felt like they saw every little move I made. We members of the Preses Familia stood in line behind her. There wasn't anything expected of us, but I was still nervous. It was deathly quiet. Unable to stand it, I turned my gaze to the women of the other Familias. There were beast girls and women that looked like former humans. I would have given just about anything to hit it off with one of them later. While I was getting myself all worked up, the 6 youth high-class demons, the Prez included, stepped forward. The tough guy from before was back, although there was a noticeable bruise on his cheek. He had taken a hell of a punch. Without a power like Azia's Twilight Healing, the injury would take a while to mend. There was no way I would let anyone like him get anywhere near Azia, though. There was no telling what he might do to her. Thank you all for coming. We have all gathered here today so that we could look at the faces of the next generation and assess the prospects of our youth, began an old male demon solemnly as he crossed his arms. Looks like they already had at it, though, added a mustached man sarcastically. He was talking about the fight a short while ago. That had taken me by surprise as well. I guess it couldn't be simply dismissed as a youthful passion. In terms of name, pedigree, and ability, you 6 are the most promising demons among your peers, Sir Zex declared from the seat on the highest gallery. As such, prior to your formal debuts, we would have you compete against one another to better yourselves. Hold on. So, he was saying that we were all gonna fight in the raining games? Come to think of it, Zazel mentioned something about holding a few raining games during our so-called training camp. Was this what he meant? Will we be expected to fight the Chaos Brigade in time? Syra Org questioned, looking at the Demon Kings. That is yet to be seen. If possible, I would prefer not to send our young people against them, Sir Zex replied. Syra Org raised an eyebrow, as if unconvinced by his response. Why not? We may be young, but we can fulfill our duty as demons. If we do nothing but rest our laurels while others take care of everything, how will we ever... Syra Org, we acknowledge your bravery, but you are reckless. It is paramount that those who are still maturing, not to be forced to battle. Please understand, it would be too great of a loss if anything were to happen to our next generation. You are more precious to us than you realize, and that is why you must proceed gradually, step by well-prepared step. Syra Org looked more or less convinced by Sir Zex's assertion. I understand, he answered, although his expression suggested that he was somewhat dissatisfied. After that, the Demon Kings and the other boss demons kept going on about the upcoming raiding games and all kinds of other things that I didn't fully understand. It felt like my head was going to explode from all these incomprehensible words. I couldn't wait for this to be over. Hold it. Even when this is done with, we have training, right? We weren't going to get a chance to rest. I would have liked to have been able to take a short nap before diving into work. Now then, let's cut a long story short. Our hopes and dreams lie with you, young ones. Please understand that. You're the Underworld's greatest treasures. Everyone in the room hung on Sir Zek's words. I immediately understood with no pretense or falsehood in what he was saying. There was no denying that he and Rias were related. He was kind-hearted on an intrinsic level. By nature, he was friendly and fun to be around. Before we finish, we would like to hear about each of your future goals. Syra Org was the first to respond to Sir Zek's prompts. My dream is to become a Demon King. Where did that come from? What ambition? The higher-ups let out a gasp of admiration, with declaration and confidence with which it had been made. A Demon King from the princely house of Bale is unheard of, one of the high-ranking bosses remarked. When the people of the Underworld fear there is no choice but to make me a Demon King, that is when I shall accept the position. There he went again. Syra Org sure had guts. Leaving no more time for surprise from the audience, the press announced her ambitions. My goal is to succeed as the next House of Gremory, and to win every last reigning game competition. So those are her goals. This was the first time I heard her state her plans of the future so definitely, but it was precisely the sort of response that I would have expected from the press. The other members of her family and I would have to do our best to ensure her dreams came true. The remaining demon youths stated their own intentions until finally it was Sona's turn. I want to build a school here in the Underworld to teach other demons how to fight in reigning games. A school? So the chairwoman's goal was to run an academy of her own? I was struck with admiration, but the other higher-ups furrowed their brows in disfavor. Isn't there already a place for learning about the raiding games? One of them questioned. Only high-class demons and those of privileged rank are permitted to enroll there, the chairwoman answered coolly. I would build a school where there are no ranks or social classes, a place where even low-ranking demons and reincarnated humans can attend. Whoa, an academy of equality? That sounded pretty nice. The Underworld could sure do with a place like that. Saji was nodding along with admiration. Unfortunately, laughter filled the audience hall. I didn't understand. Why had all the higher-ups start guffawing? I glanced at the Prez, whose eyes were narrowed in ire. What was going on? It didn't make any sense, and it wasn't just me. Saji was clearly confused as well. Impossible. It's absurd. I see. So she's a dreamy-eyed maiden. I see. I remember what it was like to be young and ignorant. Yet, for those the heir of the House of Sitri to cling on to such a fantasy, all I can say is thank goodness she said it before her debut. No, I didn't get it at all. Why were they all making fun of her? The Underworld has grown a lot more progressive than it used to be, but there is still rampant and institutionalized discrimination between high and low-class demons. The same goes for pure-blooded demons and reincarnated demons. Many people think that such hierarchies are the natural way. Kiba whispered to me. Huh? But the Prez's family treated us so well. Issei, the House of Gremory is known to be an especially affectionate demon clan. They don't view humans or low-class demons with the disdain that others do. Remember Riser Phoenix? Right. Riser Phoenix certainly had looked down on me, both as a low-class demon and as a servant. Come to think of it, there may have been more of a touch of prejudice in his attitude. Amid the mirth of the higher-ups, the chairwoman spoke flatly. I'm serious. Seraphon nodded along empathetically in agreement, as if all but shouting out, well said. Still, she looked worried. As a demon king, she probably couldn't throw too much of overt support for her sister. One of the bigwigs responded disappointedly. Sona Sitri. Low-class demons and reincarnated ones still live to serve their masters, and are chosen specifically for their pre-existing talents. To build a training facility such as what you're proposing would be an affront to all those old families who pride themselves in tradition. We may be in a period of change and transformation, but there are still some things that simply cannot be given up. Educating low-class demons should be none of your concern. That was when Saji decided he had enough. I can't take this anymore. Why are you all making fun of the chairwoman's of Lady Sona's dreams? What's wrong with you all? Who are you to decide that she can't do it? We're all completely serious down here. Hold your tongue, reincarnated demon. Lady Sona, your servant doesn't know his place. One of the high-ranking demons scolded. Where did these jerks get off? They were the ones acting inappropriately. They asked to hear the chairwoman's goals, and they belittled them? If they had treated the press that way, I would have done exactly what Saji had. My apologies. I'll speak to him later, the chairwoman responded, her expression unchanging. Saji seemed unable to comprehend her reaction. Chairwoman, why? They're making fun of you, of our dream. Why should you have to take that in silence? Saji, be quiet. This isn't the time or place for your attitude. I've stated my plans for the future, so that's all there is to it. She reprimanded with a frown. Saji looked like he had more that he wanted to say, but fell silent. If my little Sona does well in the raiding game, you won't have any complaints, will you? One skill in the raiding game decides so many things in life. The Vythan's suggestion sent a shock through the crowd. She was clearly pissed. I've had it up to here with you all.
You old geezers. How long are you gonna keep tormenting my cute little Sona? I'm at my limit. If you all keep bullying her, I'll take my frustration out on you all. Seraphal cried out with tears in her eyes. The gathered high-ranking demons had trouble responding, merely blinking in consternation. The chairwoman, for her part, covered her face in embarrassment. What an indescribable situation. That said, Seraphal's outburst did make me feel a little better. As far as I was concerned, no one had the right to belittle another person's dreams. In that respect, it was about time for the Underworld to go through some changes. The chairwoman's goal was a high-minded one. I thought those in charge would respect that, but maybe they had lived too long and was grown stuck in their ways. That said, there were many traditions that I wasn't familiar with. As a member of Ria's Gremory's Familia, it was my job to learn as many of them as I could.
Very good. In that case, how about we have some writing games among our 6 up-and-comers?
Sir Zex suggested, focusing the room's attention on himself. You've got to be kidding. We're going to fight?
Rias, Sona, will you compete against each other?
Everyone in both familias gawked at this proposal. The Prez and the chairwoman glanced at each other, blinking in surprise. Sir Zex paid them no heed, however.
We were already planning to schedule Rias' first match in a few days. Azazel has been gathering fans of the raiding game among the 3 great powers, under the pretext that watching our bright young talents compete before their debuts. This seems to be an excellent opportunity. Rias versus Sona would be an interesting bout, wouldn't you say?
Is Sir Zex talking about the final raiding game that Azazel was organizing as accumulation to our training camp? We're going up against the student council chairwoman? Somehow, we walked into a showdown between the 2 high gods demons of Kuo Academy. The Prez breathed out a deep sigh before flashing the chairwoman a defiant grin. It looked like she was into the idea. The chairwoman beamed back. She was raring to go as well. It may not be an official match, but it looks like my fate as my first raiding game opponent should be you, Riaz. I'm not about to lose, Sona. Both of them were burning with determination. The Prez versus the chairwoman, the Occult Research Club versus the Student Council. Yay! A match between Riaz and Sona. I'm so excited. Seraphal exclaimed with a joyful wink.
We shall schedule it for August 20th by the human calendar. You may spend your time until then as you see fit. The details will be provided to you closer to the date.
Sir Zex declared, making it official. The raiding game between the Prez and the chairwoman was on.
So you'll be facing off against the Citra girl,
Azazel remarked when we arrived back at the main Gremory estate. We had all gathered in the spacious living room to tell our instructor what had happened during the function.
It's still July 28th in the human world, so that leaves us around 20 days.
Azazel paused there, as if running some mental calculations. For training, you mean? I asked.
Of course. We'll start tomorrow. I've already planned a full regimen for each of you.
Is it really okay for us to get advice from the governor of the Fallen Angels? Only us? I mean, isn't that a bit unfair? I couldn't help but worry that the other demon youths might have a thing or two to say about the assistance he was giving us. Azazel didn't seem too concerned.
It's fine. Besides, I'll be filling in the other side with a whole lot of data too. And apparently, the Angels also have a backup system in place. The rest depends on all of you demon kids. If you're serious about getting stronger and ensuring the survival of your species, then take all the help you can get.
I guess that's one way of looking at it.
My lieutenant governor has already given the other demon houses a whole lot of info and advice. Ha ha ha. Shimhazai's input might even be more useful than mine.
Please don't say that, Teach. We're stressed enough here as it is. This fallen angel was too upbeat, still. That was what made him so easy to be around. Anyway, meet me in the garden tomorrow morning. I'll get you all started with your individual training programs then. Be ready, Azazel stated. Okay, we all responded in unison. Our match was only weeks away. We will all need to practice our butts off to get ready. Above all else, I had to get at least a little closer to Volley's level of skill. Grafia then entered the room. Everyone, the hot spring is ready for you all now. My ears had never heard such fantastic news. In a corner of the vast garden surrounding the main Gremory residence was a Japanese-style hot spring. I was soaking in the men's area with Azazel and Kiba. Ah, it was so soothing. It truly was luxurious. Journeying far from home. Azazel sang softly to himself as he relaxed in the warm water. He had let his 12 pitch-black wings unfold from his back. Ha ha ha. Yeah, the best thing about the Underworld, about hell, has to be its hot springs. And this private one, reserved for one of the Underworld's most famous families, ranks among the best. The governor looked like he was fairly knowledgeable when it came to such things. That's when I remembered that he'd been wearing a summer yukata the first few times I met him. Maybe he was a Japanese culture aficionado? Kiba and I was soaking in the water side by side, our towels wrapped around our heads. Although a usually cool customer, Kiba had been acting awfully creepy in the bath. He'd even ask me, "Issei, shall I wash your back for you?" What the heck was that? I swear I saw him blushing when popping the question. For a moment, I thought he was planning to take my chastity then and there. He probably placed great worth on socializing naked with a friend, even if that person was another man. We never had a chance to open up to each other during the previous training camp, so I was still somewhat reserved around him. Wait, where's Gasper? He may have been a cross-dresser, but did that mean that he was too timid to engage in this kind of male bonding? I looked around and, sure enough, there he was, loitering by the entrance. I guess I have no choice. I stepped out of the water and headed that way. Hey, come on, this is a hot spring, you have to try it, I called as I approached. He cried back in a cute, high-pitched shriek. Hold on, don't cover up your chest with your towel like that. You aren't a girl, damn it. He did look just like one, with his thin body and feminine face. How on earth had he wound up born as a dude? Perhaps because I was ogling him, Gasper's face turned red. Please don't stare at me. Gasper, you're a guy, so don't wear your towel over your chest. You dress like a girl as it is, and it only confuses me even more. Was that how you were looking at me, Issei? I feel like I'm in danger now. Shut up. If he kept this up, I would find myself spirited off to the other world. Which is why I grabbed the maidenly Gasper in my arms and dashed him straight for the hot spring. I hurled him deep into the water. Ah, it's hot. I'm going to melt. Issei. His screams echoed throughout the area. That idiot. The women's baths were right next door. Issei, stop sexually harassing Gasper. That was the prez, and her voice was followed by giggling from the women's bathing area. This was humiliating. Unable to take a ridicule, I leaped into the water, sinking down past my head, before shooting back up again. All I had done was help a shut-in. By the way, Issei, began Azazel, approaching me in my despondence with a lecherous grin. Yeah? Have you ever felt Rias's breasts? He asked, wriggling his fingers. Yeah, with this very hand. I raised my right hand into the air with a gesture of victory. The press's breasts were the best sensation I had ever felt. I would never forget it. That I had groped them made me feel lucky to be alive. I see. In that case... Nodding, the fallen angel pointed his index finger at my face. Have you ever poked a woman's nipple with your finger? He questioned. Not yet. Azazel sighed at this reaction. Oh, so you haven't stroked them. Have you ever teased her? You aren't supposed to just prod at it, you know? You've got to fondle it. There's no greater sight than your finger dancing around, burying itself in a woman's breast. What? Huh? Dancing around? Burying itself? In a breast? Fondling a nipple? The press's breasts were too big. How far would I be able to sink my finger into them? No. The press's tits aren't doorbells. I cried out. They weren't buzzers. Still, just imagining her chest only made my love for her swell even further. Nonetheless, Azazel shook his head with a sneer. Nope. When you put it that way, they are a lot like doorbells. They make a sound when you press them, no? Ooh. In my mind, I could hear the press breathing out a deep, sensual moan. What on earth? I never even imagined such sounds existed. I never realized that breast and nipples could do that. All this time, I thought they were there for just rubbing, sucking, and holding. I see. So you could poke and prod them and get them to purr? None of that had ever occurred to me. Had I gone so long without picking up the morsel of wisdom? I was so caught up with my obsession with fondling and sucking them that I forgot about squeezing and massaging. I was such a slow learner. Azazel patted me on the head. That's why you still got a long way to go. A woman's breasts are objects of infinite possibilities. Even more than that of Ouroboros Ophis, got it? It was my fascination with breasts that brought about my fall from heaven, and I don't regret it one bit. I knew it. This guy was awesome. No wonder why the fallen angels had made him the governor. With tears streaming down my cheeks, I turned to Azazel, my voice trembling. Teach. I want to massage those breasts, to poke them, to prod them. At this desperate plea, he ruffled my hair and said soothingly, Yeah, don't give up, Issei. Knowing you can do it. Throw in the towel now, and those boobs will never be yours, got it? Yes, yes. So long as I persisted, I would always keep moving forward. If I kept pushing onward, I would eventually be able to fondle the press's breasts. And then I would make her cry out in ecstasy. My fingers were going to make her squeal. At that moment, the voices from the women's bathing area echoed over to our side once more. Oh dear, Riaz. Has your bust grown larger? Do you mind if I touch it? Has it? Oh, Akano, stop that. That's hardly proper, the way that you're doing it. Besides, haven't yours gone up a size? My old bra's a little tight, but they still fit. Then again, I've been thinking that it wouldn't be a bad idea to show them off a bit more, to try something that emphasizes their volume. I'm sure you realize, Riaz, how bold a woman can become when she has someone to show her breasts to. Right. Just don't stimulate them too much, okay? I wish mine were as large as yours are, President Akano. Oh dear, Azia. But yours has already grown a fair amount. Really? But they're not big enough. At this rate, I'll never get him to like them. They say that they grow faster if you massage them. Like this. No, Zenobia. Why hasn't Issei done this to me yet? I see. Unlike mine, yours are very comfortable to touch. So this is the kind of sensation men like. Oh dear. It's nice to be young, isn't it, Riaz? Incidentally, I can feel just how much yours has grown. It's because you had Issei do this for you every day, isn't it? Akano, cut it out. Get your hands off of my chest. Where did you learn that, Akano? They feel really nice. Oh, I wonder if I do this. He hasn't done that to me yet. Stop it. I want him to be the one to. Oh. I was getting aroused just by listening to them. The number of nosebleeds I was having was off the charts. This was bad. I smacked myself repeatedly on the back of the head, trying to get the nosebleeds under control. I was reacting to the conversation they were having over there on so many levels. What I would have done to sneak a peek at them. Had there not been a wall separating the two sections, I would have done so immediately. If only I could climb over and flutter down to the paradise that awaits on the other side. Damn it. Can't there at least be a peephole? I screamed internally. Unfortunately, I searched for such a spot earlier to no avail. Better yet, maybe I could use my sacred gear to boost the strength of my fingers and poke a hole somewhere in the wall. Hey, you want to spy on them, don't you? Azazel said with a lecherous grin. Teach? I'm not. It's fine. There's no problem there as far as I see it. We're both guys. It's basically a rite of passage to sneak a glimpse in a ladies' pool while you're on a hot spring. Still, it'll only make you a second-rate pervert. Second-rate? Then what would it be a first-rate? Azazel paused for a moment as if in deep thought. Feeling them in person. If you want to prove yourself as a man, Issei, then you'll need to aim for the mixed bathing. Azazel grabbed me by the arm and threw me over his head, up into the air. All of a sudden, I was floating, the world spinning around me. I was being catapulted through the air. My body soared away from the men's bathing area, and I locked gazes with the press below. At this rate... Ouch! I slammed hard into the pool on the girl's side, floundering in the water. When I pulled myself to the surface, I found myself in Shangri-La. Press, Akano, Azia, Zenobia, Konako, they were all stark naked. Blood shot out from my nose again, but can you blame me? In a split second, I left the bathing house filled with good-for-nothing men and entered a new world unparalleled feminine beauty. This was a dream comes true. Mixed bathing. It was enough to bring tears to my eyes. Normally, if this sort of thing happened, the girls would have erupted in panic, shouting things like pervert or lecher. However, the Prez, Akano, Azia, Zenobia did nothing to conceal the bodies. Cover yourselves. You're young ladies, after all. Oh my, Issei. Did Azazel throw you over here? Did you wash properly first? Oh, Issei, you're so daring. Against all expectations, both the Prez and Akano moved my way with broad grins. Their huge, pale breasts bobbed up and down right before my eyes. Long-lived tits. I was transfixed by the sight, unable to move. Akano caught up to me a moment before the Prez could. Issei, you're mine now. She cooed softly. She embraced me head on, her figure pressing tightly against mine. It wasn't just her breasts, it was her whole body. Her soft flesh was all but devouring me. Akano, if you hold on to me like that... The heat from the hot spring water and this erotic situation almost brought my brain to a boil. Damn it all. Why did Akano's body have to be so amazing? Why did her every stroke feel so good? The tension and the suppleness were incredible. The water in the bath only made her feel even more delightfully smooth. I was savoring her delectable flesh when another overpowering sensation assailed my senses. Reese's face popped up on my shoulder. Prez? So she was embracing me from behind now? I could feel her chest pushing against my back. Her nipples were stimulating my skin. There was no questioning it. Those nipples were even more relaxing than a sexy handheld massager. Akano, let go of my Issei. The Prez insisted, wrapping her arms around my neck trying to pull me back. Akano, however, latched on. squeezing me from the front even tighter. No way. I've decided I wanted to enjoy this time in the hot spring together with Issei. It's so much warmer here in his arms. Just touching his body like this is so exhilarating. Her grip around me tightened even further. Whoa, her breasts were pushing into me so firmly. It almost felt as if they were gonna merge with me. The soft, lethal touch was awesome. I wanted to hug her back too, to hold her form with my own. But if I did, the press would see this as a betrayal. She would murder me. No, Issei's body is mine. Who do you think raised him to be like this? It's thanks to me that he's so wonderful to embrace. Everything, from his hair to his toes, is mine. I feel so sensitive right now. Is this because of what you did to me earlier? Or because I'm pressing against Issei? The press pulled me closer to herself. The sensation of her press was coursing through my back. They were so huge, like an all-you-can-eat buffet. And she was breathing so erotically in my ear. That lustrous, sexy voice was wreaking havoc on my brain. Hold on, what did she mean by that she erased me? Was I being reared as a body pillow for her own private use? If so, I was overjoyed. She could nurture my sexuality as much as she pleased. Akino's breast was pushing against my chest, and the presses were squeezing against my back. Whoa, awesome, a legendary breast sandwich. Paradise in the unknown regions of the underworld. Echoed voice in my mind like a narration of a TV survival program. Caught in a stimulating vice, I couldn't stop a thick river of red from seeping down my nostrils. Azazel had been right. Now's my chance to dig my fingers into them. If I pressed those tits like doorbells, would the press let out a deep, sensual moan? There was only one way to find out. I can do it. I'm going to sink my fingers into those voluptuous mounds. What would the reaction be? Will my digits disappear? I want to enjoy the hot spring with him. Just as I thought. It would be next to impossible to steal Issei away from those two. I guess I won't have any choice today but to watch over him from afar. Ozzy and Zenobia were murmuring to themselves a short distance away. Unfortunately, the force of the breast sandwich was just too strong, leaving me unable to fully make out what they were saying. Bah! All of a sudden, I snapped to my senses. Given the intensity of the situation, Konako would be calling me the worst, or branding me a sick freak, or even flying out of nowhere with an overpowered physical punch. I timidly glanced her way. She was nearly sitting there, her face half submerged, softly blowing bubbles into the water with a melancholy expression. Perhaps she felt a bit under the weather? Suddenly, my vision grew hazy, and I began to lose consciousness. Yeah, I knew what was going on. After having lost so much blood through my nose, the heat of the hot spring and the intensity of the boots pressing against me were overwhelming my brain. I was quickly drifting away. Amid unparalleled joy, I felt like my spirit was departing through my open mouth. Issei! Rias and Akino called out in flustered unison. But I was so happy. So very happy. Matsuda, Morohama, paradise is here in hell. Was this what the saying, to meet Buddha in the depths of hell, meant? When I saw them next, I would have to relate the sensual wonders of a breast sandwich to their ignorant ears. And so, I slipped into darkness. We gathered the next day at the corner of the vast garden in the main Gremory estate. We were all wearing tracksuits, even Azazel. It was time for our pre-training meeting around the outdoor table. The hot spring last night had been incredible. I would never forget it. The excitement had left me in a bad way, but it still hadn't been able to wipe the grin off of my face. If things like this could happen here, everyone should visit the Underworld at least once in their lives. Still, I needed to change my mindset for what we had in store for today. Azazel was holding a set of documents filled with what looked like an excessive amount of data.
Let me get this out of the way first. This training regimen is meant to lay out the groundwork for your future. Some of you may have immediate results, but others shouldn't expect to see anything in the short term. That said, you're all still growing. So as long as you don't screw up along the way, you should all make good progress. He paused there before turning to the Prez. Let's start with you, Riaz. You've always had high-level talent, physical specs, and demonic powers at your disposal. You can expect those abilities to keep improving, even if you keep going about your life as you have been. You'll probably be a candidate for a high-class demon ranking of your own by the time you reach adulthood. However, I'm guessing you want to get stronger now, not some unknown time in the future, right? The Prez nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, I never want to lose again. Right on. I didn't want to lose another match either, even if it wasn't an official one. In that case, follow the schedule I set out here in this letter, right up until the day of the rating game. Azazel instructed, passing her the sheet of paper. The Prez tilted her head in consternation. This doesn't look like a particularly involved regiment, though. That's because it isn't. It's a simple exercise. That's all you need. In your case, everything's interrelated. So if you want to increase your overall strength, all you're going to have to do is basic practice. The problem is essential characteristics of a king. Over time, most kings come to favor brains over brawn. I'm not sure you're aware, there are some demons who lack magical strength and power, yet still manage to rise up to the top, thanks to their knowledge and quick thinking. Well, your task is to learn all there is to know about the reigning game. That includes recordings of previous matches, all the data you could gather, everything. Drill it into your memory. A king needs to be sharp-witted and resourceful. They must be able to respond to any situation. It's your job to make the best of your servants, and remember this. You never know what a match it will have in store until it rolls around. The same goes for a battlefield too. Whoa. Azazel might usually been one to fool around, but it looked like he had genuinely thought this through. Yeah, that was a convincing argument, alright. The Prez and the rest of us had no choice but to put his advice into practice. Next up, Akano, Azazel called out. Yes, she responded sullenly. She always seemed to be uncomfortable around the fallen angel, and she even once said that she disliked him. Was it because who her father was? Surprisingly, Azazel brought up that very thing. You gotta learn to accept the blood that flows through your veins. Akano frowned, probably at the bluntness of his remark. Azazel, however, paid her no heed. I took a look at the recording of your match against Phoenix and his brood. What the hell was that? With your specs, you should be able to trounce any enemy queen. Why don't you use your fallen angel powers? There's only so much you can do with regular lightning. If you don't make use of your light abilities to make holy lightning, you'll never be able to reach your full potential. So that was it. Akano was the daughter of a fallen angel, so it made sense that she could use their light attacks. And those powers are super effective against demons. If she could combine that with her usual magic, she would be all but unstoppable. I don't need to rely on that kind of power, she muttered, her expression conflicted. Don't deny who you are. If you don't accept yourself, how can you expect anyone to accept you? In the end, the sole thing you can rely on is your strength and power. Refusing them only serves to weaken you. You've got to come to grips with yourself, no matter how hard or painful it might be. Your greatest weakness is your current mindset, and I want you to get over it before this match. If you don't, you'll be nothing more than a hindrance in the future rating games. The Vestal of Thunder needs to become the Vestal of Holy Lightning. Akano said nothing in response to Azazel's admonition, but she probably had realized that he was right. I believe in you, Akano. You can break down this barrier. Your turn, Kiba. Yes. I want you to keep up your balance breaker state for a full day. You got to get used to it, especially in a battle situation.
so your goal is to keep maintaining it for as long as possible. After that, basic training like Riaz is doing should be enough. I'll see that you're instructed in a one-on-one sword type sacred gears later. Azazel was saying that when it came to sacred gears, it was best to talk to an expert. Given his obsession with the things, I thought he was talking about himself. I still didn't get what was so interesting about them, however. As for your swordsmanship, you were going to train under your old master again, weren't you? Yes, I plan to start over from the beginning. Oh, so Kiba had a swordmaster, did he? Whoever it was, they would have to be pretty strong. Kiba wasn't the kind to joke around about things like this, so he must have been serious when he said that he was going to reevaluate his entire technique from the ground up. Was he hoping to become even stronger? Next, Zenobia. You're going to get a better grip on Durandal, and another holy sword too. Another holy sword? She repeated, tilting her head. Yeah, a special one. Azazel said with a smirk before turning his gaze to Gasper. Your turn. Our resident shuddered and recoiled in terror. This whole trip must have been particularly hard on him. Everywhere we went, he saw unfamiliar faces. Quit squirming. Your greatest handicap is that fearful attitude of yours. You gotta fortify your mind and body to resist it. Your vampire heritage and your sacred gear give you an unusually high capabilities. I've put together my very own recluse recovery plan for you. So I want you to focus on developing your mental attitude. Even if you can't show your face in public, we want you at a point where it doesn't dull your movements in battle. Azazel was 100% on the mark there. If Gasper couldn't overcome his phobia, he'd never grow and progress. The bracelet Azazel had given him to stabilize his powers wasn't good for his body if he used it for too long, so he was only employing it when the situation demanded. His time-stopping ability hadn't caused any incidents lately, but I was still concerned. I'll go for broke. That only made me feel even more uneasy. The last thing we needed was for him to end up busted. He already looked ready to crawl back into his cardboard box again. Next up, our other bishop, Azia. Yeah. Azia was raring to go as well. She had often admitted to me that she was afraid that she wouldn't be much use to everyone in combat. But that wasn't true. Her healing ability was nothing short of astounding. If not for her, we would have been trapped in countless dangerous situations. She should have taken confidence in her unique skills. You're going to have to do some basic training to boost your physical and demonic abilities. From there, your main job will be to strengthen your sacred gear. Isn't her sacred gear already incredibly powerful though? I asked. She can heal anything but disease or stamina with just a touch. What higher level was there for her to reach? She could all but bring back the dead in a flash. I'm aware of that. There's nothing wrong with her healing speed. The problem is the whole touching part. She can't help an injured ally if she can't get close to them, replied Azazel. I felt like I understood what he was getting at. Can Azia expand the range of her sacred gear? The press posed the very question that was on my mind. Azazel nodded. You've hit the mark, Riaz. It's a bit of a secret trick. You could call it a cheat, but if you want to maximize the Twilight healing, increasing its effective range is top priority. So can it be used across long distances too? I questioned, astonished. If so, it was even more incredible than I first thought. Azazel nodded. Based on the data my organization has gathered, it should theoretically be possible for Ozzy to release the Sacred Gear's aura to heal allies around her simultaneously. Seriously? If that was true, then Ozzy's role in the battlefield would be paramount. She wouldn't have to worry about chasing after us one by one, saving everyone a tremendous amount of time. It would give us infinitely more opportunities to counterattack. Just how extensive was Azazel's database on Sacred Gears? Did he really know how they all just worked? The drawback is that this will heal enemies as well. It would be good to find a way to discern between friends and foe. But then we got your personality to worry about, remarked Azazel. What's wrong with her personality? I demanded. The fallen angel's expression was stern. She's kind-hearted by nature. When she sees an injured opponent, she'll no doubt instinctively want to heal them too. That sentiment will get in the way of Sacred Gear's ability to distinguish between teammate and opponent. She might never be able to discern the two in this way. So that ranged healing technique I just mentioned could wind up being a double-edged sword. Still, it's something that we should make sure Ozzy can pull off. In other words, if Ozzy couldn't control the ranged healing technique, she'd restore enemies too. And to think that her kindness was at fault for that. The Sacred Gear system was just too cruel sometimes. That's why I sought out another possibility. Launching her healing aura. Do you mean that I could send my powers to someone nearby? Ozzy asking, making a cute flying gesture. Yeah. You should be able to hurl at a direct target. Say Issa was 10 meters away from you, badly injured. You can focus your power and cast it at him. If we consider that first technique I mentioned to be like a field, think of this as closer to tossing a ball. You won't need to touch someone directly to help him. A remote healing ability? Hey, come on now. That sounded amazing. That's great. Azia, you'll be able to aid everyone. I took her hands in my own, shaking them up and down in excitement. She looked remarkably pleased by this unexpected revelation too. It won't be as powerful as physical contact, but having the option is a strategic advantage nonetheless. With one or two people leading in the vanguard and someone to protect Ozzy in the rear, you'd be able to assemble an ideal formation. So Azazel was even dreaming up team compositions now? He must have spent a lot of time on this. The prez nodded in agreement. It's a simple approach, but most strong tactical arrangements are, for most familiars, the only healing techniques available are items like Phoenix Tears or special recovery potions. Azia's Sacred Gear is far more versatile and reliable than any of those. Exactly. You could even say Azia's Sacred Gear is your team-defining characteristic. Anyway, aside from working on those new techniques, you should improve your physical capabilities. Make sure you don't skimp on your basic training, got it? Azia nodded her head deeply at Azazel's instructions. Yes, I'll do my best. You can do it, Azia. I'll be your shield. I'll protect you. There was no way I was gonna let anyone lay a finger on my little sister's pearl white skin. You're up, Konako. Alright. Konako looked strangely excited. What's going on? She'd been so gloomy recently, but today, she was unusually upbeat. What was happening inside her head? You've got all the essential qualities of a rook, including your physical, defense, and offense. No, there's nothing wrong with your physical abilities, but there are stronger offensive fighters in this familia than you. Azazel stated matter-of-factly. I know, she said with a look of frustration. Did that perhaps bother her? But she was already head and shoulders more powerful than me. I thought her capable of besting Kiba or even Akano if she wanted. This familia's best attackers at present are Kiba, with his balance breaker and holy demon sword, and Zenobia, with her holy sword, the Durandal. Both are formidable weapons, and if we get Issei to unlock his balance breaker properly as well. I wasn't going to contest that Kiba and Zenobia were superior in matters of offense. They definitely outclassed me. Truthfully, I didn't know whether I would be able to properly unlock my balance breaker. Konako, I want you to focus on polishing your essential skills with the others, and on exposing what you sealed within you too. Just like Akano, if you don't accept yourself, you'll never be able to grow. Konako gave no response. The second that Azazel had said the word expose, her fighting fervor suddenly evaporated. What kind of power are we talking about here? What does she have that she needs revealing? Don't worry, knowing you, Konoko, you will be able to pull through this in a heartbeat. I encouraged casually, patting her on the head, but she quickly brushed my hand away. Don't make light of this. What a stern expression. I had never seen her look so harsh before. Had I just stepped on a landmine? I'd only been trying to encourage her, but it looked like my words had the opposite effect. With the atmosphere suddenly tense, Azazel glanced at his watch. Now then, last one up, Issei. Hold on a second. He should be here soon. The fallen angel paused there, glancing up at the sky. Uh-huh? What exactly am I supposed to wait for? Hold on. Is something coming? We all looked upward. At first, it didn't seem like there was anything there, but the next moment, a huge shadow appeared overhead. It was bearing down towards us at extreme speed. Whoa, it's massive. Could it be some kind of monster? A creature? A spirit? Are we under attack? My thoughts were racing. The earth shook as it landed directly in front of us. The force of the impact was so great that it threw me from my chair, flat on the ground. When the dust settled, there was a huge figure standing before us. It must have been at least 15 meters high. The creature possessed an enormous gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp fangs, muscular legs and feet, and a broad, mighty wings. I knew what it was. I've seen it countless times before. A similar creature dwelled within me. A dragon? I exclaimed. Azazel nodded. Spot on, Issei. This guy right here is a dragon. I knew it. I was staring at a real-life kaiju. It wasn't gonna burn me alive with his fiery breath, was it? It looked capable of laying the whole estate to waste if it wanted.
Azazel, what makes you think that you can trespass in demon territory with impunity?
The dragon questioned, its mouth twisting as it formed the words. Whoa, so it can talk? Ha, I'm here fair and square. I've got permission straight from the Demon King himself. You got a problem with that, Tannen? By the way they were addressing each other, Azazel seemed to know this dragon.
Very well. I'm only here because Sirzax asked me a favor. Don't forget that, fallen angel governor.
You get all that, Issei? This guy will be your teacher. Azazel said to me, pointing at the huge creature. Hold on a second there, Teach. Huh? What? What? This huge dragon? My eyes all but shot out from the sockets in shock. Was he serious here? This massive beast is gonna teach me? I thought you were going to instruct me, Teach. What gives?
It's been a long time, Drake. I'm guessing you could hear me in there.
The dragon called out to me, or strictly speaking, to the entity that resided within me. At that moment, my left arm began to glow red on its own accord. My boosted gear was activating.
It's good to hear a familiar voice, Tannen.
Drake responded so that everyone could hear us, his voice booming from the glowing jewel embedded in my gauntlet. Do you know this creature? I demanded.
Yeah. Do you remember when I told you the 5 great dragon kings? Tannen here used to be one of them. Back when they were the 6 great dragon kings. You might have seen his name in the Bible. This is him.
Oh, a dragon king. I recalled. Drake had mentioned that one of them might come after me someday. Scary stuff. Did that mean this huge guy here set me in his sights? Uh-oh. I've had enough of dragons. I didn't want to meet any more of them. Volley was enough to handle by himself. At this rate, I was going to get killed before I ever could build my harem.
Tannen was reincarnated as a demon, so the 6 great dragon kings became 5. He's now an ultimate class demon, one of the strongest around, Azazel stated.
So this dragon was a demon? Dragons could be reborn too? That must have been one massive boon for whoever managed such a trick. If he was an ultimate class demon, did that mean that he surpassed the Prez? From my perspective, standing before him, he certainly seemed to be. It was good to know that even reincarnated demons could climb to the top. Tanin, the Blaze Meteor Dragon, Azazel said by way of introduction. The strength of his fiery breath is said to be on par with the power of meteoric impact. He's one of few legendary dragons still alive today. Sorry about this, Tanin, but you've got to look after the Red Dragon Emperor kid for a while. I need you to teach him how to use his powers. But he's going to have to learn everything from scratch. Hold on. So I'm going to learn the ropes from a guy whose attacks are as strong as a falling star? Is that really okay? I mean, he's not going to kill me, right? Tanin let out a resigned sigh at this request. Wouldn't it be easiest to get Drake to teach him directly? You don't need me. There are limits to going down that path. No. He needs a real dragon to instruct him. Otherwise... You want real dragon combat. I see. So you say you want me to pick on this boy? Hey, pick on me. If a huge monster like Tanin decided to mess with me, I was done for. I never trained one of Drake's vessels. Tanin remarked happily, narrowing his eyes and breaking into a grin. He's going to kill me. There was no way I would be able to survive a training bout with a monster like him. I was basically as weak as any old human. I couldn't do this. Go easy on him, Tanin. My host is more pathetic than you could possibly imagine. Thank you, Drake. You are truly a wonderful partner. Oh, he won't die. Leave it to me. I'm doomed. No way I was going to survive this. That old dragon geezer just doesn't understand. Standing beside me, Azazel nodded in agreement. Don't just go along with this, I screamed internally. Can't you see that this is way beyond what I can handle? We need him to get ready in around 20 days human time. Ideally, I'd like for him to be able to use his balance breaker by then. Okay then, hang in there, Issei. Try not to bite the dust. With that, Azazel waved farewell and turned to leave. That fallen angel bastard was actually leaving me to perish. Now then, we have all got our own training regimens, so let's get started. The Prez said she had already forgotten about me. Understood. The others responded in unison as they stood up and went their separate ways. What? Huh? So that's it? Does no one have any qualms about sending me to train with a real-life dragon? No matter how you look at this, he's going to attack me. He could end up killing me. The Prez looked my way and gave me a thumbs up. Hang in there, Issei. My master was uncompromising when it came to training. Although she normally doted on me, when it came to this stuff, Rias was truly demonic. Lady Rias, can I use that mountain over there? That's where I want to take the kid. Tanin inquired, pointing towards a peak far off in the horizon. Of course. Train him well. Leave it to me. I'll hold him to the precipice of life and death. What? You essentially just let that monster pick my grave. Tanin grabbed me with his massive claw and took me into the air. We were flying. I had been snatched by a dragon. He was going to eat me for sure. Prez! I cried in desperation, but Rias merely waved back to me with a smile from down below. Grandpa, you're up in heaven, right? Somehow, I've been kidnapped by a monster who's carrying me across the sky. It's the summer of my second year in high school, the first page of the most crucial time of my youth. I'm going to have to spend it with a dragon on a lonely mountain. This place really was hell. Heaven, where my grandpa was supposedly to be, had never felt farther away. My long-awaited summer vacation. At the beginning of the year, Matsuda, Motohama, and I had each vowed that we would find girlfriends and have a raunchy rose-colored break. Where had I taken a misstep to end up being set on fire on top of an ungodly peak? Trees were sent flying, rocks fell around me, and a huge crater blasted into the ground beneath my feet. Wow. I desperately raced to dodge Tanin's lethal breath attack. Damn that old geezer. Even after I thought my eyes had run dry, tears still coursed down my cheeks. Each day was a terror from start to finish. I wasn't sure I could keep going like this. What kind of high school student had to put up with dodging scorching fireballs from a dragon for hours on end?
Come on, Red Dragon kiddo. If you don't pick up the pace, I'll reduce you to ash.
I can't turn to dust until I had sex with the Prez. I'm supposed to take her virginity, and I had to give her my chastity too. And I wanted to have some sexy times with Akano too. I wanted her maidenhood for my own. Plus, I was supposed to make babies with Zenobia. I had to get closer with Ozzy as well. There was so much I had left to do. So why was I wasting time battling death out in the middle of nowhere? We have been here for a few days now, and in that time, I have been reduced to a total wreck. I couldn't recall a time where I've been so exhausted, both mentally and physically. I mean, I was being chased around by this monster morning and night. On the rare occasion I tried to launch a counterattack, it was never enough to turn the tables. Whenever I attempted to strike those thick dragon scales, I only succeeded in hurting my own fist. Even my power transferring ability had proved pointless, and so I spent my time running and hiding. Anything less meant being roasted. Tanin's fire attacks were powerful enough to blow away chunks of the mountain in a single hit. If I took a direct blow, it would mean instant death. Ever since I offered my left arm for payment for my balance breaker during my battle with Visor Phoenix, whenever the amount of dragon power within me passed a certain threshold, my arm transformed into a dragon's claw. Fortunately, thanks to the bracelet-like item that I've received from Azazel, I was able to keep my limb in its original form. That fallen angel knew how to make all sorts of things. That said, it only worked in the Underworld. When I returned to the human realm, I would need to get the President Akano to suck out the dragon power through my fingers again. Despite how miserable it was, all this running was a great exercise. So far, I had managed to avoid taking a head-on strike from that dragon breath, but my tracksuit was in tatters and full of holes. Once my daily sparring was over with, it was time for basic training. It was mostly strength drills, and by the time we were finished, my whole body was screaming in agony. Still, it was better than being chased around by that grumpy old dragon, and I fared much better at it. I had to make my own meals. As I was unfamiliar with plants and the animals in the Underworld, I would only eat something that Tanin confirmed was safe. This meant that I subsisted on fish that I caught in the river and nuts I gathered from trees on the mountain. At some point, I even worked out how to light a fire with my demon powers. Yeah, my skills were improving. My life had definitely taken a serious turn, however. Whenever I caught a fish, I would cry out in joy like a castaway on a deserted island. It was bad. I was turning into a feral child. That was how I've been passing the past few days. Oh, how I wanted to see the Prez and talk to Azia and drink tea with Akano. There were no girls here. I couldn't think of a worse hell. How I'd longed for a lap pillow from the Prez. What I would have given to feel her thighs again. The only pleasures I had been able to enjoy since coming here were my delusions. Once the old dragon geezer was finished with me for the day, I would retreat to my dream world, where the present Ozzy would welcome me with open arms. Lately, I found myself fantasizing about them even while being chased down by Tanin. It was messed up. Another fireball raced towards me, destroying the boulder I've been hiding behind. Tanin had found me.
There you are. It's no use running. Fight back.
I can't. You're too strong. You're even stronger than Volley, aren't you?
Well, Folks often say I rival Demon Kings in terms of power.
See, he was a genuine monster. That bastard was a Demon King class. Why did I have to rough it like some survivalist in the mountains with an overpowered dragon? Damn it. I should have spent summer break on a beach with Matsuda and Monohama. I wanted women. I might have been surrounded by lovely beauties, but I have yet to unlock a single erotic scene with one. If only the President Akino would agree to become my girlfriend. Maybe I could throw some caution to the wind and confess my love to them, but I couldn't help but worry that they wouldn't accept such a declaration. Although, I was taken aback because I couldn't stop myself from having dirty delusions while running from the geezer dragon. I wouldn't have been able to cope with my present situation if not for those fantasies.
Oh, so you're going at it.
How's he keeping up? Came a familiar voice. When I glanced around, I spied the governor of the fallen angels. Delicious. Awesome. I rapidly devoured the president's handmade rice balls. She requested Azazel bring them to me. Awesome. These are Ria's handiwork, alright. A token of her love. Azia made me a box lunch too, which was equally fantastic.
Akino also prepared you a meal. You should eat that one as well.
She was practically competing with Ria's when she made it.
I guess absence really does make the heart grow fonder.
Azazel remarked, clapping me on my shoulder. Quit messing around. I'm close to dying here. This dragon guy is super strong. Sparring with someone powerful is fine, but he's going all out. I exclaimed while stuffing my mouth with rice. It was all just too hard. A kid used to modern luxury like me couldn't keep up fighting against a Demon King class opponent alone on a mountaintop. More importantly, I didn't even have the Prez's breast to sustain me. That geezer Tan-Nin doesn't know how to hold back. He's going to be my death. I'll expire without ever having lost my virginity.
Don't be a fool. Are you truly gonna let that happen so easily? If I felt like it, I could reduce you to ash in a single breath. The way to end this is simple. Use your balance breaker.
Tan-Nin insisted, his nostrils flaring. That's easy enough for you to say. You're the size of a monster. I'm practically a speck of dust compared to you.
And you call yourself the mightiest of Lady Rias' pawns. Don't make me laugh. Do you realize how many demons would kill to serve your master?
The press was undoubtedly a celebrity here in the Underworld. That outrageous reception for her at the train station had confirmed as much. As I thought about it, I realized it was true that many demons longed to serve her. I was pretty lucky in that respect. Yeah, it was a stroke of good fortune that I got to live with a wonderful, kind, and buxom lady. Ah, my beloved Prez. I wanted to marry her one day, but that was an impossible distant dream. I breathed out a sigh. Azazel looked over at my training records.
You've been doing your basic training too, right? Good. If you don't keep up with it, you won't be able to hone your body to the level necessary to reach your balance breaker. You still lack in a lot of areas. Your demon powers are no match for volley, so you've got no choice but to increase your strength.
He was right, of course. Volley was a descendant of a former demon king. As far as demon powers were concerned, he was untouchable. As for whether I could best him through brute strength, well, there was a vast gulf between his raw stats and mine. Back when I was fighting him, Volley looked like he was about to do something big. What was that? I asked Azazel. Whatever it was, he'd been moments away from unleashing something. Albion had even tried to keep him from doing it.
Ah, you mean his Juggernaut drive?
Is that like an even more powerful balance breaker or something?
No, there's nothing more powerful than a balance breaker. It is a Sacred Gear's ultimate form. However, some Sacred Gears are made by sealing certain magical entities within them, and they have their own unique restraints. Your boosted gear and Volley's divine dividing are both examples of that. The might of our sacred gears came from being sealed inside them. In other words, our dragons. Those entities are firmly sealed, but their abilities can be fully tapped into if the vessel knows how to use them. In the case of the red and white dragon emperors, to unleash those sealed powers is to unleash your juggernaut drive. Doing so would grant a level of strength compared to a god, through immense risk. It would greatly diminish your lifespan and deprive you of a sense of reason. So, you're saying it would make us go berserk? Yeah, you could end up destroying everything, including yourself. Mastering that much power is virtually impossible. I guess that volley would only be able to handle it for a few minutes. Given Albion's reluctance, he still would have been in extreme danger. Perhaps I'm not one to talk, considering I push my artificial sacred gears into burst states. But sacrificing your lifespan to get more out of your sacred gear is wrong. It's an accursed fighting style that can only be used by those who are as good as dead. You do well to never try such a thing. There was evident sorrow in Azazel's eyes. Could it be that he was worried about Volley? He had been his teacher for some time.
So the current White Dragon Emperor can handle his Juggernaut drive? That's a problem. If you don't catch up quick, Red Dragon Kiddo, he'll kill you. In the past, the first of the two heavenly dragons to awake their Juggernaut drive has always been victorious over the other. You can say that the early bird gets the worm.
Tanin said. Did that mean it was my turn to bite the big one? But I couldn't die yet. I still haven't fulfilled my dreams, my harem, getting promoted to the level of high-class demon. Heck, I wanted to become an ultimate class demon like Tanin. Simply learning that such a feat was possible was a huge deal. The only way I could see any of my aspirations achieved was if I continued training. But could I keep this up? Tanin was beyond powerful. I couldn't hope to win against him. He was a literal monster. I mean, his breath was fire. I wasn't some superhero who could shoot laser beams out of his hands. There was no comparing us. On a different topic, Issei, as Hazel began, his tone of voice suddenly turning formal. Yeah? What do you think about Akano? That came out of nowhere. What exactly did he mean? She's a good senior, I replied honestly. Sure, she could be a little sadistic at times, but she was usually so kind. And the way that she acted so pure now and then was incredibly cute. That isn't what I mean. As a woman, Azazel pressed. She's amazing. The kind of person I'd want for a girlfriend. Azazel nodded my unflinching response, seemingly relieved. I see. You know, part of my job is to watch over her for a buddy of mine. You mean her father? He's a subordinate of yours, right? Barkiol is more like an old comrade. Similar to Shimhazai. A buddy. We got up to a whole lot of crazy stuff back in the day. But while I was off having fun, everyone got hitched and started having kids. He let out a deep sigh. Was Azazel worried about still being single? Are you upset that everyone beat you to the punch? I questioned. That isn't it. I've got plenty of women. Despite his words, the fallen angel had a distant look on his face for a moment. Had I said something that I shouldn't have? The point is, I'm concerned about Akano. But I guess both she and Barkiol would probably say I'm sticking my nose where it shouldn't belong. You're a bit of a busybody, aren't you, Teach? You're going out of your way to train us all. I'm just a fallen angel with too much free time. It's my fault the White Dragon Emperor is as strong as he is. Personally, I didn't fault Azazel for that. You couldn't deny that he was undoubtedly a meddler, though. Especially when it came to me, Akano, and Volley. He had gone to great lengths for each of us. I didn't know too many of them, but I was sure Azazel was a rare sort of fallen angel.
How had he managed to become the leader of his faction? Anyway, I think I could leave Akano to you, Azazel finally admitted. Leave her? To me? What exactly was that supposed to mean? Did you want me to protect her in the raiding game in future battles? I had no objection to that. Part of a pawn's job was to guard their queen. You aren't the sharpest tool in the shed, but you're a good kid. A lovable fool, you could say. Most importantly, you don't hold her heritage against her. I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about. That's precisely what I'm getting at. If you let her wrap you around her little finger, we'd be in some serious trouble. Screw this up, and it'll affect your future prospects. And not to mention the bloodshed. People like you are good at winning the trust of those around you. So, in the end, no one will resent you. That's a unique privilege, or maybe a special talent. My brain was full of unformed questions, but I knew one thing for sure. Got it. I'll protect her, and I'll look out for the Prez too, and Ozzy as well. Good. I'll leave Akano to you then. The other problem is what to do with Konako. What about Konako? Azazel let out another sigh. What indeed? She's in a hurry. Perhaps, or it might be that she's questioning her abilities. Memories of Konako's odd behavior the past few days suddenly resurfaced in my mind. She looked so gloomy. What had been troubling her? She pushed herself too hard with training I gave her and collapsed this morning. She collapsed? Konako? I blurted out in alarm at this news. This was serious. I hope she was okay. Azia can heal physical injuries, but she can't do anything about someone's inner strength. Pushing oneself too hard is ultimately counterproductive, especially so when we have a limited time before your match. In that case, what about me? I'm getting chased around this mountain by a dragon. Aren't I overdoing it a little too? I asked, pointing towards my face. No matter how you looked at it, this kind of exercise was inhumane. Nah, you're fine. You're nowhere near your limit yet. Azazel retorted dismissively. Huh? Don't I matter? What did I do to deserve this kind of treatment? We should probably get going, Issei. I've been told to bring you back to the main Gremory residence for a bit. Sorry, Tanin. This kid's coming with me today. I'll have him back by tomorrow morning, Azazel said. Very well. I'll return to my own territory for a short while then. My draconian teacher replied. I thought I wasn't allowed to leave this mountain. Apparently, that wasn't true. Who ordered me to come back? The Prez? I inquired. Her mother, answered Azazel. The Prez's mother? What on earth could she want with me? Yes, turn there. No, that's not good. You need to move faster. Look, Issei, don't just stand there. Let's start again from the top. I was in one of the rooms in the annex building near the Gremory estate, doing my best at a dance rehearsal with Rias' mother. What am I doing here? After Azazel had dropped me off, Venelana had led me straight here. Before I had a chance to wonder what was happening, we started to practice. Never having danced in my life, it was a complete disaster. Rias' mother was wearing a dress, as she had been the previous times that I'd seen her. She was practically glued to me when we went through the steps. Now and then, I would brush up against her voluptuous breasts. They were wonderfully soft. I'm not sure how best to put this, but they had what felt like a mature elasticity and texture. I didn't quite understand the intricacies, but that was how they felt. In appearance, they were just like the Prezes. It was clear where Reyes had inherited hers from. Seriously, Venelana was incredibly cute. I mean, appearance-wise, she looked to be no older than I was. Plus, she had the same facial features as my beloved Prez. I couldn't help myself. This was a flaxen-haired Riaz. Better yet, the woman possessed her daughter's sense of style. Did I mention her tits were huge? Thank you, Mom. Thanks for passing your marvelous genes on to Riaz. Let's take a short break, Venelana said, pausing there. I took a seat, trying to catch my breath. My whole morning had been running for my life from Tanin. I was exhausted. Still, dance practice sure did beat dodging that monstrous old geezer's fireballs. The respite was actually a perfect chance to ask Venelana something that I've been wondering. I began clumsily. What is it? Why am I the only one doing this? Why not Kiba or Gasper? The same went for the special tutoring I had been receiving. If they wanted to turn me into a gentleman, then why were the other guys in the Familia exempt? Look, I wasn't going to deny that I was the least refined of us all, but still. As one would expect of a knight, Yuto Kiba has already mastered these skills, the Prez's mother responded. And for his part, Gasper is a member of a distinguished vampire family. His behavior may be somewhat questionable, but he understands the basics of etiquette. That leaves you, Issei, as the problem. Seeing as you hail from the common stock in the human realm, your behavior is unsurprising. But it will be an issue here if you can't cultivate your manners. You will be expected to engage in social events together with Riaz before long, so you must learn as many of our customs during your stay here as possible. Venelana's explanation left me speechless. I had to be making appearances? I thought servants weren't supposed to draw attention to themselves. The Prez and I will be mingling in high-class social circles? I balked at this very idea of what she was suggesting. Venelana quickly shifted her gaze, covering her mouth with her hand. Oops, I said too much. It's still too early for the discussions, yes? Putting that aside, you will have to stop calling her Prez. You are not at school, so you must address your master by her name. Not to mention that Riaz is... Oh, I almost stepped my boundary again. What's wrong with calling her Prez, I wondered. I called her that for so long. It's basically automatic. What about Lady Reyes? Or ma'am? That's better. Master would work just as well too. However, you would need to use a different title in private. Is Prez no good there? Think. Do you want her to despise you? If you can't figure out that much for yourself, then there's no hope for you. Venelana stated with a chuckle. Uh-oh, that was the last thing I wanted. I suppose both of you will feel kind of awkward if you suddenly started calling her something different. I'll allow you to refer to her as present for this trip only. Just remember, then you would need to start addressing Riaz properly in the future. All this talk of Riaz got me wondering what she was up to right now. Was she taking care of Konako? I was worried about her too, actually. Konako was my underclassman, so I would have liked to check in on her. There was no telling whether she appreciated my showing her concern, though. Can I ask you another question? What is it? Is Konako okay? Oh, yes. That's no more of a case of overexertion. She should recover with a couple days of rest, assured Venelana. I've been worried about her lately. She's been acting strangely since we came to the Underworld. That girl must be wrestling with how to face her own powers and identity. It's a difficult situation she finds herself in, but the answer is something that she must find on her own. Her own powers and identity? I repeated. What exactly does that mean? Now that you mention it, you haven't been part of Riaz's Familia for very long, have you? Yes, it's no wonder why you haven't heard. Then, allow me to fill you in. The Prez's mother sat across from me and recounted a story of two cats, sisters. The siblings were inseparable. They slept together, ate together, and played together. Bereaved of their parents, With no home of their own to return to and no one to rely on, they counted on each other to survive. One day, a demon picked up the two cats. The older of the two was made a member of the demon's familia, while the younger was permitted to live alongside them. It seemed like they found a way to live a decent and peaceful life. But then, according to Rias' mother, something unusual occurred. The older sister's powers continued to grow at an alarming rate, unlocking previously unseen abilities. Those powers only blossomed after the cat had been made into a demon. Those feline siblings were originally from a race that excels in sorcery, connected to phantoms and supernatural creatures. On top of that, the older sister developed an aptitude for a form of hermetic magic that only a select few ancient sages could achieve. Before long, the older sibling surpassed even the master in power. She was consumed by her abilities, morphing into an evil being that existed for blood and battle. Her strength continuously growing stronger, the cat slew her own master and became a stray. One of the most dangerous strays of all time. She destroyed every pursuit squad that was sent to dispatch her. Faced with no alternative, the demon leadership chose to call off their hunt temporarily. The younger sister was left behind, and she was held responsible for the destruction. Apparently, people thought that she would go on a rampage one day too. It was decided to put down the younger sister, and that's when Sir Zek stepped in. He convinced his fellow high-class demons that she was innocent. This resulted in him being made responsible for the younger sister. Despite escaping death, her siblings' betrayal, and the merciless persecution from the other demons left the younger cat spirit on the verge of collapse. It was truly a heartbreaking story. After the cat had lost her innocent smile and will to live, Sir Zex entrusted her to his youngest sister. When she met Riaz, that little feline began to regain her emotions little by little. Riaz eventually named her Konako. Venelana's story was about Konako's past. I had no words. In that case, Konako's really she's a former Yukai, a supernatural shapeshifter. Have you heard of Nekomata, the mythical two-tailed monster cat? She is the sole remaining descendant of the strongest form of Nekomata, a Nekoshu, with unparalleled skills not only in supernatural magic, but also harmonic sorcery. After finishing my dance practice, I made my way to the main estate, where Riaz greeted me. She popped out of nowhere, embracing me with a warm hug. It feels like ages since we last done this. We've only been apart for a few days, but I miss the scent of her hair. Issei smell. Sorry, I've been sweating a lot. It's fine. Your scent is the same as it always was. I've missed you, you know. She said, her eyes moist. Whoa, if you come out with lines like that, Prez, you'll make my heart skip a beat. I haven't been able to sleep by your side since we arrived in the Underworld. There have been no chances to hold you either. I can't imagine my life without you anymore. I'm a pitiful master, aren't I? Prez, is she becoming increasingly dependent on me? As her servant, I was honored. I couldn't imagine life without her either. That was why, even though my training on that lonely mountaintop was so painful and arduous, I was determined to keep going. Before I managed to say this to her, however. But I need to be patient. We both need to get stronger, Issei. Good luck with Tanin. Show his fiery breath what you're made of. Right. I'll do my best not to get burned to a crisp. I replied with tears in my eyes. Yeah, the Prez was uncompromising when it came to training. I understood. If that's what she wanted, then I would go all out or die trying. There was something I wanted to ask, however. Prez, how's Konako doing? Immediately, her expression clouded over. Come with me. Riaz led me to Konako's room. She had already spoken to her rook and told me to see for myself. Apparently, Akano was with Konako too. Her suite was spacious. When I entered the bedroom, I saw Akano standing by the bed, where Konako lay face down. My eyes fell upon what had sprouted from Konako's head, and I nearly gasped. Cat ears. I already knew that she was a Nekomata, but it was still a shock. She had real-life cat ears. They were so endearingly lovely. How adorable. Perhaps Konako normally hid them, and they only appeared now because she run herself ragged. This was no time about asking frivolous things like that. However, I was here to check on her condition. Issei, this isn't... Akano began to explain when she saw my reaction. It's alright. I've heard the story. I interrupted. Akano fell silent as I approached one side of the bed. Konako didn't look to have any wounds. Well, Izzy would have healed them, so that should have been obvious. Was this purely a case of exhaustion then? Hey, how are you feeling? I asked with a smile. What are you doing here? Konako mumbled, half opening her eyes. Her voice was sullen. I had never heard her so defeated. Was she angry at me for coming to see her? What if I said I was worried about you? Still sulking, she didn't respond. Konako, I've heard what happened, but you know, pushing yourself past your limits won't do any good. If you don't look after your body, well, maybe I'm not the one to be saying this after everything I've been through lately, but still, I want to, she murmured under her breath. I hadn't been able to make out the last part of the sentence. Huh? What was that? Then, pulling her head up to look straight at me, holding back tears, she declared, I want to be strong, in my mind and body, like Yuto and Zenobia and Akano, and like you, Issei. I don't have any special abilities like Azia's healing powers. At this rate, I won't be any use to anyone. I'm supposed to be a rook, and I'm the weakest of us all. I hate being so useless. Konako. So that was what had been bothering her. It's certainly true that Kiba was much stronger now than he had been just a short while ago. That Akano was incredibly powerful as their familia's queen, and that Gasper's ability allowed him to pause time. And while Azia might have not been an exceptionally skilled fighter, her restoration ability was beyond compare. As for me, I was weak under normal circumstances, but I had been saddled with a legendary dragon. Konako continued, tears streaking down her face. But I don't want to use it, this Nekomata power inside me. If I let it out, I'll end up like my sister. I don't want that to happen. This was the first time I saw her sob like this. She had never shown any emotion in the past, making this a huge shock. Konako's older sister had gone into a frenzy and killed her master. Then she had abandoned her own sister. According to Venelana, Konako had been through a lot. She must have been terrified, knowing that the same dangerous strength that had slain her sister's master lived within her too. Nonetheless, she wanted to grow stronger for battles ahead of us. Our Underworld training camp had forced these two conflicting ideals to clash. Konako had pushed herself beyond physical limits because she was intent on becoming stronger, without drawing out her latent abilities. She had a warm-hearted soul that cared deeply for her friends. It must have been harrowing for her to think that she couldn't be of use to us despite wanting to repay Rias for saving her. I could relate. I often felt frustrated with my weakness and inability to properly serve the prez. Akano shook her head before addressing me. Issei, let us handle this. But you're a kind person, Issei, but you need to learn to keep your distance. Besides, you need to get stronger too. I'm no different from Konako. The two of us will find a way to get through this together. If you accept who you are, you won't be able to move forward. We both understand this on a mental level. but we haven't been able to bring ourselves to fully embrace it yet. Just give us a little time, please. Akano detested the fallen angel blood that flowed through her veins. However, refusing its ability to command holy light would keep her at a permanent disadvantage. She and Konako were very much alike in that way. The two girls were struggling with great powers lying dormant inside them. Got it, Akano. Konako. I'll focus on doing the things only I can do. I bowed my head to look at them and left the room. We all had our challenges. We all had our own individual training regimens. We all had our own hurdles that we needed to overcome. Alright, we can do this. Akano, Konako, everyone, Prez. I'll dedicate myself to my training. I slept like a baby for the rest of the day before returning to the mountains the following morning. Ah! Explosion! The boosted power of my sacred gear flowed into my body, instantly enhancing my physical abilities. Let's see if you could dodge this. That old geezer Tanin shouted, opening his mouth wide. I nimbly dodged the rapid succession of fireballs that came flying my way and aimed my hand upward. Then I imagined myself launching a huge magic projectile, and I fired it, my dragon shot. A mass of demonic energy around half the size of my mentor surged straight towards him. This one had been even more powerful than the last one I used to demolish that mountain in the human world a while back. As a result, launching it all but wholly depleted my strength. One of my many weaknesses was that I only had a paltry amount of power to begin with, and I could only increase it so much. So you're finally starting to pick up a decent fight. That old geezer didn't show any sign of moving. Was he planning to catch the blast head on? Tanin crossed his arms, ready to receive the full brunt of the attack, before suddenly spawning a mighty gout of his fiery dragon breath back at me. What? The massive energy I hurled at him was sent veering off into the sky. Reset. At that moment, my boosted strength returned to normal, and a wave of fatigue swept over me. Tanin glanced at his smoking arms. Had my strike burned him? That was a fine blow. Your dragon powers have certainly increased compared to when we first met, as have your physical abilities. You've reached the point where we could play hide and seek all day long. Coming from that old geezer, that was a rare compliment. I fought to catch my ragged breath as I gulped down a mouthful of water from the canteen that I had strapped to my waist. It was a special liquid, one that not only quenched my thirst, but also charged my sacred gear with water to offset and weaken the effects of Tanin's fire breath. I had put a good bit of consideration into other strategies to withstand his attacks as well. My appearance was a mess. All that remained of my tracksuit were a few scraps that protected the most vulnerable parts of my body. My chest was all but completely exposed. Yeah, I had put on a bit of muscle. There was practically zero unnecessary fat remaining on me. For sustenance, I had been hunting animals and foraging all over the mountain for edible plants. You could say that I developed quite a wild side. One thing was for sure, I never expected to spend my summer break living like some hermit. Thanks to my newfound survivor skills, I had picked up on how to use my powers to light fires. Combining that with my sacred gear, I had even learned how to replicate some of Tanin's special fire moves. I literally had massive fire power. First chance I got, I was going to show everyone. A good amount of times had passed since I sworn an oath to myself in Konako's room. Our battle with the Sichi family was scheduled to take place on August 20th. It was now the 15th. We had only 5 more days. It was about time to wrap things up. It wouldn't be long until I was supposed to rejoin the others before the match to get some rest. After all, we will all probably need a little time to recover from my training before the big day. On top of that, I had learned that the Demon King would be hosting some special event beforehand too, to which our familia and those of the other up-and-coming demon youths had been invited. In other words, my training was over. We were out of time. You've done well thus far, but it's a pity we can't keep going. If we just had a few more days, we might be able to push you over the line. Tomorrow will be our final day, but I doubt it will be enough.
Tanin let out a resigned sigh. I knew what he meant. In terms of physical strength and my demonic powers, I had undoubtedly improved by leaps and bounds. Still, I hadn't managed to unlock my balance breaker. The goal line was still ahead of me.
In that case, I should be off. I'm also expected at the Demon King's banquet. We shall meet again, Issei Hyodo, Drake.
Tanin said to me in front of the main Gremory residence. He had given me a lift on his back. It was actually surprisingly comfortable, an overwhelming experience. Short though the journey was, it was unforgettable. Yeah, thanks again, Tanin. I'll see you soon, I replied.
Sorry for troubling you, Tanin. Until next time,
appended Drake.
Don't worry about it. It was fun. I got to work with the famous Red Dragon Emperor. This longevity of yours might not be such a bad thing after all. Oh, do you want to make your appearance at the party on my back?
Really? Are you sure? I questioned.
Yeah, it's no problem. I'll bring my familia members here on the day of. I'll get in touch with the Gremory household later with the details.
Who knew that old geezer could be so cool?
Alright then, I'll return tomorrow. Farewell.
With that, Tanin flapped his wings and took off. I waved back to him as he disappeared into the sky.
He's easy going for a Dragon King,
Drake mused. I think he's a good guy. Sure, he gave me one heck of a fright when I first saw him, but dragons are so awesome.
You and I are dragons too, you realize?
Sure, but there's no comparison to the majesty of a true flesh and blood one. I'm just a spindly former human possessed by his sacred gear.
I suppose that's true.
Right. Tanin's a real dragon. Hey, Issei. I turned around at the sound of a familiar voice and found Kiba approaching. He was wearing his tracksuit, but it too was torn to ribbons. It looked like I wasn't the only one who suffered a few rough weeks. His pretty boy face looked leaner and firmer than it had been before. You've been working out, Kiba remarked, staring at my naked chest. I raced to cover myself. Cut it out. What's with those eyes? Don't leer at me like that. For some reason, I felt like I was in danger. Seriously, this guy gave me the creeps sometimes. How cruel. I wanted to compliment your well-toned muscles. You haven't changed, have you? Yeah, I guess my body isn't made for putting on muscle. I'm jealous. Oh, Issei, Kiba. This time, it was a woman's voice that sounded Zenovia's. Huh? Why the hell is she covered in bandages? What happened to you? I asked nervously. The girl looked at herself before answering. Right, well, whenever I injure myself, I bandage it up and just keep going. Before long, I look like this. You look like a mummy, I exclaimed. How rude. I don't plan on being preserved like this forever, you know. That isn't what I meant. Evidently, the weeks of practice had done nothing to alter her strange way of thinking. That said, her aura was quieter and leaner than it had been before. Kiba's looked like it had grown stronger too. Huh? Has my ability to read people's demon power improved? Is this another benefit of my training with Tanin? Perhaps my senses have become more finely tuned after I had become one with the lands of the Underworld. Issei, Kiba, Zenobia. Someone called out from the entrance of the mansion. It was Azia, wearing her nun outfit. Ah, it was so good to see her again. Azia, I've missed you. Issei, put some clothes on. She stammered at the sight of my half-naked body. She saw me naked all the time,
So she must have been more flustered by the fact that we were all in the open than because she could see my body. Oh, you're all back. The next face to join us was the Prez. How I've longed for her. My Prez, my Riaz. She's just as beautiful as ever. Prez, I've missed you. Issei, you've been working out. Your chest is wider, she remarked, embracing me tightly. Oh, how I yearned to hold her soft body in my arms. Probably because I repressed my perverted inclinations during my mountain seclusion. Catching a scent of the woman I loved after such a long time filled my body with vigor. Yeah, there was nothing better than a girl's touch. Now then, everyone, come inside. After you all had a chance to shower and change into some fresh clothes, we will need to discuss your individual progress, said Riaz. And so I returned to civilized life after what felt like ages. Unfortunately, as ashamed as I was, I would have to report that I failed to unlock my balance breaker. It had been more than 2 weeks since every member of Ria's Gremory's familia had gathered together like this. After receiving my personalized training regimen from Rizazel, I had been spirited away to my mountain proving ground with Tanin. From the looks of things, the rest of the familia had gone their separate ways at the same time. As such, this was our first full reunion since the start of training camp. Strictly speaking, we had never been split up for so long. At least, not since I joined the familia. I couldn't comment on anything before then. Kiba, Zenobia, and I, who had been sent to remote locations for our training, met in my room after washing up and changing into fresh attire. Everyone else joined soon after. Why my room, you ask? Even I didn't know for sure. Apparently, it was the easiest place to access, and we weren't able to use the Prez's quarters for some reason. Perhaps she had something in there that we weren't allowed to see? In any event, now that we were all together, we began to discuss the fruits of our efforts. Kiba gave a detailed account of its time with his swordmaster, Zenobia recounted trials of her regimen, and I outlined the tale of my survival with the dragon Tanin. By comparison, I clearly had the worst. Kiba and Zenobia had left the estate, but from what they described, it sounded as though they stayed in a cottage or a villa, both owned by the House of Gremory. My story of scrounging up plants and hunting animals while avoiding the fury of a fire-blasting lizard seemed unimaginable to them. Huh? You're kidding, right? Am I the only one who had to rough it? I had to sleep out in the open, no blankets, no pillows, amid the gargantuan foliage of the underworld. Teach? Did no one else have to live out in the elements? I asked Azazel. Believe me, I'm just as surprised as you are. I thought you would run home crying before even reaching the halfway point. I wasn't expecting you to survive off the land. What? I had to hunt these rabbit-like things, and those boar creatures, and cook and kill myself. Boiling water to make sure it was clean became a regular chore for me. That's what I mean. You're a tough one. Tougher than most demons, in a certain sense. You monster. A dragon chased me around that mountain for weeks on end. Do you know how many times I was this close to dying up there? Do you? I wept tears of frustration. It was too unfair. All I wanted was to see the Prez. I covered myself in fallen leaves to sleep at night, imagining her precious warmth. It was so tough. But that old dragon wouldn't give me a break. He'd come after me while I was resting and set the whole forest on fire. I had to run for my life. If I didn't, he would have killed me. Gah. You poor thing, Issei. I'm glad you held it out. My, look how hardy you became. That mountain doesn't have a name, but I think I'll have to call it Mount Issei from now on. The Prez pulled my head close to her chest, embracing me. The soft touch of her breast wiped away the pain from the past few weeks. I was so surprised by her actions that I took her in my arms too, and hugged her back. Zazel was just too cruel. He had given me away to a dragon to be his plaything. I could still remember the sight of the Prez bidding me goodbye from below as Tanin carried me off. Now that I thought about it, what was that if not kidnapping?
No, your physical state seemed to have improved considerably. As you are now, it shouldn't take long to activate your balance breaker scale mail, but I'm guessing you haven't reached it yet.
Azazel didn't seem particularly disappointed by that.
Well, I always knew that this outcome was within the realm of possibility. Yeah, you don't need to act so shocked there, Issei. No one can reach their balance breaker without something drastic pushing them over the edge. I was hoping that pitting you in a life or death situation against a Dragon King class opponent might be able to do it, but I guess we didn't have enough time. If only there was another month.
Impossible. I couldn't live like that for another 4 weeks. I would die of loneliness for the Prez. Without her warmth now and then, I would lose all will to live. I buried my face in her chest. I couldn't do it. No. I didn't want to ever go on that mountain again. Reyes patted me on the head. Whoa, Prez.
Well, I guess it's fine. That's it for today's meeting. You got your party tomorrow. You're all dismissed for now,
Azazel stated, bringing our debriefing session to an end. Thus, the curtain fell on the time of the wilderness survivalist. That night, I found myself sharing a bed with Ozzy and Zenobia. Somehow, they both wound up sleeping with me. The two of them had insisted that they were unable to relax in their spacious suites alone, and so they had come to me. Ozzy was already sound asleep, probably because the bed was so wide. Zenobia was lying at a little distance away from me. She stared up blankly at the ceiling. I wondered if she was having difficulty passing out. Now that I thought about it, this was the first time she had ever slept in the same bed as me. Maybe that was why she couldn't doze off? What's wrong? Can't you fall asleep? I asked. I'm not used to sharing a bed with a man yet, even if there's nothing sexual about it. I guess I'm nervous. She could confess all that, but was still on the edge of lying next to me? Well, it wasn't like I didn't understand what she meant. Right, I mean, when the present Isaiah first started sleeping by my side, I was so excited I couldn't drift off either. Sharing a bed with someone of the opposite sex does that to you, I guess. I see. So this is natural then? Ozzy is incredible. It looks like she's resting so peacefully. Azia is, well, she always sleeps beside the Prez and me back home. I guess she was pretty embarrassed at first, but she's used to it now. Knowing she's there helps me relax too. Issei, don't leave me behind. The person in question murmured in her sleep. I can see why you and the president thinks that she's so cute. Zenobia chuckled. Right? Ozzy's unconscious face was the most adorable sight I have ever seen. Before I knew it, I too drifted off as the night wore on. The following evening, I found myself waiting in the drawing room, dressed in my cool academy uniform. It was the day of the banquet. With 12 hours to rest, I was feeling nearly back at full strength after my trials on that awful mountain. It had been a while since I last wore my uniform. Lately, it felt like tracksuits had become my everyday attire. It was really comfortable to be back in something else. I was also sporting an armband with the insignia of the House of Gremory on it. It was apparently necessary for attending the banquet. All the girls had been ushered off by maids. It will probably be a little while yet before they were ready. Both Kiba and Gasper had disappeared too, saying that they had something to take care of. Yodo? I glanced over my shoulder at the familiar voice and found Saji. Hold on, what was he doing here? I wasn't expecting to see you yet, I said. The chairwoman was going to the banquet with Riaz, so she wanted to talk with her, and I got dragged along for the ride. But I guess they needed to discuss it in private, so I was left to wander this mansion alone. The Gremory residence truly was gigantic and easy to get lost in. Saji took a seat beside me, his expression turning serious.
The match is coming up soon. Yeah, I've been training. Me too. The dragon chased me around a mountain for weeks. I see. You always do things the hard way, huh? Well, I had a tough few weeks too, I guess. Oh, so he went all in and getting stronger as well? It was only natural. Our performances could mean the difference between victory and defeat for our masters. I was ready. Saji scratched his cheek before continuing. Yodo, do you remember what happened at the Demon Youth Social last month? Yeah, what about it? The chairwoman and I was serious. My dream is to become a teacher. He blurted out, his face turning red. A teacher? What are you gonna teach? Saji's face flushed with embarrassment as he responded. The chairwoman wants to start a school here in the Underworld, specializing in raiding games. But unlike similar places, its doors will be open to everyone, accepting demons from all levels of nobility and commoners too. She said that demon society is slowly moving on from the traditions and prejudices. But there are so many people here who refuse to accept that kinds of change. That's why the current raiding game schools only invite those of high pedigree. Still, raiding games are equal ground for everyone, right? The Demon Kings say so anyway. I guess they technically are, but it's tough for a commoner to compete with the kind of experience and education of a high-class demon has access to. Considering the success of raiding games is often how demons from low-ranking backgrounds get promoted, well, you see the contradictions, yeah? People like us should get a fair shake and rise up. Though taken aback by Saji's fervor, I appreciated just how serious he was about this. It sounded like he was working to shape the future in his own way. The chairwoman wants to do something about that. She wants to show the world that even low-class demons can play raiding games. That's why she wants to build a school down here in the Underworld. She's been studying so hard to give the people who never had the opportunity to enter the limelight a chance to have a better life. Even if the odds are only 1%, anyone can become a high-class demon so long as they have a chance. Hyodo, that's why you and I are aiming for, right? Because we believe in the slim possibility? Yeah, he was spot on there. I had my sights set on becoming a high-class demon. Even if the world was entirely against me, I would turn it on its head. Saji raised his fist into the air. That's why I'm going to be a teacher here. I'll study everything I can, fight in the raiding game, and get tons of experience. That's how I'll become a teacher for pawns. The chairwoman wants my help. Even if someone like me can become a helpful instructor, I used to get into all sorts of stupid trouble. I made my life difficult for my parents, and I hate how I behaved. The chairwoman gave me a goal to work towards. I'll stay by her side for all my life, because her dream is my dream. Saji paused there for a moment, clearly bashful over his proclamation. I still haven't told my mom I'm a demon. When I mentioned to her that I would be a teacher, she cried. You. Maybe she didn't think I suited that kind of thing. But, it wasn't so bad. She looked relieved too. The two of us were both pawns, but we had very different paths. I hoped to become independent of my master, whereas Saji wished to serve her for the rest of his life. We might have both become demons at around the same time, but our aspirations were dissimilar. It was such a simple realization, and yet it struck me as almost miraculous. That's an awesome goal, Saji. Be the best teacher ever. Yeah, I'm going to have to beat you on our next match to get there, though. I see. Well, I'm sorry to break it to you, but we're the ones that are going to win. No, we are. Now that the higher-ups have made fools of us, we have to show them what we're made of. We both broke into laughter, but our gazes were unyielding. Neither of us was about to back down. Still, a teacher, huh? I suddenly thought of Azazel. I was pretty sure Saji wouldn't end up like him. By the way, Saji. Yeah? I raised my finger into the air. I've heard that a woman's nipples are like doorbells.
They cause her to make sounds when you press them. What? It looked like I caught his interest. His mind was as dirty as mine was. According to Azazel, breasts are objects of infinite possibilities. I wouldn't want to move on to the next one without rubbing them, squeezing them, digging my fingers into them. Hey, Hyodo, when am I going to squeeze my master's breasts? Saji questioned seriously. Who knows? It's not like I'm always touching mine. Once our luck starts piling up, then we'll be able to, probably. Saji grew close, fire burning in his eyes. Quit it with all that luck talk. None of it has fallen my way. No, you got it all wrong. Normally, the best I get is to sleep beside her, or to take a bath with her. I paused there, realizing I said too much. Saji looked at me in a state of deep shock. He hobbled unsteadily away from me, falling in his seat with a thud. The poor guy looked terrible. His eyes were frozen wide in shock, his whole body trembling. Sleep? Bathe? What? I've never even... Saji? Hey, come on. I called out to no response. He simply continued to murmur unintelligibly under his breath. Issei, sorry for keeping you waiting. Oh, Saji, you're here too? I turned around to find the Prez garbed in a gorgeous dress. All the other girls were too. Whoa, everyone was wearing beautiful makeup and eye-catching attires. Let's not forget about their hairstyles. They all looked like fairy tale princesses. Akira was wearing a Western-style dress today. Damn it, that was so incredibly cute, beyond lovely. Azia looked embarrassed, but no less lovely for it. It didn't seem like Zenobia was used to wearing formal outfits, but she clearly easily had passed for a well-bred young lady. Konoko's outfit was obviously stepped down in size, but that adorableness of hers was so intense that it could tempt any pervert to kidnapping her. The problem was Gasper. Why are you wearing a dress? I exclaimed. Yeah, he was in one as well. It suited him so much that I couldn't find the words. He said that there was something that he needed to do. Was it this? I mean, I wanted to wear it. Who could have guessed his cross-dressing hobby had reached this point? Saji, what is it? Chairwoman Sona, similarly dressed up, glanced suspiciously at Upon. He was still sulking. When everyone had finished changing into their formal clothes, the sound of a tremendous thud echoed through the garden. After a moment, a butler approached, stating, Master Tannin and his familia have arrived. As promised, the old geezer had come to pick us up. An impressive sight awaited us in the garden, including Tannin. Almost a dozen dragons sat perched, waiting for us. They were huge. It was incredible. I hadn't suspected that all the members of his familia were dragons. Here I am, Issei Hyodo, as promised, Tannin declared. Yeah, thanks, Tannin. So long as you're riding on our backs, I'll use a special barrier to keep your hair and clothes in order. I learned that women are tedious about that, the old geezer said. How considerate. He was undoubtedly a demon of the highest order. Thank you, Tannin, for offering to take us to the venue. Several members of Sona Citri's family are here too. Do you mind if they travel with us? The press asked. Oh, Lady Rias, you look splendid. You can leave your friends to me, replied Tannin. We all climbed onto the dragon's back and soared through the skies of the underworld. I got to sit on Tannin's head, the best seat in the house. I had a full view of everything for miles around as we made our journey. Whoa. As I suspected, the sights from above were fantastic. The Underworld had been a non-stop series of fantastical experiences like this, and I loved all of them. Except having a dragon hunt me across the mountaintop, that is. This vista atop a dragon goes beyond words, Drake mused. He used to be one too, after all. It is an indescribable feeling, isn't it, Drake? Tanin replied. Sadly, there are likely no more than 3 mighty dragons, still at large, myself included. Actually, I'm a reincarnated demon now, so that only leaves Ophis and Tiamat. The rest have either been defeated or locked away and gone into seclusion. Yulong and the mid-god Samor haven't showed their faces in eons. You, Albion, Fafnir, and Vitra have all been sealed into sacred gears. In every age, mighty dragons are brought low because people fear creatures like us. The old geezer's voice seemed forlorn.
Now that you mention it, how did you get reincarnated as a demon, Tanin? I inquired. The dragon's eyes turned serious.
Part of it is because there are no big battles to be fought anymore. I hope that by doing this, I will be able to fight in raiding games. However, I've got another reason.
Another one?
Have you ever heard of the dragon apple?
No, I'm guessing it's a kind of fruit that dragons eat?
There are a race of dragons who can only survive by consuming the dragon apples. They grow in the human realm, but they've gone extinct due to the dramatic environmental changes. Now they can only be found here in the Underworld. But you see, dragons have long been despised here by demons and fallen angels alike. There was no way that either faction would be given a fruit for free. That's why I chose to become a demon, to establish my territory where I could grow dragon apples. Attaining the rank of a high-class demon means that the demon can grant you land. That was my goal.
So you're saying that race of dragons lives in your territory?
Yeah. It's the only reason they haven't gone extinct. And I've been conducting research to find ways to cultivate dragon apples. It's an unusual plant, so it takes some time to study. But if those dragons are to have a future, we need to do all we can.
Incredible. He was willing to go that far to save another species of dragon? As far as I was concerned, he fully deserved his title as a Dragon King. You're a good dragon, I said. Tanin laughed.
A good dragon? That's the first time anyone called me something like that. And from the Red Dragon Emperor, no less. I'm honored. But you know, kid, all living things want to preserve their kind. There's nothing unique about that. Humans, demons, dragons, we're all the same. I'm only trying to save my kin. That's what someone who has power can do for those who don't.
Wow, I just been blindly chasing my dream of becoming a high-class demon. That and getting my own harem. I guess that kind of attitude is no good.
You're young, so no one will hold it against you. Many young men chased after ladies and money. Don't overdo it. But there's nothing wrong with that being your motivation. However, you'll be putting your talents to waste if a harem is your endgame, Issei Hyodo. Women naturally flock to strong men. The problem is acquiring both women and wealth. Perhaps this topic is too much for you, though. You're still young.
I couldn't deny that Tani was getting into some complex stuff. That said, I have met many great demons since coming to the Underworld, which had got me thinking. They've all lived their lives aiming towards a goal. Whether that was winning a tournament, rising to the rank of Demon King, saving dragons, or becoming a teacher. Each of them was a demon, but none sought the same thing. And me, a harem king? I still hope to be one someday, but it was probably time for me to move away from such a delusional idea and onto something more realistic. After all, there were a lot of prerequisites to becoming a master of Mangeria of women. As I continued to chat with Tanin, my slow brain wrestled with itself over the few complex notions. Eventually, a bright light grew visible on the horizon. It looked like we would be arriving soon. The luxurious high-rise hotel that served as site for the banquet was located in a large clearing within a massive forest on the edge of the Gremory territory. The scale was off the charts. I could make out the entirety of the grounds atop Tanin. It was so large that my hometown could easily fit within its parameter. The dragons who were ferrying us here set themselves down on what looked like to be a sports concourse. Several lights focused on Tanin, making him look like a monster from an old B movie. My familia and I will be making our way to the area set aside for oversized demons, he informed me. Thank you, Tanin. Thanks again, old man. As the president thanked him, Tanin took off once more, leading his dragon familia to the other area within the hotel grounds. The next thing we knew, a group of staff from the hotel appeared on the sports ground to pick us up, leading us to a limousine. This was just one colossal shock after another. The President Ozzy sat beside me, while the other members of the Citra familia took the back seat. Straightening my collar for me, the Prez began to explain. This hotel has a lot of facilities, and the military is waiting nearby. They're a lot stricter here than they are in the cities, do you understand? She pulled a comb from her expensive-looking handbag and began to tidy my hair, which must have gotten disheveled riding on Tanin's head. The wind hadn't felt particularly strong up there, but I probably had the old geezer's barrier to thank for that. Prez, what about Azazel? I questioned. He'll be joining us after meeting up with my brother and the others en route. It sounds like they established a bit of a friendship. It was good to hear that the big shots from each of the three factions were getting along with one another. I had broken out into a grin, but the president's expression remained stern. Perhaps you didn't hear it because you were up there on Tanin's head, but Sona had issued a declaration of war against us. I'll defeat you for the sake of my dream, she said. All that had happened on the flight over? I had been too focused on my view to notice. Her goal, to found a school, a reigning game school. The reason she went to the human world was to study the local teaching systems. She holds human academics in a high regard, as they allow anyone to enroll in them, regardless of birth or status. Sachi had said the same thing, that the chairwoman attended Kuo Academy in pursuit of her dream. You know, Prez, Saji mentioned something similar to me. He wants to become a teacher. He's serious. His eyes were practically glowing when he told me. Even so, we're going to win. We have our own ambitions, after all. The Prez's determination was unyielding. She wouldn't spare her opponent, not even if it were her friend. Looks like I'm going head-to-head with Saji then. Look out, buddy. I'm coming for you. Our limousine arrived at the hotel. Upon stepping out, we were greeted by a group of staff. Akano checked in for us at the front desk, and we made our way to the elevator. The party is on the top floor, Issei. If anyone from a distinguished family approaches, make sure you greet them properly, alright? Okay, but, Prez, the Demon King organized all this, right? For the demon use? That's just a pretext. We're not the stars tonight. In truth, this is an annual custom. Think of it more as a regular family gathering. My father and the other leaders probably thought to kill two birds with one stone by inviting us, but they're only there to enjoy themselves. They probably already made plans for 4 or 5 after parties. The fact that they're coming by themselves all but confirms it. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that they started drinking. Riaz trailed off there, clearly displeased. Akado and Kiba flashed just 4 smiles. The party hadn't even started yet, and the press was fed up with it. More specifically, she was pissed at the actions of her father and the other high-ranking demons. The Demon Kings officially hosted the celebration, yet it sounded more like a casual get-together than a type of high society event. This was an excuse for the bigwigs to unwind. The elevator came to a stop, and we stepped out into a pleasant banquet hall. The room was filled to the brim with demon conversations, and tables piled up with delicious food. And the ceiling, just as I expected, was dominated by a giant chandelier. Everywhere I went seemed to be filled with chandeliers lately. Hushed murmurs coursed through the hall as guests realized who had just entered. Princess Riaz, you're even more beautiful than I remember. Lord Sir Zex must be so proud. Everyone was staring at the Prez. She had said that they probably wouldn't make a big deal over us, but these people certainly look excited. I was in a good mood too, positively filled with pride. I mean, I was the guy who held this woman's breasts.
A wide grin spread across my face. What was this feeling of victory that had come over me? Maybe it was because I was the one who knew the deepest secrets of the girl I loved? There are so many people, Casper murmured, clinging tightly to my back. This again? Isn't he wearing that outfit precisely because he wants to show it off? What's the point of cross-dressing if he's afraid of anyone to see? I still couldn't understand his thinking. Perhaps it was my imagination, but I thought his fear of strangers had lessened a little. At the very least, he wasn't trying to run away, despite the curious gazes of so many people on us. Maybe his training had helped with that? Issei, we need to greet everyone. Uh-huh. My confusion must have been written large on my face, but it looked like there were a great many high-class demons who were eager to meet the legendary Red Dragon Emperor. Reyes led me through the hall, moving from one well-to-do demon to another. I was pleasantly surprised to find that the gentlemanly manners her mother had drilled into me were proving effective. Now that I was part of the Preses Familia, these social graces were essential skills. Thank you, Venelana. Because of you, I won't make a fool of myself. I'm exhausted. Now that the formalities were out of the way, I finally had a minute to myself. Azia, Gasper, and I were sitting at the table assigned to us in the corner of the room. The present Akano were a short distance away, conversating with other female demons. Kiba, damn him, was surrounded by ladies. That cursed pretty boy. Still, this was my first time attending an event like this, so like Ozzy and the others, I was completely drained. Now and then, a male demon would approach our table to greet Azia. Yeah, even here in the Underworld, people understood her level of cuteness. She was so adorable. Issei, Azia, Gasper, I brought food. Eat up. Zenobia, after having left her seat a moment ago, returned all but juggling more extravagant dishes than I could count. Sorry for making you run errands for us, Zenobia, I said in thanks. It's nothing. This is easy. You can do with the drink too, Azia. Thank you, Zenobia. I've never been to anything like this before. I'm so nervous my throat got dry. Azia whispered as she began to drink from the glass Zenobia handed her. I started working on the various dishes. Zenobia had handed me a set of chopsticks, which was a surprise. With many reincarnated demons present, the organizers must have arranged to have all forms of eating utensils on hand. No sooner had I dug in than a young girl wearing a dress appeared before me. She was all but glaring my way. Huh? Who is she? I felt as though I'd seen her somewhere before. You're... It's been a long while, hasn't it, Red Dragon Emperor? You're that roast chicken's sister. Yeah, she was Riser Phoenix's younger sibling. Seeing her brought back memories. How many months have it been? That's Rival Phoenix. Jeez. This is what I hate about low-class demons. She was incensed. Was she still ticked over the way the engagement had been called off? Sorry. So, how's your brother? I inquired. Ravel let out a sigh. Thanks to you, he hasn't stopped brooding. Getting beaten up and losing Rias were both huge shocks to him. I suppose that he relied too much on our family's unique abilities to win, and grew cocky for it. You might have taught him a valuable lesson. Ouch, that sounded tough. Even Riser's little sister was showing the guy no mercy. You're merciless, you know that? Aren't you a part of his familia? About that. I've been traded, so I'm in my mother's familia now. She gave Riser one of her unused pieces in exchange. She doesn't play in raiding games, and she said that she would train me again once I found someone whose familia I want to join. In other words, I'm essentially a free bishop. Traded? I wasn't familiar with that concept. Huh? You don't know? It's one of the rules of the raiding game. Kings can swap pieces, so long as they're both of the same type. I never heard anyone mention that before. By the way, Red Dragon Emperor,
Don't call me that. My name is Issei Hyodo. We're about the same age, right? You can address me normally. Everyone just calls me Issei. Despite what I said, Reva was a demon, which meant that she could probably freely change her appearance. The girl looked like a teenager, but she might have been older. No, judging from her behavior, she can't be an adult. Can I really call you by your name? Huh? What's that kind of reaction? She sounded almost happy. Impossible. Ravo always acted superior to me. Master Issei then. Master? Seriously, I'm not hung up on things like that. I insisted. No, it's important. This girl was even more incomprehensible than Zenobia. I couldn't keep up with her. That's when another familiar face chose to make their entrance. Ravo, a friend of Master Riser would like to speak to you. It was a woman who was part of Riser's familia. She was a bit older. Isabella, I think her name was. She had put up one heck of a fight until I used my dress break technique on her. The sight of her naked body was still fresh in my mind. Very well. Master Issei, why don't we have a cup of tea together next time? And maybe I could bake a cake for you? With that, she lifted the hem of her dress, curtsied, and hurried away. Yeah, I didn't understand her one bit. Hi there, Issei Hyodo. Isabella called out to me. You're Isabella, right? From Rise's Familia? Indeed. You dealt me a good blow last time. Yes, I remember it well. I hear you've grown stronger since then, too. Keep going. The mightier you become, the more I'll be able to boast about my own loss to you. Are you Ravel's escort? Well, something like that. Like my Master Riser, there are things Ravel finds difficult to deal with. Ever since your fight at the engagement party, you are all that she's able to talk about. Your fight with Master Riser left quite the impression on her. Isn't that just her way of complaining? I interfered with her siblings' plans and said some pretty thoughtless things to her too. No, quite the opposite. But you needn't worry. You'll understand sooner or later. Sure. Anyway, tell her that I'm fine for tea. Really? I appreciate that. I'm sure she'll be pleased to hear it. In that case, I'll leave you be. Enjoy yourself. With that, Isabella took her leave with a casual wave. Both of those women were complete enigmas. Still, there was no point in quarreling with Ravel, and all I had to agree was to a cup of tea, right? Issei, you have a lot of friends, don't you? Gaspar remarked with admiration. Is that what it looks like? I wasn't so sure. There was no denying that I met a lot of other demons over the past few months. Those encounters with demons from outside the present circle were precious to me. I learned about discrimination and prejudice, dragons, and more. It was all good knowledge to have. Power was important too, of course, but if I was going to catch up on Volley, I would need to learn all that I could. Sadly, my dim-witted brain was at its limit. Oh, how I wish to have been born with natural smarts. As I breathed a deep sigh, I caught the sight of a small figure sauntering past. It was Konako. For some reason, it appeared as though she wanted out of this party quickly. She looked to be preoccupied. Was something wrong? I found myself struck by a sense of unease. Azia, Zenobia, I'll be right back, I said. What is it? Azia asked. The Demon King will be greeting us all soon. Don't worry, I just want to say hello to someone I know. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, we'll be here. Zenobia accepted with a nod. Thanks. I had just lied to both of them, but only so that it wouldn't turn into a big deal. I stood up from my seat and took off after Konako. Did she take the elevator? Downstairs, maybe? The doors to one of the elevators slid open, and I rushed inside. At that moment, someone else stepped in. The Prez. What is it, Issei? You look pale. I saw Konako leaving, like she was chasing after something. You were so worried about her too. Okay then, let's go find her together. Yeah, but how did you know I was gonna take the elevator? The Prez responded to my question with a broad grin. Because I'm always watching you. The elevator went all the way down to the first floor. There, the Prez and I described Konako's appearance to anyone nearby, asking whether they seen her. After inquiring with a few people, we learned that she had been seen going outside. The Prez hurriedly summoned one of her bat familiars, releasing it into the sky. She and I waited by the fountain in the front of the entrance for her to return. My suspicions were correct. She was acting strangely. The Prez muttered. Yeah, but who would she have followed all the way out here? I wondered aloud. At my question, Rhea sank deep into thought. Judging by a grave expression, she must have been suspecting something serious. Or perhaps she had realized something? After a short while, her bat familiar returned. You found her? The forest? Surrounding the hotel? The forest? Konako, what are you doing out there? The Prez and I ran off in pursuit. Leaving the brightly lit hotel behind, we sped throughout the night-shrouded woods. The trees and foliage hindered our movement somewhat, but not enough that we couldn't run. Thanks to my survival lifestyle in the mountains, I was totally fine. Hazel, it's pretty crazy just to see how far I've come. After a few minutes of dashing through the forest, the Prez pulled me aside, and we hid in the shadow of a large tree. When I peeked my head out, I spotted Konako. She was scurrying around, tilting her head, glancing here and there. Clearly, she was searching for something. Perhaps after locating whatever she was hunting, Konako's gaze trained on something in the distance. The Prez and I followed her line of sight. It's been a long time, called an unfamiliar voice. Without making much of a sound, a woman dressed in a black kimono emerged from the shadows. In some ways, she reminded me of Konako. Hold on, she has cat ears? It can't be. I felt like I had hit on something important, but the Prez silently shushed me, motioning that it was the best to watch on quietly. You... Konako exclaimed, her whole body trembling in visible shock. Hello, Shirone. It's me, your sister. Shirone? I had never heard of that name before, but could it have been Konako's true one? Rias' mother told me that Konako was one that Rias had given her. Kuroka, sister. Konako squeaked out. It was Konako's sibling. I had thought that the two of them looked similar, and now I knew why. So this beautiful lady was the Nekomato who killed her master and became a stray? Will Konako look like her when she's older? Just trying to picture that was getting me riled up. A black cat appeared from the darkness, snuggling up against the woman's feet. I'm impressed you managed to find your way out here, Shirone. All it took was one black cat creeping into that party to lure you to meow. So that was it. Konako had caught sight of the cat during the party and followed it here. Kuroka, what is all this about? Konako's voice betrayed more than a hint of anger. Her sister, however, smiled back at her, unfazed. Don't make such a scary face. I just have a little business to take care of. I heard that a lot of big-name demons were holding a party here, so I thought I'd take a look. Meow. She held her hand up into the air like a cat's paw and gave Konako a wink. Whoa, talk about cute. Gah, don't pinch my cheek like that, Prez. Don't tell me this is a new member of Gremory's familia. Inquired someone new. Unfortunately, I recognized their voice. Suddenly, a pretty boy wearing a full set of what looked like ancient Chinese armor appeared before us. It was that monkey Biko, the descendant of Sun Wukong. He was Volley's buddy. What's he doing here? No, hold on. He's also a member of the Chaos Brigade. Are those terrorists planning an attack on this party? All of a sudden, Biko's gaze turned towards the present me. Had he realized that we were here? There's no point on trying to hide. People like Kuroka and me, with our hermetic sage magic, we could sense you through even the smallest chances of your ki. We've been so easily discovered. I didn't want to fight them here if it could be helped. Readying ourselves, the president and I emerged from the shadows of the tree. Konoko was startled at the sight of the both of us. Issei? President? Yo, you good for nothing monkey. How's Volley doing? I asked. He's doing just fine, but you look like you got a bit stronger. Huh? Can he tell that just by looking at me? Biko must have been able to sense my confusion, because he flashed me a grin. I told you, didn't I? I like to mess around with some sage magic. I can sense your ki, your life energy, at least to an extent. And your aura is stronger than when we last met. So that was it. If he was going to put the effort in saying as much, then my training must have paid off. By the way, Prez, what's sage magic? Is it the same as our demonic powers or magic from those magicians use? Riaz let out a deep sigh at my question before explaining. Sage magic is different from both our powers and those of magicians. Probably the most significant point of difference is that it focuses on ki, the primordial life force that flows through all living things. We call it our auras. Others call it their chakras. Sage magic uses that energy as its base. It has similarities and differences to both our abilities and the holy light used by angels. Its direct destructive potential isn't quite as potent as demon abilities, but it could draw the untapped force flowing through plants, animals, and even other people. It's said that even a proficient practitioner can track the movements of others over great distances by reading the subtle shifts on overall tapestry of their auras. Their ki, as they like to call it. By manipulating the flow of energy, you can strengthen your body both internally and externally, or disrupt the forces of all the trees around you to make them wither or bloom. Sage magic lets us manipulate ki of anything. After all, we could cut the flow off of the opponent's life force to damage them. Compare them with demon powers or other magician sorcery. There aren't a whole lot of ways to repair damage to one's spiritual essence. So most people hit with an attack like that end up dying. Meow. Konoko's sister gave me a cute wink as she wrapped up her explanation. She was so bubbly, but at the same time so foreboding. I didn't really understand the explanation particularly well, but altogether, they were saying that they made excellent scouts, right? And that they could exert control over their opponents using no more than a single finger. It was a lot to take in, but there was a more pressing question. What are you doing here? Is this a terrorist attack? I demanded outright. The two members of the Chaos Brigade broke into laughter. No, we didn't come here for anything like that. We've just been instructed to wait on standby here in the Underworld. We're off duty right now, and Kuroko wanted to take a peek at this demon party. She wouldn't be able to make her way home easily by herself, so that's why I'm here. Is that okay with you? This monkey guy was wasting his time blabbering on as much as he did. Still, so long as he wasn't lying, then it seemed like we weren't in any danger at the moment. Basically, Konoko's sister had sent a familiar, or whatever that black cat was, to spy on the party. Konoko had then stumbled on it by chance and followed it out here. Biko, who's this kid? Konoko's sister asked, pointing towards me. That's the Red Dragon Emperor. At this, the older Nekomata's eyes opened wide in surprise. Meow, really? So this is the breast-obsessed kid who beat Volley? That's what you think of me? Well, I suppose it's true. The breast-obsessed Red Dragon Emperor. I can live with that. Biko let out a yawn. Kuroka, let's head back. There's no point hanging around. They won't let us join the fun. Indeed. Let's return to base, but I'm taking Sharone with me now. seeing as I left her behind last time. Hey, come on now. That'll get on Volley's bad side, you know. Biko objected. I'm sure both Elphys and Volley would consent once they realize she possesses the same powers as Meow. You may be right there. Still. A pleased grin crept across Kuroka's face. That smile sent visible shudder through Konoko's petite body. She was terrified. I stepped between the two siblings and addressed the elder sister. Konoko's a valued member of Ria's Gremory's familia. I won't let you take her. Both Biko and Kuroka chuckled in amusement. That's pretty brave of you, but you see, you can't compete with Kuroka and me here. How's this sound? A special deal just this once? If you give us the girl, we'll get out of your hair. Sounds good? That damn monkey. What the heck is he blathering about? As if we would be okay with that. The Prez, her expression indignant, stepped forward. This girl is my servant. I won't allow you to so much as lay a finger on her. What are you saying? She's my sister. That gives Meow every right to take care of her. I won't give her to you, Miss High-Class Demon Lady. The atmosphere of the forest clearing suddenly underwent a complete change. Both the Prez and Konoko's sister were glaring at each other. It looked like things were about to explode at any moment. It was Kuroka whose expression was first to shift, her lips curling into a smirk. You're a pain, Meow. I should kill you now. At that moment, an inexplicable feeling washed over me. What's going on? It felt like I had been transported somewhere else. The scenery around us was unchanged, but the air and the mood were completely different. Kuroka, so you learn how to manipulate space in addition to sage magic? The Press asked, biting her lip in frustration. Uh-huh. Space? I still haven't mastered time yet, but space I can handle. Raising a barrier is easy, Meow. I've cut off the force from the outside, so no matter how much you show off in here, no one is going to know. Don't expect any help to arrive. We're going to slaughter you in here. Meow. Bye-bye. What? So we're trapped in this forest, and none of the others will even notice? Were the two of them too much for the present me? I wondered if trying to escape was the best option, but it sounded like that was impossible. At that moment, a voice erupted from high above. When I heard that Lady Rias and Issei Hyodo had entered the forest, I thought I'd better take a look. Who would have guessed they would be sealed inside a barrier like this? That voice. I looked up and found Tanin. That old dragon geezer. What perfect timing. Man, I was so relieved. He must have arrived right after Konoko's sister had sealed us in. What sinister aura. Such visitors aren't the kind who would be welcome at today's event, Tanin remarked. Biko, however, seemed to rejoice when he laid eyes on the dragon. Whoa. Well, if it isn't the old Dragon King. Tanin the Blaze Meteor Dragon. We're in deep water now, Kuroka. We're going to have to go all out here. You look pleased with yourself, monkey lad. Very well. Not even Ophis will complain if 2 dragon-class opponents are involved. 2? Is he counting me? Do I even have a say in this anymore? I'm done for. Kinto-un. Biko cried out, a golden cloud rising beneath his feet and carrying him into the sky to meet Tanin. And Yorbu. Next, a long staff appeared in his hands and flew straight for the dragon. Extend! The staff stretched as Biko flew towards Tanin, but the dragon evaded with a speed that belied his huge size. He's fast. How was he able to move so quickly with massive frame? Again! Once more, Biko extended his staff, chasing after Tanin. Nonetheless, the old geezer used his wings to somersault through the air, dodging the blows again before opening his mouth wide. Flames blanketed the sky. It was a heck of a lot more powerful than what he used in training with me. It was like the entire sky was burning. Azazel had said that Tanin's fire was so strong as a meteor impact.
More incredible yet was his agility. He was a gigantic monster, but he sure knew how to move. Come to think of it, he'd been swift during my training too, enough to keep me on my toes constantly. Are your Dragon King stats just completely maxed out?
No, he's still holding back there.
Drake said to me. Seriously? This isn't him going all out? I thought back incredulously.
If he unleashed his full potential, he would also end up destroying the party venue, not to mention us. He's a thoughtful one in his own way. There are very few people that would be able to stop him in this state, though.
Such an overpowered guy had been chasing me around the mountain. I was terrified for my past self. Once the blanketing flames dissipated, Biko was left floating in the air, his whole body smoking. Nice work, former Dragon King. He was laughing. His armor and clothes were completely charred black, but physically, he looked fine. How had he managed to survive an attack like that? Perhaps I should have expected as much from a descendant of a legendary Monkey King.
So you're the scion of Sun Wukong. You look pleased to be facing the Great Tanin.
The name's Biko. It's nice to meet you, Dragon Chief.
You sure do gibber like a monkey. Do you truly understand who you're up against?
I'm an heir of a legendary monster. I'm not going to lose so easily.
In any event, I'll be your opponent, monkey. Lady Riez, Ise Hyoto, you two take care of the cat. You should be capable of that much.
That was easy for him to say. Were we really gonna have to beat the feline lady? This will be fun. I'll take you on. Biko exclaimed, utterly thrilled.
Enough squealing. You are but a single measly baboon. You won't be any trouble. What happened to your pagan spirit friends? Did you break up with them?
You mean the descendants of Pigsy and Sandy? They're too conservative. Like everyone else in my family, the status quo suits them just fine. But I'm always looking for new ways to have fun. That's why the Chaos Brigade invited me to join. I was the first in line. And now I'm working with Volley, the White Dragon Emperor.
Your temperament certainly resembles your ancestors. What are you scheming at with the White Dragon Emperor? Rumor has it that your unit moves independently of others. And I hear that yours is the only team that Ophis didn't gift one of the serpents.
If you want to find out, you'll have to beat me.
Watch your tongue, monkey. This is the Underworld, the land of the dead. A perfect place for a small fry like you to repent.
The old dragon and the monkey began to wage a fierce battle midair. I wasn't worried about the outcome, as Tanin shouldn't have had any difficulty beating Biko. The problem was, Konoko's sister flashed us a bewitching smile. I could have sensed the evil aura surrounding her from a mile away. Azazel had black energy to him as well, but his was more one of vice than wickedness. However, this one was malevolence through and through, and the murderous intent was directed straight at Rias and me. Sis, I'll go with you. Please let them go. Why is Konako talking like that all of a sudden? What are you... I began before the Prez's voice drowned me out. What are you saying, Konako? You're my servant, a member of my familia. I won't allow it. She embraced the other girl in a hug. Konako, however, shook her head. It's no good. I know my sister. Her power rivals the strongest high-class demon. Not even you or Issei, even with the powers of a former Dragon King, against her sage magic and arcane powers, you won't be able to stop her. I don't care. I'm not going to hand you over to her. Not to this Nekomata who made your life so miserable. Kuroka smiled in response to the Prez's outrage. Why would a Yukai help another Yukai? No, not this time. I only want Shirone, to use her as my tool. I understand her powers much better than you could, Miss Crimson-Haired Demon Lady. Konako shook her head. No, I don't want them. Those dark powers, all they do is cause suffering. Her body was trembling, and tears were welling up in the corner of her eyes. The Prez tightened her embrace. Kuroka, your strength has blinded you. Those scars you've left on this child's heart will never be healed. When you slaughtered your master and disappeared from your sister's life, she was left with such agony. The first time I met her, there was nothing left inside. No emotions. The only family she ever knew betrayed her. She had no one to turn to, no future to rely on. Scorned by other demons. Despised and abused to a point where they were even preparing to end her life. She endured many hardships. That's why I want her to finally know joy. I want her to give a life of happiness. She's Konoko Tojo now, a rook of my familia, a treasured member of my household. I won't let you so much as touch her. At this, tears began to run down Konoko's face. Prez, I too was overcome with emotions by her love. She might have not been talking to me, but I wept as well. Those heartfelt words were more than a servant could ever hope for. The Prez was the best, the strongest woman in the world, and my idol. I don't want to go. I'm Konoko Tojo. Kuroka. Sis. I won't go with you. I want to live with President Riaz. I want to live. Konoko cried. Whatever ties she still had with Kuroka, that declaration cut them. Alright, if that's how it is, then I won't hold back either. I'll protect her. At this, Konoko's sister curled her lips in a bitter smile as a chilling, scornful laugh clawed up her throat. Then die. A thin, mist-like substance began to waft around Kuroka. It spread gradually through the air, moving towards us. It didn't stop there, however, slowly engulfing the entire forest. It wasn't so thick to shroud our vision, yet it brought a foreboding feeling and filled me with trepidation and a fearful shiver. The mere touch of this vapor. That was when the Prez collapsed to her knees by my side. What's going on? That's... Konoko was the next to drop, covering her mouth with her hands. Had they both just been attacked? So my fog doesn't work on the Red Dragon Emperor. It's poisonous, you see, to demons and yokai alike. I've diluted it a little to make them suffer a bit, while it spreads through their bodies. A quick death would be too merciful. I'm going to make this slow and painful. Meow. Before I knew it, Kuroka had leapt up to a tree branch above and was watching from her high perch. A poisoned mist? What a cruel, barbaric strategy. And so heartless. But it didn't work on me. Is this because of Dre? I didn't wholly understand the reason, but that didn't matter. The Prez hurled a magic projectile at Kuroka. The blast sped right past me. At least, that's what I thought at first. Judging by the Prez's reaction, her attack hadn't found its purchase. That was a decent shot, but no good. No. With my sage magic, I can easily fashion mirror images of myself. Echoed Kuroka's voice through several paces in the woods. Out of nowhere, a series of figures emerged from the mist one after another. Each of them a young woman dressed in a black kimono. They were all Kuroka. Illusions? They all looked so real that I couldn't even tell the genuine one from the fakes. And they all had the same powerful aura around them. If you can't read the flow of ki, you won't be able to win against a high-level practitioner of sage magic. Konoko coughed out, collapsing on all fours in pain. Was there nothing I could do to neutralize the poison? Would Azia's healing ability have been of use? I couldn't even be sure if it would work against something like this. Boosted gear. I raised my gauntlet-clad left arm into the air, and the usual voice didn't respond back. I glanced at the jewel, only to find it sapped of color, and filled not with light, but a grayish darkness. What's going on? Your sacred gear won't work here, partner. Come on, Drake. Why now of all times? I hurriedly thought back. It's entered an obscure state. Obscure? What on earth is that supposed to mean? Thanks to your training, You've reached a crossroads. One more push will probably be enough to change it. But I don't know whether that transformation will be regular power-up or your balance breaker.
So my sacred gear is stuck while it works out how to level up?
Yes, to put it simply. Now that the available options are multiplied so dramatically, the boosted gear system is uncertain of which option to pursue.
Does that mean I could choose one option or the other? What about both?
Anything's possible. You may be able to emerge victorious using a normal increase in strength, but you won't be able to achieve your balance breaker without a dramatical emotional shift. Just know this. Right now, you have an opportunity to unlock it. The rest is up to you.
That was all well and good, but what was I supposed to do? My sacred gear wanted some kind of major change? What exactly did it need? Had I known this would have happened, I would have asked Kiba what he had gone through when he released his. Hey Drake, will it matter if I forget my balance breaker for now and go for the regular power-up?
There's no telling when you'll be able to try it again. It may be months or even years before you get another chance.
Talk about a rare opportunity. Opting out of this shot at my balance breaker would be a colossal waste. Still, I didn't know what to do. Oh, how I wish someone would just tell me. Oh dear, itsy bitsy red dragon emperor can't activate his sacred gear, and I'm about to attack. Meow. With that, one of the Kuroka Persians stretched out her hand and released a massive powerful energy at the present Konako, who were already writhing in agony from the poison. Cut it out! I leaped between the girls and the blast to protect them. Gah! Devastating pain racked my body. Damn it, it hurt. It hurt. I'd taken the full force of that attack. A huge gash had been torn into my uniform, leaving my chest stark naked. A small stream of blood was running down my skin too. Ise. The press tried to take a step towards me, but Kuroka's toxin had weakened her to a point that she couldn't even stand properly. Prez, don't move. You'll make the poison spread quicker. Don't worry. That was nothing more than a... Before I could finish what I was saying, another surge of energy slammed into me. Unlike the first strike, I wasn't able to prepare myself this time. The agony was beyond anything I could have imagined. After only 2 hits, I was on my knees. This was bad. If Kuroka was this strong, I'd be down for the count after only a few more blows. How weak. And you're supposed to be Vali's rival? Did you really drive him off? Kuroka steered my way. How many times will I have to put up with people like her looking down on me? I thought sardonically. I'm pathetic. I can't even use my powers when I need to. It was always like this. When it came down to the wire, I was worthless. Helping Azia, saving the Prez. Everyone praised me for things like that, but the truth wasn't so rosy. Azia had died because of me. The Prez had wept on account of my failure. I failed to help them both in time. Both tragedies were my fault. Powers that wouldn't work until someone I cared about got hurt. That wasn't right. And now, it was about to repeat all over again. Konako was suffering. Because I wasn't strong enough, the people I cared about had to endure so much pain. In every instance, I've been able to help them on the second attempt thanks to the assistance of others. What kind of legendary dragon wasn't even able to help rescue those precious to him the first try? I won't let you hurt the Prez or Konako! I was thrown backward by another blast and sent crashing into a huge tree. Gah, a blow from behind. The pain was so great that I felt my consciousness wavering for a moment. I couldn't move. More than the aching, the shock to my spine had left me immobile. I was still alert, but that was all. Damn it. I cried. Not from pain. I was so unsightly, so pathetic that I couldn't stop myself from weeping. I was beyond mortifying. Unable to call up my powers even when driven into a corner. I didn't want anyone to get hurt. I didn't want to lose my friends. Yet, I couldn't draw on my abilities until it was already too late. Sobbing tears of frustration, I crawled along the ground where Konako and the Prez lay. Reaching them, I did everything I could to muster my energy.
Ignoring the pain was best I was able. I pulled myself on my shaky legs. Okay, I can at least still stand. But still, the tears wouldn't stop. I don't care if you're her sister. I won't forgive anyone who makes Konako cry, I declared. However, it only served to amuse Kuroka. That's rich coming from a weak, miserable creature like you. Poor Sharone. It must be nice having a cool, gallant prince brandish a sword in your defense. But a mud-caked, blood-soaked imbecile like you, you're disgusting, meow. Issei, Konako murmured. I gave her a forced smile. Konako, I might be the vessel of a legendary dragon, but I can't do anything. If I only been stronger when Ozzy and the press needed me, if I had been able to use the dragon's power, I might have been able to protect them both. But as a demon, I'm useless, incompetent. Even when the chips were down, I couldn't activate my sacred gear. Honestly, what was I even doing? All of the previous vessels of the Red Dragon Emperor were able to unlock the balance breakers quickly. I'm the only one that has spent months on it. I still haven't managed to pull it off. I knew it would be like this. I knew from the very beginning. The Red Dragon Emperor is supposed to be incredible, but I'm still unreliable. I'm useless. I'm a waste of a demon. I'm not good enough. There's nothing I could do, Konako. The white-haired girl shook her head, however. You aren't worthless, Issei. Don't you know? Most of the previous Red Dragon Emperor's hosts drowned in their might. They were swallowed up by it. My sister is the same. Even if you have power, you'll end up losing control without a kind heart. But you're gentle, Issei. Even if you aren't as strong, I think it's wonderful. You're probably the first nice Red Dragon Emperor, so... She paused there, smiling at me despite her pain. Be a gentle Welsh dragon. Konako, Hearing those words, I came to a sudden realization. Prez, I know what I need to do to unlock my balance breaker. Yes, I could see the truth in what Konako had said. But I'm going to need your help, Prez. If I could borrow her power. Alright, I'll do anything I can. What should I do? Though clearly in agony from the toxin, Riaz nodded to my request. Affirming my resolve, I took a deep breath and stated, Please let me touch your breasts. The Prez was left speechless by my request. Nonetheless, after giving it some thought, a look of determination filled her eyes. Okay, if that's what you need. I was taken aback by how willing she consented. This was insane. Was she truly going to go along with it? She wasn't joking? I could really dig my fingers into them? Really? I can touch them? I could push them with my fingertips? You're okay with that? With trembling hands, she pulled down the top of her dress, offering me her glorious naked chest. With nothing left to hold them in place, they bounced up and down wonderfully. My nose spurted blood at this raw, beautiful sight. Be quick. This is embarrassing. Her complexion was both pale from the poison and scarlet with bashfulness. I'm sorry, Prez. I had no idea it would turn out like this. Hey, what are you doing? We're in the middle of a battle. Tanin gawked from above. Old man, cover me while I poke the Prez's nipples. The old dragon's eyes all but popped out of his head at this. Poke her nipples? Poke them, you say? Did you forget we're fighting? If I do this, there's a good chance I might unlock my balance breaker. So all that training I gave you meant nothing. You're a bigger fool than I thought. This time, it was Kuroka's turn to look at us with a bewildered expression. Hey, Biko. What kind of strategy is this? Ria's Gremory is flashing her breasts, like she's planning to get up to something nasty with the Red Dragon Emperor. How would I know? The Red Dragon Emperor's mind works in a completely different plane of existence from ours. Biko replied. That impertinent monkey. I was being serious. If I was going to unlock my balance breaker, the most surefire way was through the Prez's boobs. My conversation with Azazel had left a dramatic impression on me, and the first substantial change that came to mind after talking with Konako was feeling up Reyes' tits. I mean, that was all that I've been able to think about since Azazel suggested that idea to me. I was totally possessed by the thought, if I poked them, I was sure to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Unfortunately, with those breasts directly in front of me, I found myself wavering. Uh-oh, this was bad. Oh, geezer, I'm in trouble. I called back to Tanine.
What now?
The dragon shouted back. This was the kind of dilemma best entrusted to a former Dragon King. Right or left? Which one do I choose?
You idiot. They're both the same. Just do it already.
Damn you. There is a difference. This is important. My first pair of breasts. My life depends on this. Seriously, answer me. For some reason, I found myself arguing with Tanine over this. He just didn't understand. The choice was paramount. Prez, what do you think? Now that it had come to this, I had no choice but to ask the person in question herself. Idiot. Just grab both of them at the same time. What a revolutionary idea. My master's response was music to my ears. I aimed my index finger at both of her breasts. This was it. I couldn't miss. My body was in bad shape from Kuroka's attacks, but the prospect of pushing my fingers into those breasts had reinvigorated me. Then, catching my breath, I stepped forward. The elasticity, the softness, the texture of her skin. Yeah, the Prez's tits were the best. Without pushing too hard, I gently buried my fingers into them. I burst into a nosebleed at the sight of her flesh wrapping around my fingers, and then... Her voice leaked out. It was a small sound, but I heard it all the same. Inside me, something earth-shattering began to burst open and spread until it took over my mind. Amid my tears, I saw it. The beginning of the universe.
You've done it. You've really done it.
Drake rejoiced inside of me.
Welsh Dragon, Balance Breaker.
The light had returned to the jewel embedded in my gauntlet. No, it was glowing with an intensity I'd never seen before. Its aura enveloped my whole body. You are the worst. A disgusting red dragon emperor. Though her face was ghastly pale, Konako still managed to lay into me. Forgive me. I know. I'm the most lecherous of red dragon emperors. At this moment, the energy that wrapped around my body solidified into a crimson armor. My balance breaker, the boosted gear scale mail. I've unlocked it thanks to my master's breasts. My aura released into a tremendous explosion of power, blowing away the fog surrounding me and gouging a crater into the ground. Alright, now this is power. My balance breaker.
Good work, partner. But you're an awful one, that's for sure. You're gonna make me cry for real sooner or later.
Drake praised. He had no face, but I got the feeling there were tears in his eyes. Thanks. And sorry for being such a pervert. So, what's my status? I inquired mentally.
You should be able to maintain your current state for 30 minutes. Your training has paid off. Considering how weak you were to start with, that's a decent length of time.
How many times can I use my power to the max?
If you go that far, you'll likely burn out within 5 minutes. That gives you 5 attempts at most. By the 6th one, you will be as good as spent. The same goes for transferring your strength.
So, if I use my powers well, I could fight for around 15 minutes then?
You won't need that much. Look, stick out your hand and try throwing an energy ball like you usually do.
I did as instructed, pointing my arm at Konako's sister. An energy field launched immediately, passing right by its target and disappearing far into the forest. And then, a brilliant flash of red light filled my vision. The roar of a tremendous explosion, though far in the distance, ripped through the area. Huh? What? I didn't know how to react. The shockwave dissipated the rest of Kuroka's fog instantly.
Ha ha ha! It's been a long time since I seen that, Issei Hyodo. You destroyed an entire mountain ahead, not to mention the barrier closing us in here.
Tanin called from above. A mountain? I wiped out a whole mountain from the face of the earth? I hadn't even put that much effort into that.
With that kind of attack, you can channel your power coursing through your aura into your hands. You can't store much, though. A rapid fire isn't an option. Ha ha ha! At last, I see. What raw power. That's what good aura does for you.
Tanin exclaimed while laughing. Thanks, old geezer. Your training sessions really paid off. If Kuroka's spatial enclosure was gone, everyone outside probably realized what was going on here. Curiously, Kuroka started to howl in delight. This is fun. Then how about we try mixing sage magic with yokai abilities? She said, a different power gathering in each of her fists. Like that, she began to loose alternating waves of two forms of energy. I met them all head on. I felt the impacts of the strikes, but there was no pain. Smoke billowing up from my armor, but it was undamaged, as durable and robust as ever. Is that it? I taunted. Kuroka's eyes widened in shock to see that I had suffered no damage. It didn't do anything. Impossible. I put a lot of yokai power into that. I leapt forward, closing the distance between us in an instant. Don't get cocky. Kuroka hurled more surges of power at me, but I plowed through them, flicking them away as I drew near. I slammed my fist forward, but stopped it just a hair away from her nose. The air around us vibrated audibly, the leaves from the trees trembling loudly from the force. Then, standing directly in front of my awestruck opponent, I stated, "Don't you dare make my cute underclassmen cry. The next time you come after her, I won't hold back. You may be a woman, Koneko's sister even, but you're my enemy." The second I pulled away, Kuroka immediately sprang back to get away from me. You damn brat. She could curse at me all she wanted, but I could see the fear in her eyes. She was probably terrified by the sense of immense pressure my armor was giving off. At times like this, a full body set of intimidating armor could prove surprisingly effective. Watching from a short distance away, Biko broke into a shrill laughter. Now we're talking. 2 dragon kingpins. I ain't gonna lie, I'm enjoying this. He spun his staff over his head, clearly willing to keep on fighting. Was he obsessed with combat the way that Volley was? Seriously, why did my opponents have to be this level of crazy? There was better ways to pass time than fighting. Didn't they want to be popular with the ladies? Our values are so different that I couldn't even understand his motives at all. No matter how I thought about it, there was nothing more fun than rubbing the press's breasts. Well, anyway, it probably wouldn't be too hard for me to take him down now. With Kuroka's fog out of the way, the present Koneko looked to be on the mend. Which meant it was 4 against 2. We could do this. It wouldn't be too long that the others came to help us, now that Kuroka's barrier was gone. But just as we readied ourselves to keep going, a rift opened up in the air before us. What? A young, bespectacled man wearing a suit emerged from the spatial tear. In his hands, he gripped a blade charged with an incredible sacred aura. Hold on there. Is that a holy sword? That's enough, Biko, Kuroka. The other demons are aware of your presence, he said. Was he an ally? Another member of the Chaos Brigade? Biko glided down from above. You're Volley's attendant, right? The man let out a sigh. Kuroka was taking longer than expected, so I came to check on her. And now I find Biko here too. What exactly are you two doing?
Everyone, stay back. That weapon he's holding is dangerous.
Tanin called out to us.
It's the Call brand. Though you may know it as the name Caliburn, the most powerful holy sword ever made. To think that it's now under the control of the White Dragon Emperor.
The old dragon let out a wry chuckle. The strongest holy sword in the world? Did that mean that was mightier than Kiba's and Zenovia's swords too?
And that second one, it's also a holy sword, no?
Tanin questioned. The man motioned to the other weapon sheathed at his waist. This is a recently rediscovered final Excalibur, the strongest of the seven, Excalibur ruler. An Excalibur? From what I had heard, the original Excalibur had been broken into 7 pieces in the distant past, but one of them had been long missing. Was this really it? Are you fine spilling all that? Kuroka asked him. The man nodded. Oh yeah, in truth, I'm quite interested in this group myself. Red Dragon Emperor, do pass my greetings along to your holy demon sword wielder and the lady with the Durandal, won't you? I would like to face them myself one day. One swordsman to another. What a fearless attitude. I wondered how Kiba and Zenobia would react when they heard about this guy. Now, let's be off then. With that, the man cut another rift through the air with the collar brand, wide enough for several people to pass through. Farewell for now, Red Dragon Emperor. The bespectacled man and Volley's 2 comrades disappeared through the spatial tear. Shortly afterward, the other demons from the party, sensing trouble, came to meet us, and the festivities were abruptly cancelled due to the attack from the Chaos Brigade. Now that's a blunder. This was the first thing my deputy, Lieutenant Governor Shimhazai, said upon entering the conference room in the Demon King's territory. That's an understatement, thought I, Azazel, as I sipped from my cup of tea. On the day of the Demon King's little party, the Chaos Brigade had launched an attack. More precisely, they intruded upon demonic terrain, and the situation had progressed into an attack. No one had anticipated that Kuroka, the super S-rank strike demon, wanted throughout the Underworld, might use a familiar to spy on the party from within. Fortunately, Rias Gremory's familia and the ultimate class demon Tanin drove her off. The situation was resolved with minimal damage, but the security at the party had been easily exploited. This caused the major powers to call into question the strictness of demon safety measures. And so Shimhazai was incensed, as were the seraphs of heaven. Well, I couldn't say I was happy with it either, but I had no right to criticize them, seeing as I left myself get preoccupied in the hotel's casino while the whole thing unfolded. Still, this was a violation of our treaty, and so soon was a problem. A serious one. Shimhazai continued his report. The intruders, Biko, Kuroka, and the user of the Holy Sword Brand, belong to the Chaos Brigade Special Autonomous Unit, Team Volley. The 3 of those individuals possessed by enormous power and strength, and the way these demons have been managing the situation. Shimhazai could go on for hours when he got wound up like this. Now we were in for it. The incident was already under control. Rias and Konako had been exposed to poison, but fortunately, they received immediate treatment and suffered only minor illness. Heck, given that everyone was safe and well, this could be viewed as a fortunate miscalculation on the part of the Chaos Brigade. Thanks to them, Issei managed to unlock his balance breaker. Everyone here understood that. The Demon King's precious little sister was safe, and the Red Dragon Emperor had taken his first significant step forward. The party might have been cancelled, but this was a big win on the broader scheme of things. Across the room from me sat Tanin, in a miniaturized form, and the other big-name demons, eagerly discussing the upcoming contest between Sona Citri and Rias Gremory. I guess I'll throw my weight behind Lady Rias. After all, I trained the Red Dragon Emperor personally, and he wants to fight for her. He's an interesting kid, obsessed with breasts. The knowledge that Azazel had brought to the rating games looks like it would usher a veritable revolution. They might upend the rankings within a year at this rate. That would be nice. The top 10 hasn't changed in decades. We might finally get something interesting to watch for once. Since our agreement, There had been zero tension between us. Were the three great powers really fine with things like this? The doors of the room suddenly swung open, and all fell into dumbfounded silence. Don't you striplings know how to greet an old man properly? It was the one-eyed elderly figure wearing a worn hat, with a white beard so long that it almost reached the floor, though he didn't look to have any trouble with his back. Odin. Yes, indeed. This was the great Norse god himself, Odin. An armor-clad maiden, a Valkyrie, was accompanying him. Oh, long time no see, you old northern country goat. Odin stroked his whiskers with a provocative greeting. Indeed, fallen angel brat. You seem to be cozying up with your longtime foes. Don't tell me you're up to no good again. Ha! Unlike you old Norse god codgers, with your endless rules and customs, we're open to new ways of thinking. We decided to give up on pointless animosity and focus on growth and progress. Weak. That's the mentality of a beaten dog. You're no more than a gathering of aimless children, lost without your god and demon kings. That old bastard. His tongue was as sharp as ever. It's called standing on your own 2 feet, you wrinkly scumbag. Watching you youngins fooling around like this, it's enough to make me laugh. This wasn't going to get us anywhere. Thankfully, at that moment, Sir Zex stood up from his seat to greet the old fart. Welcome, Odin, great lord of the North. Sir Zex, I'm here for your invitation to watch the reigning games of yours, but I see that you're having a hard time of things. The White Dragon Emperor is the offspring of the original Lucifer, and a terrorist no less. You demons have an uncertain future ahead of you. Odin's voice was dripping with mockery, but Sir Zex's smile remained unwavering. Next, Odin shifted his gaze to Seraphal. By the way, Seraphal, what exactly is that outfit supposed to be? The woman in question was dressed as a magical girl from Japanese television anime. She was a cosplayer through and through. Oh, Mr. Odin, don't you know I'm a magical girl? She declared, spinning around and making a peace sign with her fingers. Did she realize that she was addressing an old Norse god? So this is what passes for popular among you youngins these days. Not bad. Yes, not bad at all. That ancient leecher, cupping his chin with his hand, he was all but ogling Seraphal's legs and panties. The Valkyrie maiden placed herself between the Norse god and the Demon King. Lord Odin, you mustn't be so lewd. Think of what you would do in the name of Valhalla. Jeez, you're so uptight. This is why you can never find a good hero to date. The Valkyrie broke into tears at Odin's harsh comment. Hey, what's with these two? I'm just an old warrior maiden with no history of love or relationships. You think I don't want a boyfriend? I do. Odin let out a deep sigh. That dusty fossil. Didn't he know that you should only make a young woman cry in bed? Sorry about her. This is my current attendant. She has a nice figure, but she's too stuffy. She can't attract a man either. Just how did the stick in the mud select his staff? How was she supposed to protect him? She would have made a good straight man for him in the comedy industry. Odin turned to Sir Zex. I know all about what's going on, Sir Zex, Seraphal. Your siblings are going to fight, no? Making your precious sisters wage in a war against each other for your own entertainment. And 2 friends, no less. You truly are demons in every sense of the word. If she can't pull through the trial like this, the future of demonkind will stagnate. My Sona is going to win, of course. Each Demon King was convinced that their sibling would emerge triumphantly. Well then, Odin began, brazenly sitting himself down in an empty seat. Your scuffle with the Chaos Brigade is all well and good, but I'm here to watch your rating games. When is it going to start? All talk about the incident at the party was postponed, and the topic of conversation turned to the upcoming match. Guests from each of the 3 major factions, as well as other groups, had been invited to observe after all. I stood up from my seat for a moment to take a break and made my way to the sofa out in the corridor. All this discussion with important figures in the conference room was making my shoulders feel stiff. Before long, Sir Zex joined me. Had he decided to slip out too? He sat down by my side before addressing me. Azazel, do you mind if I ask you something before the rating game? What? If you were facing Rias, which of her familiar members would you remove from the playing field? Issei, of course. His absence would affect everyone else. Issei's the one that keeps them all fired up after all. A positive mindset was vital when it came to battle. It wasn't uncommon for that alone to shift the balance in the match, to decisively destroy the opposing team's sense of stability. Or the opposite too. Issei was an emotional pillar for Rias and the others. I could understand why. He was constantly throwing himself into everything he did, always charging full steam ahead without giving up. No matter what, that quality of his fed into the energies of his comrades. Even his master, Rias, was dependent on him in a sense. It was commonplace for dragons to attract others to them, and Issei was no exception. That power had saved them all from more than one pinch. Sir Zex laced his fingers, his expression serious. Sona will no doubt have realized that. Was he worried about his little sister? I decided to give him an honest appraisal. Yeah, the problem is what happens after he's removed from the board. Will Rias' familiar rally, or will they succumb to despair? They never had to watch their Red Dragon Emperor get dragged down before their very eyes.
Hey everyone, Deluxe here. I just wanted to say before this chapter that due to school and my life getting really busy, I'm going to be uploading chapters every other Saturday at 12 p.m. Central. I was trying to put out chapters every week, but as some people saw, there would be times where I uploaded 3 or 4 times in a row and then not have a chapter for like 3 weeks. I want to minimize that and have a consistent schedule. Thanks everyone for your understanding, and let's get into this Rias vs. Sona rating game. We all gathered in Azazel's room for our last meeting the night before our decisive match against the Sea Tree Familia. Matters concerning Biko and Konako's sister seemed to have been put aside for the time being, since Tanin and I managed to drive them both away. There was some suggestion that the Prez had gained more prestige from the outcome of the encounter, seeing as we repelled Volley's group and unlocked my balance breaker. Evidently, those were both highly regarded developments. It sounded like that she hadn't mentioned that I attained my balance breaker through touching her breasts, though. There was no way she could report such a thing. The first thing Azazel did was question me. Issei, what's the status on your balance breaker? Right, I've managed to unlock it, but there are still a few conditions. I began to explain them one by one. Although I could call upon my boosted gear scare mail, using it freely was still a distant goal. First, when I activate my balance breaker, it takes a bit of time to complete the transformation. The jewel on the back of the gauntlet shows a countdown until it's finished. Also, I can't use my sacred gear during that time. I can't double my power or transfer it to anyone else. There's no way I could stop the countdown once it started either. I can only use it once a day, and even if I release my balance breaker state early, my sacred gear will lose most of its power. Azazel nodded. So my data was right. Most previous Red Dragon Emperors were the same. However, there were a few who could still use their sacred gear after dismissing the armor. Anyway, how long do you need to transform? 2 minutes. You should be able to reduce that with some training, once you get used to it. For now, those 2 minutes mean the difference between life and death. To put it bluntly, you'll be useless in battle during that time. Practically anyone will be able to take you down. You'll be able to think hard about how to keep safe while you're transforming. Those 2 minutes are your greatest weakness. I'd only recently unlocked my balance breaker, and already Azazel was criticizing it right to my face. I should have expected as much, but that did make the first objective relatively clear.
What was I supposed to do during those 2 minutes? Run away? Your boosted gear's normal abilities, its doubling and transfer ones, are still important given their versatility. But your balance breaker will be indispensable when facing strong foes. They each have their own strengths and weaknesses. So how long will your balance breaker last? At its full strength, 30 minutes. The more I use my power, the shorter the time. Not bad for your first use. We owe that to your training. But it won't be enough in an official rating game. Even the full 30 minutes is still too little. Games could go on for a long time. You're going to have to think of ways to increase that maximum. After everything I'd done, I still hadn't grown enough. When would I be able to catch up to volley? It made sense that the usefulness of the balance breaker depended on the time and place. However, achieving mine was a significant milestone. But depending on the battle situation, there would still be times when using the regular abilities was the better option. Fortunately, I could still transfer energy in my balance breaker mode, but that greatly increased the likelihood of running out of gas. That was fine as long as I could defeat my opponent first, but it was still a risky tactic. Yeah, that was a tough one. As I racked my slow, befuddled brain, Azazel flashed me a lecherous look and made a poking gesture with his finger. I responded with a grin, sticking my finger into the air the same way he was. With that, he offered to shake my hand, which I readily accepted. Yeah, Teach, I did it. I unlocked my balance breaker mode by poking the Prez's breasts. We communicated all of this in silence. We were both overflowing with emotion when we turned back to the matter at hand. Riaz, how much does Sona Citri know about your familia? Azazel inquired. I'm sure she has at least a rough idea of each of our skills and abilities. For example, she knows about Issei's, Kiba's, Akino's, Azia's, and Zenovia's main weapons and fighting styles. Our Magic Against Riser's familia was widely viewed, after all. Gasper's sacred gear and Konako's background are fairly public information too. So, she has a decent grasp on all of you then. And what do you know about her side? I'm familiar with what Sona could do. The same goes for her queen, her vice chairwoman, along with several other members of her familia. I've yet to confirm their skills though. So, we're the ones at a disadvantage. Well, that's often the case when it comes to rating games and actual battles. We can't discount the possibility of sacred gears evolving and changing mid-combat too. There will be no letting down your guard. You're facing 8 opponents. Azazel cautioned. Yes. 1 king, 1 queen, 1 rook, 1 knight, 2 bishops, and 2 pawns. From the look of it, she hasn't used all of her pieces yet, but she's still in equal numbers to us, answered Riaz. With Azazel here, the discussion kept going on and on. The Prez wore a serious expression and listened to him intently. Let me sum it up for you. Our opponent was a team of 8, and there were 8 of us as well. The Prez, Agano, Kiba, Konako, Azia, Zenovia, Gasper, and me. It was an even match in terms of numbers. Next, Azazel began to jot down some notes and a graph on the whiteboard. In the rainy game, players are divided into 4 general fighting types: power, technique, wizard, and support. Of these, Riaz is a wizard type, as is Akano. These combatants excel in a variety of magic abilities. Kiba is a technique type, with impressive speed and skills. Zenovia is a power type, with excellent speed, the kind of player who can aim for a one-hit kill. Azia and Gasper are both support types. To analyze them both a little deeper, Azia leans towards a wizard type, while Gasper is closer to a technique type. Konako is a power type, and lastly, we got Issei. You're also a power type. However, your gift ability, you're good at functioning as a support type player as well. This is a lot to remember all of a sudden. Azazel was saying that there were a bunch of common fighting styles and strategies amongst familia members competing in raiding games. Evidently, I was a power type fighter with some support type abilities. Azazel drew vertical and horizontal axes across the whiteboard, dividing it into 4 quadrants and writing the names of each type above the square. Next, he began to place a number of dots along the graph to illustrate our respective abilities and type affinities. He put me in the power category, but not too far from the support type. Kiba was in the technique box, Zenobia was in the power type area, and other members were clearly spread out in other portions of the chart. Looking at it this way, we formed a pretty balanced team. That said, we didn't have a wizard type who also had some talent in the power category. In other words, we didn't have an armamentalist among our ranks. Our instructor drew a circle around me, Zenobia, and Konako in the power category. What power type combatants need most be wary of are counter types, a particularly troublesome subclass of technique type players. When fighting opponents with the counter type Sacred Gears, power type fighters like Issei, Konako, and Zenobia may have their strength turned against them. These kind of enemies essentially reflect your attack back at you, combined with their own strength. The stronger you are, the worse the damage a counter type battler can deal you. It was certainly an intimidating idea, having my blows thrown back. If that happened when I was using my balance breaker, it might take a few of us out at the same time. If they have people like that, I'll just have to push through with raw power, Zenobia declared boldly. Azazel, however, shook his head. You might be able to get away with that in some cases, but not if your opponent is particularly skilled in reversals. The best course is to refrain from attacking them as much as possible. Counter-type fighters are much better dealt with using spellcasters, like Akano, or technique warriors like Kiba. Even Gasper's special vampire skills won't do well. It's all about compatibilities, advantages, and weaknesses. Power-type fighters are strong, but there's a lot of risk involved if they take on a technique-type fighter. Zenobia offered nothing in response to Azazel's explanation. Given her abundance in combat experience, she probably recognized the truth in what he was saying. Our instructor turned to me. Issei, you unlocked your balance breaker, but do you think you could win against Kiba? To be frank, with his speed, I probably wouldn't even be able to get in a hit. That was my honest opinion. It was undoubtedly true that my balance breaker possessed an immense destructive potential. However, if I were to go up against Kiba, I doubted I would win. I mean, I just unlocked mine, while he had his for more than a month now. More than anything, however, there was a vast gulf between our respective levels in combat experience. The strength I used when fighting against Volley had been temporary. It was only because he got me so pissed that I've been able to call upon it at all. Under normal circumstances, I simply wasn't strong enough. Exactly. Whether you're fighting Kiba or anyone else, you leave openings for reversals. Issei, if you don't work on some kind of way of dealing with counter-type fighters, you'll never be able to best someone like Kiba. That's what battle compatibility is all about. So my first obstacle is that pretty boy? If I can't pass this hurdle, Volley will forever be out of reach. Azazel's eyes fell onto the prez. Riaz, if Sona Citra's Familia has gotten fighters who specialize in counters, they could end up taking Issei out in a single blow. They could turn his enormous power back onto him in an instant. You'll need to devise some sort of strategy to cope with that possibility. But if he's fighting a woman, that won't be easy. The prez responded. At first, I wasn't sure what she meant, but then it dawned on me. Dress break. He's the enemy of all women. I don't think anyone will want to fight him. Konako retorted. Konako's retort was biting. That remark scored a critical hit on me. Somewhere along the way, I become the enemy of all women. The prez nodded in agreement. It was unanimous. Right. Any girl on the opposing team wouldn't want to fight a guy who could make their clothes come flying off so easily. It looked like Konako was back to her old self. That was a relief. Given what happened the other day, I was worried about her. Had she perhaps managed to overcome her issues? Still, this was a problem. I spent a lot of time devising my new ability during my training, but I might not have the chance to face any female opponents. As if to salt the wound, I'd actually been able to pull it off now that I unlocked my balance breaker. My new skill was a different style of attack from my dress break. By the way, Issei, Sona Citri is undoubtedly aware that you achieved your balance breaker, daring Biko and Kuroka's attack. You should keep your wits about you. They'll likely try to defeat you before you can complete your transformation. So Teach was worried about me? I flashed him a forced smile. Don't worry about me. I'm an adult. I replied with a grin as I brushed my hair to one side. What's up with you? You look like you matured, Azazel remarked. Teach, I'm all grown up now. I mean, I got the chance to poke them, you know? I nodded, giving him a thumbs up. Yeah, I had reached an exceptional level of existence, climbing the steps of adulthood. Ah, got it. Teach, don't act dismissive. I've reached the cups of a new plane of being. Kiba, I said, putting my hands on his shoulder. What? He returned with a puzzled expression. I stared into his face with an enlightened grin as I told him the good news. There are two kinds of men, those who poked breasts and those who haven't. I'm the former. It's amazing. Nothing compares. I've crossed over to the other side. Against all expectations, Kiba looked upon me with pity, shaking his head back and forth. President, this is no good. We should see that Issei gets some more counseling before the match. Now that I've risen to enlightenment, it seemed like the pretty boy no longer comprehended my words. Still, this wasn't Kiba's fault. I was the sinner here, the one who has sunk his digits into his breasts. Yeah, I'm a wicked creature. From now on, I'll have to be known as the Darkness Welsh Dragon. I'm scared. Issei's smile is so creepy. Stay away from him, Gatsby. He'll infect you with his disease. Gasper and Konako cast me with fearful looks. Even cross-dressers and petite girls understood my power. Azazel put away his whiteboard marker as he concluded his strategy meeting. I put your chances of winning this match above 80%. I think you'll win, but I can't say it's definite. The respective values of each of your units aren't absolute either. Like in actual chess, the relative importance of each piece depends on the situation on the board. We each focused intently on his words. They left a strong impression on us, enough to be engraved deep into our hearts. I've lived a long time and seen a lot of battles. During my time, I've seen people grasp victory despite impossible odds. Don't underestimate anyone. Even if they only have a 1% chance of beating you, fight to win. That's the last piece of advice I got for you. Following Azazel's lesson, we discussed tactics with members left out of the conversation so far. We were going to win this. Absolutely. On the day of the decisive match, we assembled a vast magic circle set up beneath the Gremory residence for the sole purpose of transporting us to the venue. Each member of the Familia had taken their place in the circle, ready to make the jump to the battlefield. Apart from Ozzy and Zenobia, we were all wearing our Kuo Academy summer uniforms. Ozzy was wearing her nun outfit, while Zenobia was dressed up in a bondage-like combat uniform she had worn when we first met. Both of them looked to be in high spirits. The Citri family was also clad in the Kuo Academy uniforms. The press's father and mother, Milikis and Azazel, each stood outside the circle, offering words of encouragement. You've tasted defeat once before, Riez. Be sure you win this time. You're fighting as the next head of the family, Riez. Do us proud. The same goes for everyone else, alright? You can do it, Auntie Riez. I've taught you everything I could. The rest is up to you all. Sir Zex and Gravia weren't here to see us off. They had already gone to the VIP lounge, reserved for important spectators. From what I heard, high-ranking guests from groups other than the three great powers were in attendance. Azazel would be joining them after seeing us off. This raiding game sure seemed to be attracting a lot of attention. Perhaps that was to be expected of an unofficial battle between two up-and-coming young demons. Both sisters and demon kings, no less. Tension filled the air as the magic circle let out a burst of light. The battle was finally underway. On the other side of the jump through the magic circle was an area filled with tables. Were we in some kind of spacious restaurant? I glanced around before realizing that we seemed to be in a dining hall of a food court, surrounded by fast food restaurants. Was this also a replica of a location in the human world, in a purpose-built alternate dimension? The abilities and powers of top-ranking demons were beyond incredible. Huh? I know this place. The arrangement of the outlet stores struck a chord in my memory. I stepped out to get a better look and glanced around. Yeah, we were in a vast shopping plaza. Familiar businesses lined the wall, and there was an atrium with a glass ceiling, light spilling from above. I know this place well. I wouldn't have expected them to use the mall near Kuo Academy as a stage for this battle, the Prez remarked, striding up beside me. Yeah, this was the exact shopping plaza we all so often frequented. At that moment, a broadcast sounded over the loudspeakers. Welcome everyone. I, Graphia, Queen of Sir Zex Lucifer's family, will act as arbitrator for today's reigning game between the House of Gremory and Seatree. Just like the last time during our battle with Riser Phoenix, Graphia was the announcer. Hold on, wasn't her introduction a little different from last time though? I didn't seem to remember describing herself as a servant of the House of Gremory, but this time, she clearly stated that she was a member of Sir Zex's Familia. Was this because it was a different kind of match? In the name of my master, Sir Zex Lucifer, I shall watch over the contest between the two houses. Thank you, everyone, for your cooperation. Today's battlefield is a replica of the department store near Lady Ria's and Lady Sona's school, Kuo Academy, prepared especially in an isolated plane. The fact that the battlefield held a familiar setting might have made things comparably easier for us, but the same can be said for the Seatree Familia. Surely, they were familiar with this place too. The shopping mall that had become our battlefield was a 2-story building, but not an exceptionally high one. That said, both floors were quite long, given the structure and the sizable horizontal footprint. There was also a parking lot on the roof and a multi-story parking garage adjacent to it. Both teams have been transported to their respective bases. Lady Rias' home base is located in the east wing on the 2nd floor, while Lady Sona's is in the west wing on the 1st floor. All pawns, please proceed to the immediate vicinity of the opposing team's home base to use a promotion. The bases were on the opposite sides of the shopping mall, ours upstairs to the east, theirs below to the west. Nearby, I saw a pet shop, an arcade, a food court, a bookstore, and a drugstore. Sona's base was located by a large secondhand bookstore and a sporting goods store. There was also a supermarket, an electronics store, another fast food restaurant, and an all-general household goods shop on the way to the enemy territory. When the battlefield started, each team was supposed to aim for the other end of the building. It was a simple enough path, but of course, it wouldn't be that easy. There are a number of special rules in effect during this match. These have been provided in a written form between both teams. Please consult them before beginning. Each side has been granted a single vial of Phoenix Tears. The match will commence in 30 minutes. You may use your time until then to devise your strategies. Contact with the opposing team during this time is forbidden. After the announcement, we all quickly gathered. There was no time to waste. So the battlefield is modeled on the shopping mall near Kuo Academy, which makes this an indoor battle, the press commented, looking over the map on the structure layout and the interior on the nearby wall. She pulled out a special diagram, dividing the field into an 8x8 grid shaped like a chessboard. We established ourselves on the food court as we devised our strategy. I hadn't known that the raiding game could be an indoor fight. My assumption was most battles took place in open fields, with bases on opposite sides, as we had during our match against Riser Phoenix. Instead, we were in a mall near our school. We often dropped by here on our way home after class. Probably more than 90% of the students were familiar with this place. The Prez, Ozzy, and I swung by on our days off too. Reyes looked over the document outlining the special rules before addressing us. It says here that we mustn't destroy any department store that serves as a battlefield. In other words, we'll have to refrain from doing anything too flashy. She narrowed her eyes as if in deep thought. I see. That puts the Vice President, Issei, and me at a disadvantage. We can't use any attacks with wide areas of effect, Zenobia remarked. She was right about that, seeing as this was an indoor skirmish, and that we couldn't risk damaging the structure too much. I wouldn't be able to use my boosted gear to charge my dragon shot. The fire magic I picked up at great pain during my long training with Tannin would be useless too. I could end up burning this place to the ground. For her part, Akano wouldn't be able to wield her thunder magic unless she was on the rooftop, right? If she didn't hold back, this place would get blasted to bits. Zenovia's reckless strikes with Durandal were no good as well. Even at the best of times, that holy sword was incredibly dangerous, so she wouldn't be able to wave it around so carelessly. Well, this is a problem. Most of my large-scale attacks will be off limits, Akano said, raising her hand to her cheek. Kiba let it aside, offering his own observation. Gasper's eyes will be less effective here too. There's a lot of places to hide, what with all the outlet stores. All the goods look like they've been reproduced, so there are many obstacles to hinder his vision. Our opponents may also try to ambush us in the dark. When you consider our individual characteristics, this is truly a disadvantageous location. Our familiar's forte is over-the-top combat. Toning it down limits our options. What a mess. We may have been strong, but this rule completely upended everything. The Prez, however, shook her head. Actually, we've been prohibited from using Gasper's eyes at all. That's another one of the supplementary rules listed here. The use of Gasper Vladi's sacred gear is prohibited. The reason is clear enough, given that he can't fully control it yet. The organizers don't want his sacred gear running wild and ruining this match. We've also been banned from letting Issei offer his blood to him. Gasper must also use those sacred gear limiting glasses that Azazel made. As they are for his exclusive use, they should have no adverse effect on his body, it says here. Those preparations really have come in handy. Yet another problem. Gasper's sacred gear was off limits. Well, now that the president mentioned it, I had heard that his training hadn't gone so well. He had made some fair progress, but controlling his eyes was still way off. I couldn't help but wonder whether releasing him outside had truly been a good idea. So, he's only allowed to fight with magic and vampire powers? I questioned. The president nodded. That's right. In any event, freezing time would have a considerable risk. Not only does the other team have a number of counter-type fighters, but Saji's sacred gear also specializes in absorbing other people's abilities. There's no telling what it could have led to. On top of that, they could distract Gasper with illusions, and there are other ways to deprive him of his eyesight. We're better off not using his sacred gear during the fight. It's only natural that they want us to play it safe. Folly had said something similar, that experienced opponents easily dealt with abilities that activated via eyesight. Gasper had already put on the glasses. The press continued, saying, a rating game isn't something that can be won with brute force or the strength of one's power. The situation on the board can change completely depending on the particular battlefield or rules. Rating games are popular because demons who lack immense power can rise to victory with good judgment and tactics. The rules this time may be at our disadvantage, but if we can't cope, we won't win this match or any future ones. There's a saying in chess that is equally true here. Even a pawn could take a king. Anyone could win if they employ the proper strategy. Akano nodded in concurrence. Indeed, we may well find ourselves faced with the indoor battlefield in the future rating game matches too. When that time comes, like today, we won't be able to exercise our full strength, which means that it's a good opportunity for us, the perfect chance to get used to an indoor team battles. Faced with this intellectual discussion, I timidly raised my hand with a question. Prez, I spent all my training trying to increase my power to unlock my balance breaker, and I didn't really get the chance to practice holding back. I know. We've been blindsided this time. The battlefield and rules may be randomly selected, but still, do try to restrain yourself as much as possible. You could end up blowing away the whole shopping mall. I'm sorry about making it so difficult for you, but try to stick to hand-to-hand combat. Right. I mean, I'm pretty worried about this, to be honest. Seriously, this setting put power-type fighters like me at a real disadvantage. Still, if I'm going to aim for the top and fight in more rating games in the future, I had to get used to these kind of conditions. I felt like crying at the thought of the challenges that lay ahead. I never imagined that the summer of training would end up proving completely pointless. Come to think of it, Azazel had said something about situations like this. Your balance breaker is a completely indispensable weapon. But just so you realize, there are no absolutes in raiding games. There are demons without a single balance breaker wielding individual in their familia who still manage to come out on top. I hadn't fully understood what he meant back then, but I felt as if I did now. On a battlefield with rules like this, balance breakers weren't surefire trump cards. That knowledge was more than a bit discouraging. Once we go on the attack, the problem will be the shopping plaza's atrium, Reyes explained, pausing to glance at the map. It can be approached from both top and bottom floors on either side of the mall. Akino then chimed in, saying, another possibility would be to strike from the car park, but they will undoubtedly send someone to watch out from there. Yes, the same applies to the rooftop. In any case, as we aren't allowed to step outside the shopping mall, there are only 3 routes. We'll have to choose to move through the building, cross the rooftop, or go to the car park, the press concluded. I wonder whether there'd be cars around. The store shelves and merchandise were replicated, so vehicles might have been too, appended Akino. The president's discussion with her queen left nothing out. This was yet another demonstration of what a queen was supposed to do for their king. Kiba raised his hand with a proposal. President, I'll head up to the rooftop parking lot. There's a staircase nearby. I can scout things out. The president nodded. Please, Yuto. With that, he hurried to the nearest exit. Are the cars important? I asked doubtfully. I mean, why did it matter whether or not there were any vehicles? A car charging towards us would be trouble, don't you think? We also need to contemplate the possibility that they might use one as an explosive. Admittedly, I don't consider Sona the type to recklessly drive through a building, but we should acknowledge the prospect. The prez responded. That made sense. Evidently, I still had a lot to learn. Everything lying around the battlefield could be used in a fight. A car could make a good weapon. You're really cautious, huh? I observed. Of course, but I feel as if this still isn't enough. Someone could easily hide in a vehicle, for example. Now that I think about it, we haven't checked the staff room either. We'll have to see to that. Issei, there are a lot of clothes stores here. Perhaps we can make use of your dress break technique. There's no end to things that we can account for in a shopping mall like this. Reyes was pondering every detail, no doubt reluctant to overlook anything. She turned next to my cross-dressing underclassmen. Gasper, I want you to transform into a colony of bats and disperse throughout the mall. We'll need you to keep us informed of developments during the early stages of the match. Right. Whoa, Gasper was seriously fired up. It was his first raiding game after all. Our group continued to deliberate on tactics for the next few minutes, leaving no possibility up to chance. By the time we were halfway through our pre-match discussion period, our strategy was more or less set in stone. The prez glanced around at each of us. The raiding game will be starting in 15 minutes. We'll meet back here in 10. Everyone, please relax until then. With those instructions, we were dismissed, going our separate ways. I was the only one who Reyes had called back. Issei, now that you unlocked your balance breaker, the seal I placed on you to restrain 8 palm pieces has also been released. Yeah, it was as she said. With all my recent progress, I had the power of all my palm pieces at my disposal. Keep in mind, however, that while you may be able to access Drake's strength completely, your body still can't fully control it. I suspect that he also may hold back some of your power to keep from injuring you. Be careful. The might of the Red Dragon Emperor, when wielded without caution, could end up destroying its host. Gotcha. I'll be careful, Prez. My full potential had been revealed. I hope that one day I will be able to handle it adequately. Since the beginning, I owed my value as a pawn almost wholly to Drake. The strength that flowed inside me was his. My importance lay in being able to use his immense force. I would have to keep that in mind. Having given her warning, the press made her way to the food court and began to prepare a pot of tea. She was going to enjoy a nice, relaxing drink before the start of the battle. Gasper looked to have a similar idea, eating donuts from a nearby fast food place. Ozzy and Zenobia was sitting by, chatting by a hamburger shop. Kiba was pursuing a drugstore by the food court. Right. Seeing as everything in this building looked to be a perfect copy of its real-life counterpart, he was probably searching for medicines or items that he could bring with him to use if necessary. Everyone was trying to relax in their own ways. As for me, I turned around and headed for the bookstore near the food court. Yeah, it looked like I had been right. Just like everything else in here, the bookstore had been a perfect carbon copy as well. I made my way immediately through the shop to the erotic book sections. Here they are. Awesome. And all you could read porno paradise. Never did I dream a battlefield like this could exist. Where do I start? Is this how a treasure hunter feels when he stumbles upon a massive hoard of gold? I could pick and choose whatever I like. Then I wonder if it was possible to take these volumes home with me. I wanted nothing more. My two negative influences at school and all the other guys had started saying that the Prez and the others had moved in with me. I had lost my interest in erotic books. That wasn't true at all. I might have been living with a Prez, but if I tried to make a move on her, she would end up hating me forever. On the other hand, I still had a healthy sexual appetite, just as any high schooler would. So if I didn't do something, I would end up spending my days in agony. That was why I needed to vent my passions in a way I couldn't with the Prez or the others. If I only had a harem, then I wouldn't need these dirty books. But until then, I would have to make do with these. It was hard to find a chance to look at these kind of things in my room, with the present Ozzy staying there, which left me to only one choice, to read them now. Whoa, what gorgeous breasts. That said, these pictures can't compare to the beauty or size of the Prezes or Akanos. Regardless, it was simply marvelous imagining the feel of their chest as I browsed my periodicals. Issei, what are you doing? Oh dear, you're reading a very naughty book there. I suppose I do have plenty of time before the battle. An extraordinary soft sensation pressed against my back. Breasts. I knew this feeling. And this lusty sing-song voice. Akano. She was hugging me from behind, looking over my shoulder at the book in my hands. Akano, I'm not... I was just trying to see how detailed all these copied objects are. It was a terrible excuse. Nonetheless, Akano didn't get angry at me, merely flashing me a sweet smile. Oh, I don't mind. I don't think less of you. In fact, I'm relieved to see you acting so much like your usual self. She was even more tolerant of my perverted behavior than the Prez was. Akano's expression turned studious as she glanced at the open page. I see. So this is the kind of thing you like. Perhaps it was my imagination, but I thought she sounded weirdly serious. Was she also interested in this kind of material? Akano? I inquired quietly, puzzled by her reaction. In response, she pointed at the photo of the model in the book. Shall I dress up like this for you next time, Issei? The outfit she was talking about was a sexy video game one. It practically left the wearer nude. Only a few tiny pieces of cloth covered her privates. There wasn't even any underwear. Seriously? I couldn't help but ask. Were miracles like this possible? Seriously? Oh, you're a very special person to me, Issei. Assured Akano with a broad smile. Awesome. She was willing to dress up for me. Seriously, I would have to put in a special request with her when we had the chance. So erotic crossplay truly did exist. Suddenly, I couldn't stop my mind from wandering. This kind of outfit would be nice, but so would this one, and this one too. As my non-stop fantasies filled my mind, she tightened her embrace around me. Akano? You give me courage, Issei, she said in a vulnerable voice. I was startled at the sudden admission. Courage, huh? Come to think of it, The press said something similar while holding my hand during the meeting between the three great powers. I need to fight it. I'm scared of using the other power that flows inside me. I hate it. That's why I need you, Issei, for your courage. As she resolved to make use of those fallen angel abilities she so despised, those powers she wanted to be without, given the circumstances right now, she was in no position to deny her innate strength. Refusing them would keep her from moving forward. I had no way of fully understanding, but I could see this was a harrowing challenge for her. If that's true, I'm happy to give you all the courage you need, I declared with a grin as I grasped her hand in my own. If I was good enough to help her find her strength that she needed, then I was honored.
Will you be there, Issei? If I have to use my holy powers, if you're watching, I might be able to bring myself to wield them. Of course. If that's all you require, then I'll gladly do it. Thank you, Issei. I'm so happy. I know you belong to Riez, but won't you stay by my side?
Akano's voice trailed off there, too low for me to properly make out what she was saying. She let go of my back, her eyes glistening. At this moment, she brought her face close.
Issei, it's time.
Just as Akano's lips were about to press against mine, Konako popped out of nowhere. She saw us. This was bad, seriously bad. Just a millimeter nearer, and we would have been kissing. I mean, those lips, they were unbelievably attractive. Still, if the press found out, she would kill me. If Riaz knew that I, her servant and pet, had been about to get intimate with someone else, she would utterly destroy me. Konako, this isn't... I stammered out, but the person in question merely let out a sigh, her eyes half closed.
Oh dear, Konako, you saw us. Oh, thank you, Issei. I feel much better now.
Back to her usual self, Akano turned to leave.
Next time, you and me...
She murmured something in passing as she departed. She looked almost regretful at having to go. No, I must have been imagining things. I was sure of it. That girl had been trying to come after me in full-on sadist mode. I nodded to myself with renewed certainty when Konako grabbed my hand. Konako? I was taken aback by her sudden gesture, but to my surprise, I saw that she was blushing.
Please give me courage too.
Right. She was going to also have to use that power that she had previously been repressing. Her hands were trembling. Konako must have been scared, terrified, that her Nekomata abilities would consume her. Sure, if you'll have me, I responded, holding her hand with a grin. I was happy to give Akano and Konako what they needed to overcome their fears.
Issei, aren't you afraid of me because of my Nekomata?
Konako inquired uncertainly. Not at all, I replied simply. Why would I have been afraid of her? Heck, I actually thought her cat-eared form was adorable and lovely. I knew about what happened with her sister, but there was no reason to shy away from Konako. At this, Konako seemed genuinely astonished. Nonetheless, she continued to stare down at the ground.
Before our training, I said something awful to you.
She was referring when I had addressed her without thinking, and she got angry at me. Don't worry about it. I was in the wrong there. I didn't know your situation, and I wasn't a very considerate upperclassman to you.
That isn't true.
I felt Konako's grip around my hand tighten.
I'm going to use my Nekomata powers this time.
The girl's sudden declaration nearly made me gasp.
I don't want to be like my sister, but at this rate, I won't be able to help anyone, so I decided to use them.
Determination burned in Konako's eyes. Had she overcome her mental hurdles when she told her sister that she wouldn't have anything to do with her anymore? Konako, I know you could do it. You'll overcome your Nekomata abilities, and then you could call yourself a Hellcat.
A Hellcat?
Yeah, like the name for the Underworld plus cat, a Hellcat. I stated confidently, though even I knew it was an unorthodox way of trying to encourage her. Don't worry, if your Nekomata power is somehow getting up out of control, I'll stop you. I want to use my Red Dragon Emperor's powers, not just for myself, but to also look after my friends. And if your scary sister shows her face again, I'll protect you. I'll send her flying, so you don't need to feel afraid. My words were wholly sincere. I wasn't the brightest bulb in the pack, so that was the best I could come up with. But as contrived as those words might have been, I would put my life on the line to protect her. You are a gentle Red Dragon Emperor. Konako muttered something under her breath, but it didn't quite reach my ears. Something about being gentle, maybe? Whoa, Konako's cheeks are all red. What's wrong? Did I make a lecherous face again? It was time. We gathered in the center of the food court as we awaited the beginning of the match. Then an announcement rang throughout the shopping mall. It's time. Please remember that this will be a 3-hour blitz-style match. Now then, let the match begin. The rating game was underway. Hold on, a blitz-style match? So we only have a short time limit? No one told me about that sort of rule. So that's why we were given 30 minutes to strategize? I had to wonder if changing the rules so frequently was okay, but I suppose that's what gave the rating game so much depth. The press stood up from her chair, her expression radiating determination. Your instructions are as we discussed earlier. We will split up into groups. Issei and Konako will advance through the shopping mall. Yuto and Zenobia will proceed through the parking lot. Gasper will morph into a colony of bats and provide us with status updates throughout the building. Once conditions allow, Akano, Azi, and I will proceed along Issei and Konako's route. We were all equipped with the communication earpieces. Now then, my cute servant demons, we aren't going to lose again. This time, victory will be ours. Yeah, we all cried back in unison. We weren't going to let ourselves get defeated all over again. We were going to win, no matter what. Ready, Zenobia? Let's go. Okay, Kiba. Kiba and Zenobia were the first to set out. They sped off down the path that led to the multi-story car park. According to Kiba, it was populated with vehicles, albeit imitation ones. They were apparently undrivable. Now that they had gone, it was our turn. Konako, we're up. Right. She and I began to make our way through the shopping center. Konako had already declared to everyone that she was going to use her Nekomata powers. The press believed that the opposing team was anticipating that I burst into their base, while fighting as little as possible to promote to a queen. To our opponents, Kiba and Zenobia moving through the garage would look like a distraction to lessen the resistance on my end. Once I had been promoted to queen, our opponents likely thought that we would fall back and launch a joint assault where the press would join into the fray. According to Riaz, that was what the chairwoman was expecting. Thus, our actual strategy was the opposite. I would proceed according to this chairwoman's expectations and launch an attack. However, our real offensive strategy involved Kiba and Zenobia. They weren't the diversion, I was. The brunt of the opposing force would come in for me, leaving the enemy king only lightly defending. Some people would be sent after Kiba and Zenobia too, but the chairwoman's best fighters would be dispatched to take me out. Kiba and Zenobia should be able to handle whatever they encountered without much issue. Then we would go after the king and checkmate. I was to use my Red Dragon Emperor abilities in a different way than usual. This time, my role wasn't to wield brute strength, but to combine my powers with the others. Good luck, Issei. Issei, you can do it. Don't lose. Oh, I'm looking forward to see you pull off something cool. The Prez, Ozzy, and Akano were all cheering me on. Whoa, I would have to put up a good show. Hold on, they weren't going with me though, so wouldn't they have to watch me on recording later? Konako and I advanced at a controlled pace, neither walking nor running. Given how easily our movements echoed through the building, enemies could easily find us if we weren't careful. Moreover, as the mob proceeded in a long straight line, there were few options to conceal ourselves as we advanced. It might have been on the large side of the shopping center, but crossing it wasn't going to take more than just 10 minutes with no other people around. Konako and I proceed with the utmost caution. Once we reached a certain point, we ducked behind a row of vending machines and surveyed the area ahead. As far as I could see, no one's waiting for us. It had already been 5 minutes since the beginning of the match, but Because we were moving so cautiously, we had only moved a quarter of the way through the building. It would have looked like we were doing our best to avoid combat to any outside observer, but in actuality, we were the bait. Talk about nerve-wracking. At that moment, 2 cat ears popped out of Konako's head. They twitched so cutely. She had even grown a tail. Her sheer loveliness could have killed me. What was going on? Why was I so excited? I might not have a thing for petite figures, but perhaps I was discovering a fetish for beast girls. Konako's Nekomata mode was melting my heart. She pointed into the distance. They're moving. 2 people, directly ahead of us. You can tell? Yes. I've activated part of my sage magic, so that I could read the flow of their ki a little. I still can't make out the details, though. So did those cat ears ever work like sensors then? That sounded incredibly useful. This sage magic allowed Konako to detect things nearby. Nekomata were supposed to be able to perceive what was happening around them through smell too, right? Konako was a cat after all, so her nose must have been better than a human-type demon like me. How long until they reach us? I inquired. Around 10 minutes. 10 minutes. We would have to be ready. I found myself wavering between using my secret gear regularly or invoking my balance breaker. The real issue was that I didn't know who we were going up against. My strength lay in physical force. My demon abilities were all but non-existent. Even if I boosted them with my sacred gear, I would quickly run out of gas. No matter how strong my power, I wouldn't stand a chance if I used it up so recklessly. I was always in danger. I would have to keep that in mind at all times. Konako was staring at me intently. It could have been my imagination, but I saw her cheeks flush. What? Nothing. You look like a brave warrior just now. You're usually so lewd, though. Seriously, do I normally wear a lecherous expression? Well, it is true that I indulge in erotic fantasies often. I lifted my hand to my cheek. All of a sudden, Konako glanced up at the ceiling. Above us. What's going on? I followed her gaze and saw a long rope that was dangling from the ceiling. No, it's a line. And using it to swing across the mall like Tarzan of the Apes was. Yodo, the first blow's mine. Saji, he came flying towards me, ready to deliver a kick, and there was someone else holding onto his back. I lifted my gauntlet into the air to shield myself. The impact of Saji's descent coursed through my arm. The force of the blow made me lose my combat composure for a brief moment, but I quickly corrected myself and prepared for my opponent's next move. Yo, Hyodo, Saji called. Next to him was a person that had been hanging to his back, a girl. She must have been a member of the student council. If I remember correctly, she was a first-year student. Hanging onto Saji's back must have been pretty difficult. A bunch of black snakes wholly entwined Saji's right arm. His sacred gear looked completely different from what I remembered. Last time, it had resembled a deformed lizard head. Had his sacred gear changed? What? Before I knew it, there was a black snake wound around my sacred gear too, linking it to his. He must have attached the line during the attack. There was another serpent on my other arm, but that didn't link to Saji's sacred gear. Rather, it seemed to lead somewhere far into the distance. Did it go all the way to the enemy base, perhaps? As strange as it felt, those tethers didn't seem to be absorbing my powers. Saji saw me glancing at his sacred gear and flashed me an amused grin. Well, I've been training too. This is the result. After I attached the line to the ceiling to get a lay of the mall, I happened to spot you two off in the distance. Neither of you seemed to notice me, so I took my chance to swing in. So that was how he found us. Yeah, I could understand that. Had I located him first, I would have tried a surprise attack too. We were similar, Saji and I, in so many ways. We were both perverted lechers, dedicated to our masters, single-minded and foolish, plunging headfirst in whatever we set our sights on. It was because of our commonalities that I'd known that we would face each other today. You aren't the only one who's been training. I spent more than half the summer being chased around by a dragon, I declared. Sorry, Saji. I'm going to have to eliminate you and push forward, because nothing is more important than us winning today. I had to catch up to Volley. He was going to come after me one of these days. When that happened, there was no telling whether he would try to hurt the Prez or Azia or any of the others. I had to get stronger to stop that from happening. Failure here wasn't an option. Yeah, I was ready and willing to fight. Unfortunately, it was in that moment that the unbelievable announcement echoed through the mall. One of Ria's Gremory's bishops has retired. What? Who? The game had just started. Azia was with the Prez, which left. Saji flashed me a grin. I'm guessing it was Gasper. Gasper? What on earth happened? I wondered. This was too fast. Wasn't he supposed to have transformed into a colony of bats to monitor the goings-on in the shopping center? Looks like we got him. We've all been told that his sacred year was sealed, according to the supplementary rules, which meant that he would inevitably use his vampire powers instead, right? We assumed that he would turn into a bunch of bats to scout around the building, so the chairwoman had an idea, to use our home base itself against him. Their home base? The grocery store at the end of the mall? First, one of our familia members started acting all suspicious. That would get his attention, right? So more of those bats gathered to check out the situation. And when they were all there, he was ours. If something happened to those bats when they were all together, Gasper would revert to his true form. And we made sure that he transferred back somewhere very specific, right near one of the vampire's biggest weaknesses, a display stand filled with garlic. Our base is a grocery store on the west side of the mall. There was already plenty of stuff lying around, so it wasn't that hard. So they had taken him out while the stench of garlic had incapacitated him? Impossible. I hadn't even considered that possibility. Simple, right? But I'm guessing the strategy won't work on him again. The chairwoman had guessed that no matter how much training he did, he wouldn't be able to get over his weakness to garlic. It was a stroke of luck that we had so much at our home base, but defeat is still defeat. So Saji's saying that he exploited that vulnerability? No. No matter how much effective that strategy, Gasper should still be able to put up with a bit of garlic. Gasper, this isn't funny. We are so going to train you to overcome your fear of garlic once this is all over. I'll replace all your regular food with garlic rice and garlic toast. You can't drop out of the fight without so much of it conducting the surveillance properly. I was upset now and began activating my sacred gear when... Partner, you had better not double your power here. Now that you're connected to that guy, he'll drain any excess energy you charge. Traeger was right. Saji's sacred gear sapped the power of whatever was connected to it. Right now, it was tethered to my sacred gear, so powering up was way too big of a risk. The only way to sever that line will be to blow it away with the aftershock from activating your balance breaker. I wanted to avoid using my trump card, but now I had no choice but to activate it right away. Start. Countdown. The time until my balance breaker was ready appeared on the jewel on the back of the gauntlet. Now that the transformation has started, I couldn't use my regular sacred gear abilities. There was nothing left to do but dodge Saji's attack for a full 2 minutes. This was a short, blitz-style game. Kiba and Zenobia were the ones that go in for the enemy king, so once my armor formed, I needed to cause the biggest ruckus I could to distract everyone. I began to move back to distance myself, but was pulled back by the line, losing my balance. Saji's sacred gear was a real pain. I'm not letting you go away, Hyodo. He leaped forward and delivered a powerful kick to my gut. I doubled over at the force of the blow. Still, I was able to avoid the worst by tensing up my abdomen. My basic training had paid off. I was confident in my physical condition. I thought I hit you pretty hard there. Looks like you really put yourself through the paces, huh? Having failed to inflict as much damage as he intended, Saji flashed me a wry grin. It looked like escape was out of the question. I would have to attack head-on. With nowhere else to run, I charged straight for Saji. I wasn't particularly skilled in hand-to-hand fighting, but I had done a lot of physical exercise. My blows had force behind them. I just needed to trust my body. I clenched my fist and lashed out at Saji, but he fired another line from his right arm. Was he trying to suck my power away? I readied myself, but instead of striking me, the snake flew right past me to the line in a nearby shop. Nimora, put on those glasses we took from the store just before. Saji and his junior both pulled out a pair of shades from their pockets, donning them. It only took me a moment to figure out what they were up to. Everything erupted into a brilliant, luminous blaze, blinding Konako and me. Damn it. Looks like they got you. He connected that line to the lightning equipment and sent it to overdrive by pouring a little energy into it. Don't act so calm, Drake. This is bad. I can't even open my... Another blow to the gut. This time, I hadn't had the chance to tense my muscles, and so I took the full force of the attack. Then, when I was hunched over, Saji delivered another strike to my back. Ow, that hurt. As the pain welled up inside me, Saji brought a deliberating uppercut to my jaw. The series of strikes brought me to the floor. Gah, he got me. Saji had certainly claimed the upper hand early, and I suffered for it. The impact of that blow to my chin had left my teeth rattling. I must have a cut inside of my mouth as I could taste blood. My eyesight returned. Lying face down on the ground, I looked up. Saji was dashing straight towards me, with his fist about to unleash a massive demonic energy. He was preparing to deliver the final blow. I quickly pulled myself up and rolled to my side. The blast left a huge crater on the floor. What force! That was definitely a finishing move. Talk about dangerous. I had almost left the stage before even summoning my balance breaker. Had I been knocked out there, I would have been unable to scold Gasper for his lackluster performance. Not bad, Saji. I'm serious, Hyoto. I'm going to take you down, Red Dragon Emperor. His eyes were filled with determination. I could literally see his passion. Saji raised his arm into the air, preparing to fire another attack. Another spear of demonic power sped forth. That said, it wasn't particularly large. Saji was probably taking pains not to damage the building. Still, that strike had more than enough to defeat an opponent like me. I dodged the blast, and the shot behind me exploded in a burst of energy. I thought Saji's magic was as awful as mine. Where was he pulling the strength from? At that moment, my eyes opened wide and realized his sacred gear was connected to his chest, to his heart, by another one of his tethers. Saji, you're using your own life to fuel your attacks? That's right. I've never had that much demonic power. This is the only way I could throw around big strikes. As you see, I'm using my sacred gear to convert my life force into raw power. I'm putting my life on the line, I guess you could say. Are you trying to kill yourself? Saji gave me an intense look. Yeah, that's it exactly. I intended to beat you, even if it cost me everything. Do you realize how humiliating it is, having people mock your dreams? The chairwoman and I would do everything to prove them wrong. This match is being broadcast throughout the Underworld. We'll have to show those jerks who laughed us down what the Citri Familia is made of. Something from the past suddenly flashed before my eyes. Yeah, Saji now was just like I had been when I barged straight into the president's engagement party. I haven't paid any heed for my own life, simply pouring my effort into saving my master. I would have kept going. I would have tried to rescue her, even if I died in the process. Saji, you're just like I was back then. We continued to engage in a fierce contest of blows and dodges, while Konako and Saji's junior did the same. Konako excelled in hand-to-hand combat, but her opponent was fighting well, and the contest between them quickly grew heated. However, the moment Konako's fist grazed her opponent's cheek, the battle shifted. From where I was standing, it looked like Saji's junior was glancing around in worry. Was she taking damage from the shockwaves caused by Konako's punches? Konako didn't miss a beat. A pale white aura enveloped her fist as she slammed it into her opponent's chest. A sharp, merciless sound echoed through the building, and Saji's junior collapsed to her knees. I focused my ki into my hand when I punched you. It's damaged the veins running through your body, which means that you won't be able to control your demonic power. It should also keep you from moving, stated Konako. It reminded me of something Azazel said to us. Konoko's natural fighting style involves a mixture of sage magic and hand-to-hand combat. Her attacks are designed to wound her opponents and disrupt the life force circulating through them. Yet, if she lets herself be consumed by those abilities, she must stop immediately. Sage magic can be employed to read and manipulate ki, but it also makes one susceptible to evil and the malice that fills the world. Her sister became what she is because she took too much of that evil into herself. That was the secret of Konoko's strikes, attacks using ki. Each hit wounded you while weakening your body. The ki of Konoko's fist passed into her opponents and incapacitated them. Even if the punch itself wasn't powerful, so long as that concentration of ki could reach its mark, the effect was huge. Or at least, that was what I read in a book somewhere. I didn't have any particular specialist knowledge on human anatomy. Who knew Konoko was hiding such an impressive skill? If she used it well, she could end up being the most effective fighter in our familia. I'm sorry, Saji. The first-year girl managed before her body was enveloped in light, disappearing from the battlefield. Konoko had injured her enough that she was being removed from the fight. One of Sona Citri's pawns has been retired, sounded the announcement. Now both teams were down one piece. I'm going to be a Hellcat. I won't lose. Now that my cute little underclassman was acting cool, I had to put on a good show as well. Sadly, I was struggling to avoid balls of energy that Saji kept hurling my way. With so much power packed into them, all it would take was for one of them to merely graze me, and I'll be done for. He was literally pouring his soul into them. Saji's incredible strength was not without a price, though. At this rate, he won't be able to keep it up. Issei, I'll help, Konoko stated as she began to approach us. No, Konoko. This is between Saji and me. Konoko shook her head. This is a team battle. We need to work together. Yeah, you're right about that. But Konoko, Saji hasn't made any direct moves against you while he's been fighting me. If he wanted to, he could have attached one of his lines to you and used it to absorb your powers. Why do you think he hasn't? Konoko stood there in silence, unable to answer my inquiry. Saji gave her a weak smile. Sorry, Konoko Tojo. I want to fight Hyodo one-on-one and beat the Red Dragon Emperor myself. I told you all right. We're serious about our dream. We're going to build a school, one here in the Underworld, free of discrimination. And I'm going to be a teacher. That's my goal. Everyone in the Underworld is watching us. That's why it's so important that I, a pawn, defeat my fellow pawn Issei Hyodo, the Red Dragon Emperor. I'll do it. I'm letting it be known here and now. I'm going to be a teacher. Saji's expression broke no argument. Turning to Konoko, I said, That's how it is. If I try to run away from the challenge, it will make me look bad, right? Saji's my friend, so I have no choice but to take him on in earnest. I have to. Otherwise, I'll never be able to show my face to the press again. Yeah, Saji and I were very much alike. We were both straightforward fools. Hearing us out, Konoko lowered her fist and stepped back. Thank you, Saji and I said to Konoko in unison. Huh. Why didn't Saji attach one of his lines to my right arm as well as my sacred gear? I wondered. He wants you to keep you from activating your sacred gear's doubling abilities. He knows that if he absorbs your power and the boosted gear's energy at the same time, his body won't be able to cope with it at all. That boy is trying to drain your power now to stop your balance breaker countdown and force you back to your normal form. What a complicated sacred gear. This isn't going nowhere. Saji let out a sigh and summoned up an enormous energy sphere in his hands. That thing was huge enough to blow away everything around us. At least, that's what I thought initially. Suddenly, it compressed into a miniaturized size. A massive demonic power about as big as a softball. This should be enough to destroy you completely, while leaving your surroundings undamaged. Saji was breathing heavily, his shoulders shaking. He had poured all of his being into that attack. Yeah, he meant to finish me off. He let out a chuckle. I was so jealous of you, you know. You're the pride of your master, the Red Dragon Emperor. Everyone knows about you. We're both pawns, but what do I have? Nothing. So I'm going to earn my place. I'm going to win my master's pride and confidence by crushing you. Saji roared. I had no idea he saw me that way. Regardless, I wasn't going to be defeated. I had my own dreams, and the press had hers. Seeing them through meant pushing ourselves to the limit. Saji fired the blast at me with all of his strength. I hastened to avoid it, but Saji released the line that attached me to his boosted gear and launched it towards my feet. Thanks to that, my boosted gear was now tied to the ground by that tether. I tried to pull on it, but it was so taut that I couldn't free myself. This is bad. At this rate, I wouldn't be able to avoid the oncoming attack. My balance breaker was just a few seconds away from being ready, but it still wasn't quick enough. I had no choice but to brace myself. The projectile was coming my way. The moment it collided with me, the mass of demonic energy split open, its aura enveloping my surroundings. In that instant, Divide! A white gauntlet enveloped my right arm, catching the attack. Only half of what I'd been expecting hit me. I had saved myself using the ability I'd taken from the White Dragon Emperor. Still, I couldn't take much more. If Saji hit me again, I was done for. You divided my attack? Saji exclaimed in shock. I worked out how to activate this power during my first training in the mountains. It has a bunch of conditions, though. First, the chance of it actually working is less than 10%. It's a real gamble. Second, this one eats into my life force, regardless of whether or not it successfully triggers. Just using it shaves away my lifespan. Talk about a scary bet, huh? The risk had paid off, but my time in this realm had grown shorter. Having done what I was supposed to do, the white gauntlet quickly dissipated. I could still use it, but I couldn't maintain its form for long. Still, a success was a success, and the boosted gears countdown was complete. I'm also risking it all. I can't afford to let anyone stop me. Not now. Let's do this, Saji. Activate boosted gear. Walsh Dragon, balance breaker. My Sacred Gear's voice rang out in response to my cry. An oversized, dazzling red aura enveloped me, coalescing into a suit of armor. At that moment, a wave of energy swept through me. Almost 10 minutes had passed since the match had gotten underway, and I hadn't quit my boosted gear's scale mail. Our raiding game had only begun a short while ago. I, Yuto Kiba, along with Zenovia, had just entered the multi-story car park. We proceeded with caution through the dimly lit garage. Perhaps we both had long experiences at these kinds of secret reconnaissance missions to thank for it. But we were making good progress. I took the lead, confirmed that there wasn't anyone lying in wait for us in the shadows, and then called for Zenovia to approach from the rear. We repeated this pattern several times as we gradually made our way through the building. The plan was to go down the ramp connecting to the second floor parking lot to the first floor one. The elevators were fully functional, but we didn't want to risk getting caught in the ambush. Thus, we had no choice but to take the safest, most reliable path. After making it down the ramp to the first floor, I spotted a silhouette directly ahead. Looking closely, I could see that it was a familiar figure, a glasses-clad woman with black hair. I knew that face. That was Tsubaki Shinra, Sonoshichi's queen and student council vice chairwoman. She was clutching a halberd in her hands. Right, I heard that pole arms were her weapon of choice. She was supposedly highly skilled with them. Greetings, Yuto Kiba, Zenovia. I knew I would find you here, she stated coolly. Two others appeared, one flanking Shinra from either side. A tall woman and a slender young lady wielding a katana. The taller of the pair was called Yura, a rook. The sword-wielding girl's name was Meguri, a knight. Yura was known to be particularly skilled in martial arts, while Meguri belonged to a family who made a living exterminating evil spirits. Chairwoman Soda saw fit to dispatch 3 pieces to the parking garage. She had read as well. They were firmly in control of the area. Sona must have anticipated that Zenobia and I were the ones most likely to attack. Zenobia unsheathed her blade that she was carrying on her back, while I summoned up a holy demon sword. Zenobia wasn't wielding her Durandal, given the rule against damaging the area, and the fact that she couldn't properly control Durandal's destructive might. She decided against using it. One of Ria's Gremory's bishops has retired. An announcement informed us that one of our allies was gone. It was difficult to imagine Azia being eliminated so soon. I didn't know how they'd done it, but they must have defeated Gasper. "You're surprisingly calm," Shinra remarked. "Yeah, I wouldn't be much use in a fight if I couldn't handle casualties," I responded with composure. Internally, I was seething with frustration over knowing that my friend was hurt, however. "Gasper, they probably got you before you even had the chance to put on much of a show. My sword will fight twice as hard for you." "Jeez, he needs to put more effort in training himself up." Zenobia sighed beside me. She was keeping calm as well, but her eyes betrayed her anger. "Still, you've gotten taken out my cute little junior. I'm going to have to avenge him." Her body was emanating a tremendous sense of pressure. Even I felt my skin tingling. Zenobia had a surprisingly soft spot towards her friends. No matter how she behaved, she was fond of Gasper. She wouldn't accept the news of his defeat lying down. We flashed each other determined grins, readied our weapons, and lunged. Shinra and I crossed swords, as did Zenobia and Meguri. Sparks went flying at the force of the impact. The ear-rending sound of metal pushing against metal rang out. It was at that point that Meguri realized what Zenobia was wielding, and took a hurried step back. A holy sword?" she exclaimed. Indeed, Zenobia was armed with a legendary holy sword. "Yeah, this is Ascalon. I'm borrowing it from Issei." All three of our opponents were stiffened at this revelation. Our instructor, Azazel, had examined how it merged with the boosted gear. "Issei, can you unequip it?" he asked. And so we learned that the holy sword could indeed be removed from Issei's sacred gear. With that knowledge, Azazel had hurried to implement a training schedule so that Zenobia could adapt using the Ascalon. She had spent a good part of her summer familiarizing herself with the weapon, from what I gathered. As the Ascalon now possessed both dragon-slaying abilities and the Red Dragon Emperor's inherent powers, it had evolved into a potent armament. It might not have been a match for Durandal's destructive force, but when one considered how much easier it was to use, it was clear that it could be employed in a much broader range of circumstances. Of course, that meant that Issei was left without it. All we could do was hope that the decision didn't backfire on us. Zenobia and I fell into a fierce battle against our three adversaries. We were handling Shinra and Meguri well enough, but it was Yura, the Rook, who worried me. It was anyone's guess whether she'd go after Zenobia or myself first. On guard against her, I continued to lash out my holy demon sword at the vice chairwoman. My blade, along with Zenobia's, reverberated with divine energy. If we managed to land a strike on our opponents, the damage would be considerable. Given that healing techniques were restricted, such a blow would probably be enough to retire them. A single hit meant victory. Zenobia, rapidly switching between offense and defense, suddenly opened a rift in the air. Normally, this is how she summoned the Durandal, but not this time. A holy aura wafted out from the rift in the air, enveloping the Ascalon. Shinra gawked in realization. "You're absorbing Durandal's holy aura without retrieving it?" Zenobia replied with a smirk. "Yeah, I found an interesting use for it. I managed how to make it work during my training. I'm more than capable of pulling it off now." The president and the Zazel regarded the Durandal as a valuable asset, but thought it was a waste of potential that Zenobia couldn't freely wield it. The Durandal was an incredibly mighty sword. If handled poorly, it would cause random destruction. Zenobia had been able to control it to some extent, but it was probably more accurate to say that she was at the weapon's mercy. One day, she might learn to master the Durandal, but it was too perilous to recklessly use until then. Thus, Azazel had come up with an idea. "Can you draw only the Durandal's aura from the dimension where you keep it? If so, you could try absorbing its strength with the Ascalon, or one of Kiba's holy demon swords. I had been flabbergasted by this suggestion. The Durandal didn't need to leave its extra dimension to exude its incredible holy power, but if that aura could be drawn out, it could be channeled into another object for use. The resulting effect wasn't as impressive as Durandal itself, but it was undoubtedly one of infinite potential. Zenobia was wielding that power now through the Ascalon. Azazel, governor of the fallen angels and former nemesis, had presented us with an option. I was beyond ecstatic that he had joined our side. Zenobia slashed at her opponent with the Ascalon, fully clad in Durandal's energy. Silver sparks erupted in the parking lot. The knight Gremory possessed considerable skill, but Zenobia was gradually winning out. Zenobia wasn't one to let an opening slip by, quickly cornering her opponent. She had her. However, that was when another figure stepped into the fray. The rook, Yura. She raised both of her hands in front of her and... Reverse! Zenobia let loose of her attack, but the holy aura inverted into a demonic one. Yura deftly stopped the Ascalon between her bare hands and sent it flying away. The rogue began to move into a follow-through, but Zenobia swiftly regained her composure and evaded the kick. The force of Yura's legs sent several vehicles flying through the garage. A direct hit from that would be incredibly dangerous. I was left speechless by the phenomenon that I just witnessed. Somehow, a holy aura had become a demonic one. Yura had called out the word reverse, so had she somehow altered the energy? Was that the special ability of hers? Her sacred gear? Whatever the reason, it was sure to pose a problem. That must have been one of those so-called counter abilities. It was an unusual case, but if Yura used it in conjunction with Gremory, Zenobia and I would be in trouble. Ascalon's holy power had been reversed, becoming demonic. As demonic powers were fueled demons, Zenobia's weapon would only inflict normal damage on one of us. Simply put, the holy sword had effectively been reduced to an ordinary blade. Zenobia may have possessed a masterful skill set, but she was used to fighting with holy swords, and this development had no doubt put her on the back foot. Another counter like this could spell defeat. Well played, Citri Familia. If that's how it's going to be. Zenobia, let's change places. I called out, and the two of us quickly switched opponents. This was better. Against my holy demon sword, which used both divine and demonic powers, a swapping ability would be useless. As expected, Yura showed no signs of using that technique against me. Instead, she and Gremory launched a joint attack. A short distance away, Zenobia and Shinra had begun to clash. Zenobia's onslaught was so fierce that she drove Shinra up against the wall. She had her. Zenobia, finish it. As if reading my mind, Zenobia raised the Ascalon and moved in for a winning blow. She could do this. If we took down the opposing team's queen, we would have a much better tactical position. This match is ours, she declared as she brought her weapon to bear on the other girl. From my point of view, it looked like a direct hit, but... Sacred gear. Mirror Alice. A huge ornate mirror appeared out of nowhere, shielding Shinra. Nonetheless, Zenobia followed through with her strike, carving straight through the thing. With an ear-rending noise, the broken-looking glass sent a powerful wave of force back at Zenobia. Flustered and confused, she spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. When this mirror is destroyed, it reflects the powerful strike back twofold. Yes, I'm a counter-type fighter. Yuto Kiba, it was a mistake to pick Zenobia, a power type, against me, Shinra said with a sneer. Falling onto the ground in pain, Zenobia continued to hack up red liquid. She had fallen right into the trap. I hadn't heard anything about this ability of Shinra's. Perhaps she only developed it recently. Now, all that remains is to deal with you, Yuto Kiba. The three women began to approach. I raced to grab Zenobia and hurried to conceal ourselves in the nearby shadows. I laid her down behind a car and rummaged through the first aid items I had taken from the drugstore earlier. Our enemies had played us like a fiddle. I never expected to go against two counter-type combatants. From the looks of it, Chairwoman Sona was aiming to eliminate us first. She must have correctly predicted that Zenobia and I would form an offensive group of our team's strategy. Undoubtedly, we were a considerable threat to the opposition, with our holy swords and above-average speed. The chairwoman had compensated for that by sending 3 of her pieces, each capable of balancing out the weaknesses of the other 2. Had she foreseen every move? Zenovia's condition was serious. She had fallen victim to twice the power of the Rondel and Ascalon combined. If Shinra's sacred gear could send back holy attacks so easily, she could instantly retire either of us. In the worst cases, the result could be lethal. Given her injuries, it wouldn't be long before Zenovia was forced to leave the battlefield. The next attack she took would undoubtedly be her last. Our stock of Phoenix Tears was with the president. I had no restoration skills at my disposal. Zenovia grabbed my hand. Leave, Kiba. I'm going to be retired any minute now. However, I merely continue to treat her wounds. I know, but I swore not to abandon my friends so easily. How sentimental. You almost sound like Issei. She responded with a smile. Thanks. I do wish I could be more like him in some ways. Yeah, I wish my spirit was just as strong as his. He was incredible. The kind of person who never gave up. Issei fully understood how weak he was, but still, he was always ready to stand against anyone. He always spoke depreciatingly of himself, yet, in truth, he was more introspective than any of us. In terms of raw strength, I was probably no longer a match for him. The amount of effort and perseverance he had poured into improving himself was remarkable. His continuous strides to better himself were worthy of admiration. You want to be like Issei? Like a pervert? That can stay Issei's thing. I do wish I had his sense of determination, though. Zenovia let out a weak giggle. That wouldn't suit you. I had to agree. I know, right? But so long as I can move just a single finger, I won't let anyone take me down. I see. Are you telling me you're going to keep fighting until I'm completely spent? You're awful. If I'm going to fall, I want to keep moving as much as possible until it happens. Even if it's 1 more centimeter, 1 more millimeter, anything less would leave me with regret. One of Sonosidri's pawns has retired. An announcement. It sounded like someone had taken out a member of the other team. Zenovia and I had to keep going too. The sound of our opponent's footsteps approached. Zenovia, it won't be long before you retire, but before you go, there's something I want to show you. I stood up to meet my 3 enemies. Are you prepared? Shinra asked as she approached, readying her halberd. A small rift opened up in the air behind me. Zenovia's handiwork. It was perfectly situated. Out of sight of each of my opponents, the next thing I knew, the Dorondo's aura flowed into me. Now, Zenovia, let's show him what you and I, Ria's Gremory's 2 knights, have created. A barrage of holy demon swords burst into being throughout the parking lot. Individually, their auras might not have been particularly potent, but with Dorondo's powers mixed in, they were a force to be reckoned with. Durandal birth! The attack instantly skewered Yura and Meguri, who were engulfed at once in the light before disappearing. 2 down. Shinra appeared to have somehow escaped and had vanished from the parking garage. As I held her in my arms, Zenovia's body began to glow. Kiba, that was a good move. A satisfied smile rose on her lips as she departed from the arena. I saw her off with a smile. Yeah, if we're going to team up again, we should be able to make more holy swords bloom. There was a moment where Zenovia was weightless, and the next instant, she vanished from my grip. With that fleeting sound, the holy swords that sprung up all throughout the parking lot crumbled away. Saji and I were still exchanging blows. No matter how you looked at it, I clearly had the advantage. My opponent was barely keeping it together. He had bundled his snake tethers together to act as a shield, but he wasn't able to block every one of my strikes. I struck Saji so hard that it sent him crashing into the store behind him. We were close to evenly matched in terms of physical prowess. That said, my offensive and defensive skills had undergone a huge improvement lately. I still hadn't reached my full potential, but at this rate. I knocked Saji down time and time again. His legs were quivering, but that didn't stop him from getting back up. He kept throwing punches at my armor, his fists were long since broken, making a sickening crack with each impact as blood spurted. Though he tried to attach another one of his lines to me, the Red Dragon Emperor's aura was powerful enough to deflect it without trouble. Surprisingly, the line that he attached to my right arm before transformation wouldn't come off no matter what I did. Even blasting it with my aura didn't shake it loose. Just what was it connected to? Perhaps if I had Ascalon, instead of lending it to Zenobia, I might have been able to do something. But there was no use worrying about it now. I would have to wait until we caught up to where to sever the tether. There was something else troubling as well. My armor was supposed to be incredibly strong, but each time Saji landed a blow on me, the impact shook throughout my body. The pain was getting sharper and sharper, and I could feel bruises forming beneath my scale mail. I was taking damage. I'm going to win. I'll beat you. Here and now. I'll take my first step towards fulfilling my dream. Just what was I dealing with here? My opponent was hacking up blood. At that moment, I suddenly remembered something Tannine had said during my training. Listen up, kid. The most fearful attack in the raiding game is something called a loaded blow. A loaded blow? Yeah. People fight for all sorts of purposes. Desire, pleasure, greed, a home, women, wealth, a dream. Those kinds of thoughts get mixed into one's actions. Some folks have devoted their lives to raiding games. But out of all participants in this chaotic melting pot, there is one type that you should be most afraid of. Those who could use a loaded blow. So, what is it? A special move? A sacred gear? Magic? No. Look at your fist, kid. What are you holding? I don't know. You put something in it. A dream. Or maybe your soul. That's what it means to throw everything into your punch. And that's the most dangerous attack of all. Against regular strikes, you might be able to defend yourself to some extent, with knowledge and preparation. But a loaded blow will resound deep into your core. Not even magic and science of the Underworld can explain it fully. Yet someone who tasted it will know. Yeah, it's that bad. An opponent who can unleash that kind of attack is the real thing. A rival to be feared. Never try to engage them, even if they are lower in level than you are. A hit like that will be enough to tilt the scales of a match. No matter what you do, it will penetrate your defenses. I finally understood. Saji's attack were breaking through to me. They were somehow penetrating my armor and reaching my body. That spirit, dormant in his sacred gear, responding to his depths of emotion. Hey, dragon-type sacred gears are scary stuff, Dre. Now I really don't know what's going on. I thought back. Yodo! Even as the harsh reality of the situation became evident to him, Saji refused to relent. I responded in kind, and we clashed again. Let me ask you one thing. What are they like? Are the rumors true? Are the Prez's breasts as soft as marshmallows? Is a woman's body truly like an untouched pudding? I was struck by the intensity burning in Saji's eyes. Seizing his chance, he launched another line, latched it onto the bench behind me, and swung my way with all of his strength. I quickly crossed my arms to shield myself, and the weaponized piece of furniture shattered into countless fragments on impact. That was the amount of force Saji was putting into his strikes. What was going on in that head of yours when you touched them? Damn you! I could have swore that his hits were even stronger now than when he was talking about his dream. Next, he launched a barrage of additional tethers into a nearby furniture store and began to swing a large haul of household items over his head in my direction. Was he planning on smashing them all down at me at once? With the objects raining down, I let loose a minimally charged burst with my dragon shot. Adjusting the power level like this sure wasn't easy. Keeping it up was swiftly going to become difficult. The blast of red-tinged demonic power swept the assembled items away in a single burst, and yet, something collided with my back. Glancing around, I saw that Saji had adjusted the trajectory of one of the lines, hurling a wardrobe into me from behind, but the impact vibrated through my body. Even if I wasn't severely injured, This kind of blow clearly wasn't healthy. If we kept going on like this, the effects would start piling up. You think I want to do that? I want to rub breasts. Saji was crying tears of frustration. I've never even seen one before. I've been praying to cast my eyes on a real-life nipple my entire life, and you get to touch them as much as you like. Damn it, Hyodo. I punched Saji down to the ground, but he immediately rose back up to his feet. Talk about spirited. But Hyodo, breasts aren't what I want most. I want to become a teacher. A teacher, damn it. Is that so bad? Why does everyone have to mark our dreams all the time? Then he began to howl at me, or rather, to the viewers. We didn't announce our aspirations to all of you, just for you to laugh at us. I'm not. What makes you think I'd mock something you're willing to risk your life over? I exclaimed in reply. Saji came flying at me. I hurled my fist at him. One strike wasn't enough, however, so I hit him yet again. His face was beginning to swell. Some of his teeth were clearly broken, and the blood was dripping down from his mouth. Still, Saji stood, coming at me over and over. He was stubborn, foolish to a point of, I'm going to surpass you, me, today. The declaration resounded heavily through my armor, all the way to my heart. I must have struck him down at least a dozen more times after that. Before I knew it, the sound of Saji's ragged breath was growing fainter and fainter. He should have been at his limit. His mouth was lacerated in numerous places, so much so that he couldn't stanch the flow of blood anymore. Intelligible speak was beyond him now. Bruises dotted his face, one even holding his left eye shut. He was unsteady on his feet. His body swayed from side to side. A few of his fingers were twisted in unnatural directions, and yet, in spite of all that, he continued to glare my way, a piercing glint in his eyes. Come on, Saji. Come on. Saji. Don't tell me you've had enough. You're not going to let it end like this, are you? I thought you said that idiots like us kept on pushing forward to the very end. He edged slowly forward, step by step. Broken and battered, he refused to run away. Without ever breaking eye contact with me, he charged forward. His physical state reminded me of how I'd looked during my match with Rise of Phoenix. I'd witnessed my sorry state on my recordings. Thoroughly pummeled, yet still pressing on, because I needed to reach my opponent. You poured your soul into your training, right? Well, so did I. I could feel the tremendous pressure emanating from Saji. I was clearly the better fighter, but still, a terrible sense of fear seized me. No matter how many times I hit him, he wouldn't quit. Never had I imagined I'd encounter a foe who installed such tremendous dread into me. Hey, Rise of Phoenix, I'm guessing this is what you felt like when I kept coming for you. I get it now. The reason you kept knocking me to the ground. Saji, I'm going to beat you. He threw another punch at me with his mangled arm. It was slow, and I evaded it easily and delivered a counter. My attack caught Saji square in the cheek. The result was instantaneous. He lost consciousness. Astonishingly, he had still managed to grab a hold of my right arm. He gripped it so unbelievably firm that I couldn't shake him off. He was all cold, but still clung to me. Then, a bright light began to envelop his body. I refused to take my eyes off Saji until he had completely vanished. Something in me worried that if I stopped watching him, even for a moment, he would wake up. One of Sona Suchi's pawns has retired. Konoko. I retracted the mask covering my face. Can you hold my hand? Ise? She asked with a puzzled look. I've never beat a friend up before. I knew I would need to do this. I knew. But still. She took my trembling fist in her hands. Even through my gauntlet, I could feel her warmth. You were cool, Ise. I'm proud of you. Never had I needed to hear those words so badly before. My fight with Saji over, I broke open the door to the nearby vending machine and fetched myself a bottle of water. Konoko decided to get something to drink too. Damn it. I couldn't stop shaking. Was this because of my armor? Sure, I'd taken a lot of damage in the fight, but I should still be able to keep going. An announcement had just informed us that one of our knights was out of the raiding game. Kiba? Zenobia? I had no way of knowing who. One of them had prevailed, the other one wounded. Our opponents had lost a knight and a rook as well. That left us with 6 pieces remaining, while the other side just had 4. Although we had a numerical advantage, it was no time to let our guard down. In my present state, I had less than 20 minutes left before I ran out of strength. We had to get this over as soon as possible. Issei. Koneko pointed at my right arm. Right. Even now, with Saji defeated, his line was still attached to me. Not even activating my armor had been enough to get rid of it. There was no doubting that it led to the siege tree home base. What was this supposed to do? It certainly couldn't be good. The fact that I had an advantage with Saji meant that he poured considerable power into it. Saji, what are you thinking? At that moment, a voice came through our communication earpieces. Everyone on offense, can you hear me? We're advancing to the other team's home base. It was the Prez. She was finally moving out. The opening and middle stages of the match were over, and it was time for the final spurt. I took a deep breath and looked at Koneko. Let's go. She gave me a quick nod as we proceeded into the last stage of the battle. A central atrium occupied the middle of the shopping center, filled with a ring of benches that encircled a clock and stood atop a large pillar. It was the kind of place where shoppers would stop for a break during their spending sprees. Having reached this landmark, we came to a halt. Why, you ask? Because the chairwoman was standing right in front of us.
Greetings, Issei Hyodo, Koneko Tojo. I see this is the Red Dragon Emperor in all of his glory. I can sense a tremendous force inside you. It's only natural that people see you as a threat,
she remarked calmly. A barrier protected the chairwoman. Her 2 bishops, both members of the student council, were the ones maintaining it. The line extending from my right arm ended at one of those bishops. It can't be. Was their scheme to channel my powers into the bishops to fuel the shield? If they were using the energy of the Red Dragon Emperor, it would be all but impenetrable. If only Kiba or Zenobia had been here. Cutting through this barrier with a holy sword was our best chance at destroying it. Before long, the student council's bespectacled vice chairwoman, Shinra, made an appearance. She too was an incredible beauty, with a surprisingly sexy and mature body. Following after her, from the direction that Koneko and I had approached, was Kiba. So Zenobia was the one that had been defeated.
You're a bold one, Sona. Making your way to the center of the battlefield like this,
someone stated. It was the Prez's voice. I looked over my shoulder to find that she had indeed arrived.
I can say the same of you, Riaz,
replied the chairwoman.
Indeed, we reached the closing act of our bout. I must admit, things have played out rather differently than I expected.
The Prez's expression was stern. Indeed, the plan had been for Kiba and Zenobia to target the chairwoman. To that end, I served as a decoy. Unfortunately, our enemy had seen right through that tactic. Was the chairwoman a cut above us when it came to raiding games? No, I had to believe in the Prez. All of a sudden, my vision felt distant. Huh? What's going on? I staggered where I stood. My mind was growing foggy, my strength ebbing. Before I knew it, I had fallen to my knees. The Prez quickly noticed what had come over me. Just as Ozzy activated his sacred gear and its healing ability, a gentle light enveloped me, emitting a pale green color. It wiped away the pain, but the dazed sensation remained. I watched as the Prez retrieved our team's stock of Phoenix Tears, but stopped. She had probably realized that if Ozzy's Twilight healing couldn't fix the problem, then the tears would similarly have little effect. My other team members had caught on to my predicament too, and watched me in consternation. The chairwoman broke into a small smile.
Neither Ozzy's Twilight healing nor your Phoenix Tears would do any good. I've watched your recording of your match with Riser, and I realized just how formidable Hyodo is. He will never give up fighting for the sake of his friends, for himself, and above all, for you, Riaz.
Sona paused there for a moment before turning to me.
Straightforward combat would never be enough to best you. I can tell that you're the kind to keep getting up no matter how many times you collapse. As far as we're concerned, your strength of will is equally as impressive as the powers of the Red Dragon Emperor. Yes, perhaps you can believe any enemy can be defeated, so long as you don't quit. That mindset feeds into your abilities, increasing your power far beyond its original potential. It's your greatest weapon, Hyodo. She had a point. That strength of will was practically my only redeeming feature. And so, we had no choice but to remove you from the board another way. One of the opposing team's bishops lifted a plastic satchel. It was filled with red liquid. Blood, perhaps? That pouch was at the end of the line, still connected to me. No way. However, the chairwoman had confirmed it. This is your blood. You may have been reincarnated as a demon, but you were once human. And when human loses half their blood, the result is fatal. You're familiar with the rules of the raiding game, aren't you? If a fighter is rendered unable to continue, they were removed from the field for medical treatment. Saji, damn you. So this was your plan from the very beginning? Gah, my body lost all of its strength. Kiba threw a dagger-shaped holy demon sword into the air, slicing through the line, but my blood continued to gush out, only now onto the floor. So it was the line itself that was bleeding me dry. It's too late. You've already lost too much. You should be removed from the battle any minute now, the chairwoman declared, her voice stone cold. Sona, you... The press rushed towards her, her face brimming with anguish. We had all been outsmarted. Yes, Saji used his sacred gear to bleed Hyodo drop by drop, even as he was beaten down. It took him a lot of practice and precise control to adapt the technique normally used to suck energy to one that can drain blood, but he rose to meet the challenge. He kept getting back up, not only because of his pride and dreams, but also to stall. Apparently, the process was slow. Saji had been willing to sacrifice himself just to buy enough time to pull it off. He could have tried delaying me simply by running away, but instead, he had confronted me face to face. Saji, you're insane. All that had been done so he could win to my face? You should be close to being retired, Hyodo. With all the blood you lost, I can't imagine you got more than 1 or 2 attacks left. Your armor is solid, your attack power is strong, but there are many great ways to defeat you, even if we can't best you in a contest of force, as unable to fight according to the rules. I couldn't even stand this anymore. I was done for. A strategy like this had never occurred to me. Were the chairwoman's tactics better than ours? Sona directed a question to the prez. Riaz, what are you betting on this match? I've staked my life on it. My dream won't be easy to attain. If I don't take down the obstacles that lie in front of me, I'll never be able to open up my pathway to success. And so, Riaz, I'll destroy your pride and reputation. The prez made a sour face at this declaration of war. She must have been frustrated beyond belief. There was no denying that she had started this match with the advantage, to the point where a victory had seemed all but certain. Yet the battle now come to this. Losing to what should have been a weaker opponent would ruin her reputation. That was what the chairwoman was trying to do here? Sona Citre, just how calculating are you? The chairwoman's attention then shifted to me. Saji, he was always going on about how he wanted to surpass you. To him, you're a fellow pawn, a friend, and a rival he needs to overcome. I could feel the truth behind those words. I had experienced his depth of his fighting spirit and aspirations firsthand during our bout. There could be no denying them. Saji must have been gunning for me from the very start. But you have a legendary dragon inside of you, and so he always had an inferiority complex. I wanted to show him that he didn't need anything like that to fight against you. It seemed like he finally got it. That line didn't disappear even after you beat him. It's a testament to how strongly he feels. Since you're just about to leave the battle, let me say this. Just as you had your sights set square on rising to the top, Saji's have been locked on defeating you. You aren't the only pawn going all out to fulfill your dreams. Remember who it is who beat you. Genshiro Saji. I'm going to surpass you, me, today. What Saji had said to me near the end of the fight reverberated in my mind. Saji. So all of his training was to take me down? Damn it, Saji. You're amazing. No matter how many times I knocked you down, all you were thinking about was beating me. Even if you couldn't take me out directly, you had faith in your allies to finish the job. If you couldn't deliver the necessary blow, you don't need to worry anymore. I'm done for. Your attacks have bested me. But I'm not going to disappear without showing off my newest special technique first. I mustered up what little remained of my strength and pulled myself to my feet, retreating a short distance until all the remaining members of both the Gremory and Siege familiars were in view. If I was going to be retired, I would at least go out with a perverted bang. I raised my hands in front of me and set my sights on the Prez's bust. Before I go, I'll fulfill my worldly passions. Right. I was about to be removed from the game anyways. That being said, there was no reason not to show off all my cards. I poured my remaining energy into my mind, into my perverted fantasies. What remained of my aura enveloped my body. I wasn't turning it into a destructive power, but instead channeling it into my head. Arise, my lust. Be free, my worldly passions. Using the power of the Red Dragon Emperor, I would aim for new heights. My body only needed to hold on just a little bit longer. This would trump all my previous exploits. If done correctly, this new technique will be unparalleled. Expand, O world of my dreams. At that moment, a mysterious state of being unfolded around me. The female members of both the Gremory and Siege familias must have felt it instinctively, as they all moved to cover their bodies. Be easy, everyone. This new technique doesn't inflict any damage. It isn't nearly as flashy as my dress break one. Then I called out to the Prez, or rather, to her breasts. Let me hear your voice. Issei, are you alright? Came a cute voice from those tits. You'll get in trouble if you do anything too outlandish. I see. I could hear them. I could hear them. Awesome. Prez, you're worried about me, aren't you? That I'll end up hurting myself if I do anything too strange. A look of astonishment fell over her. Issei, how do you... I turned next to the chairwoman, to her breasts. What are you thinking? Has he developed a way of reading people's minds? Uh-oh, Sona's in trouble. It seems like she already figured it out. Sort of. Evidently, boobs didn't always have the same personality as the person they belonged to. The Princess sounded like a little girl, while the chairwoman's resembled her sister, Serapha Leviathan. Sona, you're wondering whether my new special move lets me read your mind, right? The chairwoman blanched at my inquiry. Almost, but not quite. I wanted to hear what's going on close to your hearts, directly from your breasts, in their own words. I struck a victorious pose and shouted out with pride. My new technique, boob lingual. With this, I can hear the voices of all women's tits. Ha ha ha. All I have to do is ask, and they'll reveal to me their ungarnished truth. Could there be any more powerful way of knowing your opponent's thoughts? I don't have enough blood left. I wouldn't stop now. It was all or nothing. The bloodlust was liable to kill me, but at least I would have no regrets. These were voices only I could hear. I'd wished for this for so long. During my stint in the mountains, I had to deny my own sex drive, my overwhelming craving for breasts. No matter how much I wished to see them, there weren't any nude magazines up on that mountain, and of course, there weren't any actual women either. It had been just a dragon in me. Day in, day out, I'd live for a life of meager survival as he chased me around. So what do you think happened to me in that environment? A modern, impressionable teenage boy. It had started with me wanting to talk to girls, to meet them, and ended with me grasping for something akin to an erotic sense of spiritual awakening. I heard about famous monks and the like who sought out seclusion up on mountains to attain enlightenment. Such individuals sought to abandon their worldly desires. I guess you could say I was the exact opposite, seeking only to pursue them.
Thus, I arrived at something else. A wellspring of eroticism. It had been nighttime. I was wrapping myself in leaves, thinking endlessly about breasts. During my training, I tried a little Zen meditation. Once or twice, I had even sat beneath a waterfall, my mind filled with nothing but worldly passions. I wanted to grasp them, touch them, suck them, poke them, pinch them. After countless days in this state of mental perseverance, I came to a realization. I wanted to converse with boobs. I was so grateful and blessed to know so many wonderful breasts that I wanted to know what they were thinking and feeling. At the time, I didn't have enough power to make those desires a reality. But with the gifts of the Red Dragon Emperor at my disposal, the possibilities were endless. And now, here we were. Hey, breasts of that bishop over there, talk to me. No, don't! Cried the young bishop girl, covering herself. It was far too late, however. Kiba, I'm so excited to be standing on the same battlefield as Kiba. What? So, you only got eyes for Kiba? What about you, breasts of the other bishop? When I turned my gaze to the next target, she fell onto her knees. Stop it! Gross! Hyodo is terrifying. That armor makes him look so strong and intimidating. So I wonder why I only see him as this perverted freak. Getting dismissed twice in rapid succession was too much for me. I was at my limit. Damn it. Maybe I don't always want to hear what they're thinking. I glanced around, only to find everyone staring at me, their eyes twitching strangely. Huh? Why aren't they all surprised at my incredible new skill? The chairwoman was grimacing. The prez letting out a sigh, she held her hand to her forehead. Riaz, this is too much. I'm sorry. It's certainly a formidable move, but if he's going to invade people's privacy like that, no female demon is ever going to want to fight you. Yes, I'll give him a stern talking to. Huh? What's with that reaction? This is an incredibly useful ability. I mean, with this, I can... You really are a sick pervert. Sick freak. I received a full-blown dressing down from the breasts of everyone gathered, Gremory and Cedric familiars alike. I was left speechless. Impossible. I could hear them all as if they're standing right next to me. See? This technique is perfect. I thought confidently. Azia's breast. What are you thinking? Stupid Issei. He's so badly hurt, and this is all he can think about? But it's nothing I can't heal. So Azia's breasts were the hot and cold tsundere type. Who would have thought that boobs could reveal a person's innermost thoughts? I thought you were cool, but you're a disgusting Red Dragon Emperor. The worst. As usual, Konoko's remarks were scathing. This was no good. My consciousness was fading. I had lost too much blood. Before I left, I had to learn the chairwoman's battle strategy. Chairwoman Sona's breasts. Tell me your strategy. So, this special ward is made by the bishops, right? It's a decoy. Sona isn't here. It's an illusion. It's like only her spirit is here, her aura. She's actually up on the roof. The idea is to trick you all into attacking the ward, to exhaust and weaken you all. Pretty clever, don't you think? So the one that we were looking at was a mirage. She wasn't even here in person. In any event, I had to tell the others what I just learned from the chairwoman's boobs. Everyone, the chairwoman, behind the ward, it's a trick. The bishops are actually projecting an illusion of her. They want us to waste our energy here. The real chairwoman is on the roof. She's transmitting her spirit here to communicate with us remotely. That's why Konoko couldn't sense her on the roof earlier. I guess that's why my boob lingual technique worked on her too then. Having relayed what I had to, I fell down to the ground. Issei! Azia began to run my way, but the chairwoman's queen moved to stop her. Azia stopped where she was and began to pray. A faint light wrapped around her body, slowly spreading through her surroundings. Was this the fruit of her training? Her ranged healing ability at work? She should have known that healing me at this stage would be pointless, but her gentle nature would no doubt meant that she was still worried about me. That girl truly was a good person, and with her breast's hot and cold personalities, she was unrivaled.
I've been waiting for you to do that, one of the opposing bishops called out. The image of the chairwoman vanished, the barrier dissipating as the bishop stepped foot into Azia's healing aura. Was she trying to benefit from her healing power? It didn't look like she was injured. Then she raised her hands into the air and cried, "Reverse!" The pale green light instantly transformed into an ominous deep red. At that moment, a white glow shrouded Azia's body. She began to disappear. What? Reversing a restorative aura deals damage. Argento's healing abilities are so powerful that reversing them... The bishop flashed Azia a triumphant grin as she spat out blood. What's happening right now? I've defeated the healer, chairwoman. The bishop managed before vanishing with Azia. Damn it. They took out Azia too. My body was engulfed in light. I was already finished. I wish I could march right into the enemy base and promote to a queen, but I'd been defeated before even getting the chance. I was pathetic. That I had been able to use my bootlingual technique did bring me some comfort, though. Saji, one of Sona Citri's bishops has retired. One of Ria's Gremory's bishops and her pawn have retired. I, Azazel, burst into laughter in the VIP room. So, this is the current Red Dragon Emperor, remarked one of the big-name onlookers. The audience was aghast, given the absurd new technique they just witnessed. Through the viewing monitors, that was natural. Booblingual. It was too ludicrous. For a second, even I, whose open-mindedness to all things sexual was widely known, couldn't understand what was happening. And if I was taken aback, the others must have been appalled. On the monitor, Reyes' face had turned bright red. I felt sorry for her, but there was no denying this sure was interesting. That said, this booblingual technique, it wasn't particularly flashy, but it sure looked effective. So long as a woman led the opposing team, it could sway the outcome of the entire match. The ability seemingly let Issei learn the female enemy's plans. There's no special move more terrifying. Not only that, but it also worked against mental projections. Used properly, it could potentially be undefeatable. Still, Issei certainly had a knack for coming up with new tricks that got women to hate him. I thought he wanted to be popular with girls. It was a shame that he didn't seem to have realized how astonishing this new technique was, using it only to fuel his sexual desires. Rias would probably threaten to ban him in future matches if he used it again. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to participate in any more raiding games. Most familiars had at least a few female members after all. Volley, I can see why you, who are so much higher in rank than Issei Hyodo, have taken such an interest in him. Even though he's supposedly the weakest Red Dragon Emperor there has ever been. Yeah, this was an exciting development. That just about summed it up. Someone who you could watch endlessly without getting bored was the best opponent for a battle maniac. So, Volley, Issei keeps growing in different ways from you, developing his powers. What are you gonna do? How are you going to fight him? He keeps exceeding all expectations. Admittedly, I was looking forward to it. It would certainly be fun to watch. In all likelihood, it would end up being the greatest showdown between the red and white of all time. And then, there was that reversal technique of the Citra Familia was using. That was the fruit of our research. It was true that we fallen angels had started offering technical assistance to demons, but that move was still in the research stages. Did Armoros or Serio offer it to the Citrus Familia in exchange for data from the match? I wondered. What a bother. We were still conducting trials on that technique, meaning it was still unpredictable. Yet Sona Citri and her Familia were using it regardless. That's how much they wanted to win. No matter the cost, no matter the risk. There are some fallen angels who had taken to ripping sacred gears from their hosts
and embedding them into themselves. The reversal was similar to such cases, in that it granted the recipient a technique that wasn't originally theirs. However, doing so was known to be dangerous, shortening their lifespans and damaging their natural abilities. Issei had similarly shaved away his life force when he had acquired the White Dragon Emperor's dividing power. There were, of course, cases where someone could receive a new technique without injuring themselves, as Kiba had, but trying to certainly wasn't recommended. Incidentally, I had designed my artificial sacred gears for my own personal use from the get-go, so they carried no such risk. I almost felt guilty about this, but I was going to have to advise that reversal move be banned from future matches. I didn't want to destroy these youngsters' lives before they even fully begun. To think that the reversal would have been used like this, it was initially only meant for invert general opposites, holy into demonic, darkness into light, and so forth. But here they were, deftly altering their opponent's unique powers. I had seen for myself how far the Secret Familia was willing to go. I couldn't wait to behold what happened next. Still, what would the others do now that Issei was gone? Would Reyes and Akano lose their will to keep going? Ho ho ho, what an interesting battle. The graybeard geezer Odin was seemingly enjoying himself as he watched the monitor. To think the selfish old clod was actually praising someone. Sir Zex. Yes. That lad with the dragon-type sacred gear. Issei Hyodo, the Red Dragon Emperor. Surprisingly, Odin shook his head. No, the Sitri Familia's pawn. Ah, so he's more interested in that one. He's a good demon. Be sure to look after him. He'll be quite the fighter one day. It was no small feat defeating that Red Dragon Emperor lad. This is what I enjoy about watching you demons play around with your raiding games. The weak can evolve before your very eyes. Yes, this is what battles are all about. Odin was paying the greatest possible compliment to someone he had been unaware of just a few hours ago. Right, you get it, don't you, Pops? Seraphal said, ecstatic. She was undoubtedly overjoyed to hear her sister's familia being praised like this. Never mind that she'd been watching on the verge of tears up until now. Sona Citri's pawn. Genshiro Saji, wasn't it? It was fair to say that my estimation of him had increased even more than Issei during this match. This raiding game was being broadcast throughout the Underworld. Against all expectations, this hetero 4 nameless dragon-type sacred gear host may well now have exceeded the fame of the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei, Reyes, there are going to be all kinds of difficulties in store for you. Now that Issei and Azuya had left the battlefield, there were only 4 of us remaining. Me, Yuto Kiba, the president, Akano, and Konako. The other side had 3 fighters left, the chairwoman, Shinra, and the other bishop. Our familia had expected to dominate, but there have been several upsets. The supposedly superior side has lost half its members. I could practically hear the disappointment of the high-class demons watching. The president's reputation was sure to suffer because of this. We couldn't afford to let it fall any further than it already had. Issei, the life of our familia, was gone. That was a considerable loss. I was managing to push on despite it, but I was worried about the president. If Azuya was still with us, she would certainly be in shock too. For now, we remaining members simply had to keep going. As shocking as Issei's defeat had been, so long as it didn't affect our performance, there shouldn't be a problem. And yet, losing Azuya had been a nasty surprise. How had they known that using the reverse technique, while she was employing her healing abilities, her ranged version no less? Azuya's restorative powers were immense. The damage caused by that inversion must have been immeasurable. More importantly, Azuya had been defeated in a split second. The other team's bishop, Hanakai was her name, had also been retired. Chairwoman Sona must have predicted that we would try to heal at range, and this had been her countermeasure. She had also understood that Azuya's sacred gear didn't discriminate between friend or foe. If the other team had used the reverse move while we were all receiving treatment, we would have been wiped out.
It was a frightening strategy. That was just how much foresight the chairwoman possessed. Hanakai's sacrifice was proof of the Citri Familia's bond. To me, it seemed even more stronger than ours. Such a tour de force was only possible if one truly believed in their allies. Then, there was Issei's new technique. There wasn't anything I could say about that. Still, if it worked against all women, it could be quite dangerous. Now was hardly the time to ponder such things, however. Chairwoman Sona wasn't planning to win this match through raw strength, but by turning our own immense power against us with careful planning. This was what the reigning game was all about. Might alone wasn't enough to guarantee victory. The president rose to her feet, glancing up above. She was probably trying to locate the chairwoman up on the roof. Even having lost Issei, she kept her cool, as was expected of a king. If a king were to lose her composure, it would have a disastrous effect on the rest of their familia. "Konako, can you sense her?" the president asked. "Yes, I couldn't earlier, but I could detect her ki coming from the roof. She must have been projecting her aura earlier and using a technique to suppress her presence and conceal her true location." Konako's ears twitched as she spoke, probably as she tried to pinpoint the chairwoman. Those cat ears of hers were really cute. She still seemed ready to fight, even with Issei gone. It was a relief to know that the others were still raring to go. I pointed my blade at Shinra and the other bishop. "Now then, how shall we do this? As fellow swordsmen, what do you say we decide this with our blades?" "Fine with me. In chess, pawns most often promote to queens, but now and then they might become a knight, which can change a battle's outcome. There may be a great many differences between chess and the reigning game, but this should be a good fight." And so my duel against Shinra had been decided. As for the remaining bishop, Kusaka, Akano's golden aura appeared in the corner of my vision, crackling with energy. There was a strange hue to her aura, and her teary eyes radiated a cold, forlorn feeling. "I wanted to show Issei my dedication," she muttered as she took a dazed, wobbly step forward. I could sense an unusual feeling of pressure emanating from her. "I wanted to show Issei my dedication by using this disgusting power in front of him, but now..." She slowly raised her arms before her. "I'll never forgive you." Her sadist side was now on full display. It was her most dangerous form. I hadn't expected that our usually stoic vice president would respond to Issei's loss like this. "I'll erase you." With those quiet words of fury, a huge ball of lightning shot from her hands, speeding towards Bishop Kusaka. "Reverse." At the moment of impact, Kusaka spread her hands and tried to invert the effects of the lightning, and yet a fierce onslaught of energy engulfed her. She hadn't been able to alter the lightning in time and took a direct hit. Within a split second, she was surrounded by a white glow and disappeared from the stage. "It's no use." She tried to reverse my attack, but I unleashed both electricity and light. There was no inverting it at all. "One of Sona Citri's bishops has retired. They can't alter it if they don't know what they're targeting." As Akano had declared, it looked like Kusaka hadn't yet mastered how to use the reverse ability. Akano directed her hands at the queen, Shinra, ignoring my duel with her. The shock of losing Issei and her anger over not being able to show him the power of her holy lightning had left her blind to me. It might have been that feeling that had helped her come to terms with those abilities, but it was an unexpected development nonetheless. I hadn't realized Issei meant so much to her. Shinra recognized she was in danger and bolted away. A bolt of lightning landed straight for her. Any demon hit by that would be defenseless. Akano's newly unleashed powers combined electricity with a demon's greatest weakness, holy light. It was frightening to imagine what the outcome might be. Shinra, however, successfully evaded and fled to the back of the shopping mall. I took off after her at breakneck speed. When it came to agility, I was second to none. I created a fresh holy demon sword as I ran, bringing it down on Shinra when I caught up to her. However, she parried the strike with her halberd. I had no way of knowing when she would bring out that counter-type sacred gear. At that moment, she retrieved a small vial from her pocket. The Phoenix Tears. The chairwoman had entrusted them to her queen. She threw the vial in my direction and then lashed out at it with her halberd, sending the liquid flying my way. "Reverse!" she cried. She was trying to invert that healing potion into something that could knock me out in one hit, similar to what happened with Azia. I wasted no time transforming my holy demon sword into a water-based blade. The altered liquid merged with the water. When Phoenix Tears combined with something else, they lost their potency. In other words, I had nullified their inverted damage potential. All I needed was the smallest of openings, Shinra cried, turning her razor-sharp halberd on me. Her use of Phoenix Tears had only been meant as a distraction, yet, even so, holy demon swords erupted in great numbers all around. The blade shooting out of the ground carved Shinra's halberd into pieces, disarming her. At present, I have no openings. I began to unleash a follow-through attack when she summoned a mirror technique between us. I quickly weakened my attack as much as possible and pushed it into the mirror, with only enough force to break through. As the reflective surface cracked, the impact came to me twofold, but it was nothing that I couldn't withstand. I gritted my teeth and raised my left arm into the air, and then I intoned words of power. Saints Peter, Basil, Dennis, and Virgin Mary, heed my call. The space around me warped, and I thrust my hands into the rift opening in the air. No way, it can't be. Shinra, realizing what I was doing, exclaimed in disbelief. In the name of the saints who dwell within the blade, I release you, Durandal. Yes, what I retrieved from the rift was that legendary holy sword, the Durandal. Zenovia, I'll avenge you here and now. I followed through with my momentum and brought the holy weapon to bear in a wide slash. The blade made impact, dealing significant damage to its target. Nonetheless, Shinra didn't activate her counter-type sacred gear. Perhaps she couldn't use it again so soon. This was Zenovia's idea. She agreed to relinquish this blade to me, in the event that she was rendered unable to fight. Indeed, she had taught me how to use the Durandal. But you aren't supposed to be able to use holy swords, Shinra murmured as her body was enveloped in white light. You're right, and that's something I suffered deeply for. But the situation has changed. Thanks to my balance breaker, it seems like I can handle the Durandal now. The weapon was emitting a dull tone. Unlike what was often the case when Zenovia was using it, those vibrations weren't out of control or overly destructive. Why, that's... Not even Zenovia had mastered it to that level. Shimmer gaped. I had a different opinion on the situation. Zenovia's aura is one of someone who seeks power, and the Durandal perhaps responds to that when she wields it. However, I choose accuracy over power, ability over strength. Even though I had tried to suppress its potential, the shockwave from my attack had still ended up tearing a huge gash through the floor and a reasonable distance past Shinra. That would probably reflect poorly on me later. Zenovia told me how unruly this weapon is, that it doesn't like to be tamed by its master, and I see now how right she is. The destruction is more intense than I intended. I guess I'm still a way off from fully wielding it. This runs contrary to our calculations, Sona. It isn't Hyodo who we should have been worried about. The real ace. The one we should have been watching most carefully. It's Yuto Kiba. Those were Shinra's final words as she disappeared from the stage. Sona Citri's queen has retired. My goal has always been to surpass Issei. Or rather, the Red Dragon Emperor. Our loss against Rise's Phoenix Familia had been beyond vexing. Issei wasn't the only one who refused the outcome back then. I, Ria's Gremory's knight, had been unable to protect her. And then, even after I unlocked my balance breaker, still I hadn't been able to beat Kokabule, or take part in the battle against the White Dragon Emperor. I had been no use at all on either occasion. It brought me no end of frustration. I can't take it, Issei.
That's why I restarted my training from scratch, with the help of my mentor. I had to improve my swordsmanship. Perhaps this sort of attitude didn't suit me, but it wouldn't stop me from improving through diligence, hard work, and patience. Getting full of myself just because I reached my balance breaker would only keep me from accepting my weaknesses. And I hate it when people act like the Red Dragon Emperor is the president's only servant. You may be aiming to defeat Volley, but my goal has only ever been to serve as my master's sword and stand beside you as your friend and comrade. Riz Gremory didn't just have the Red Dragon Emperor, she also had the Holy Demon Sword, and me. I will renew my vow here and now. I will never make my master, Riz Gremory, cry again. The only remaining opponent was the other team's king, Chairwoman Sona Seidri. The sky above the shopping mall was white and empty, completely vacant. That was probably because the mall existed in a fabricated realm, created solely for this match. The other 3 remaining members of our team and I had reached the roof. Chairwoman Sona stood in front of us, wearing a forced smile as she looked our way. "What are you doing up here?" the president asked. "A king must survive until the very end. That is our role. If the king is lost, the reigning game will end then and there, no? I didn't mean on such a technical level. Riaz, Saji had defeated your Red Dragon Emperor. Neither you nor Issei made any fatal blunders. So don't underestimate Saji. You aren't the only ones fighting desperately for your future. I've seen that firsthand. Now then, shall we settle this, Sona?" The president stepped forward. Did she mean to fight the chairwoman one-on-one? Riaz was the kind of person who wouldn't listen if I tried to stop her. However, should there be any danger, I'll step in immediately to help. I won't accept any complaints, I declared. The president didn't respond, but she must have understood. If something happened and she found herself near defeat, I would come to her aid, regardless of any protests. After all, if our king fell, the battle would be over, and I wasn't supposed to let that happen to her. And so the fatal duel between dear friends began to unfold. The chairwoman gathered a water-like aura around her and began to give it shape. The mass wasn't just water, however. It seemed to be formed from liquid scattered all throughout the mall. This was perhaps to be expected of a member of the House of Seidri, whose members specialized in aqua-based magic. The older sister supposedly excelled in manipulating ice, while the younger specialized in water. The president's demonic magic was imbued with the power of destruction, attacks capable of annihilating her enemies. Without even a moment of hesitation, she unleashed an endless barrage of energy projectiles at her friend, the chairwoman, like a machine gun. Each shot was only around the size of a softball, but I could feel just how highly charged everyone was. Clearly, she had taken her summer training very seriously. It was likely the rule against damage in the battlefield that kept her from going all out. Chairwoman Sona manipulated liquid into a wall to shield herself from the president's attacks. When a blast collided, it exploded, removing an equal portion of water. However, as the chairwoman was continuously drawing more water from throughout the shopping mall, her barrier was holding firm. Now then, Riaz, how about I show you my techniques? The chairwoman shaped and gathered liquid with her demonic magic, transforming it into a flock of hawks taking off through the air. Serpents slithering across the ground, fierce lions, a pack of wolves, and several large dragon-like figures. How was she able to create so many things all at once? Her magical skills looked to be greater than even the president's. Just what I've been waiting for, Sona, Riaz declared with a dauntless grin, compressing her destructive power and laying waste to many approaching constructs. The maneuver was so incredible that the lesser opponent would have been swept away instantly. Crushing so many of the chairwoman's creatures was an impressive feat. Both young women possessed an expert understanding of their abilities. The president was a true powerhouse, while the chairwoman was a technical master. They each braced themselves and loosed their attacks at the exact same moment. Resignation acknowledged. Riaz Gremory is the victor. I woke up after the end of the match in the bed in the hospital room of sort. This was the first time I found myself here. My condition was more of an issue of blood loss than physical injury. From what I gathered, I had been given a transfusion immediately upon arrival, thanks to which I can move around relatively freely. I stepped outside and grabbed a drink from the vending machine corner. We had won. That said, Gasper, Zenobia, and Ozzy and I had all been defeated. A full half of our members, our familia, which had entered the match backed by expectation of a landslide victory, had undoubtedly fallen in status. In particular, the matter of Gasper's loss so early in the match, and the fact that I, the Red Dragon Emperor, had been bested at all, were particularly damaging to our reputation. As the fight hadn't proceeded as smoothly as anticipated, our evaluation by the high-class demon leaders was harsh. Kiba's fantastic efforts may have claimed us a victory in the end, but when it came down to it, the raiding game had been settled by a direct face-off between two kings. It was our first victory, yet it didn't feel like a complete triumph. There was no denying that it had been a strenuous battle. We may have had overwhelming strength and power, but it hadn't been enough. Yeah, this is bad. I shook my head and decided to check on Saji in his room to lighten my mood. We may have been bitter enemies during the fight, but now that it was over, we were back to being friends. I could start by boasting about the Prez's breasts again. Take this. Came a voice from Saji's room. Sir Zax? The door was slightly ajar, so I peeked inside. Saji was sitting on his bed, with Sir Zax and the chairwoman standing beside him. Sir Zax had just handed Saji something. A small, expensive-looking box. This is for... Saji was trembling nervously. An award for that outstanding performance that you gave in the raiding game. Sir Zax answered with a smile. I lost against Hyodo. I don't deserve this. Saji muttered, his fist tightening in frustration as he clutched at his bedsheets. That's true, but in the end, you also defeated him, the Red Dragon Emperor. We were all watching your battle with great interest. Even the Norse god Odin spoke highly of you. Sir Zax paused there, retrieving a medal from the box and attaching it to Saji's chest. Don't disparage yourself. You are the kind of demon who can aim for the top. It brings me great pleasure to meet with youth with such a promising future ahead of him. Devote yourself in your pursuits. I have high hopes for you. With that, he patted Saji on the head. No matter how many years or decade it takes, never give up. You can become a raiding game teacher. At these words of praise, Saji's eyes overflowed with an endless torrent of tears. Saji, a great many people witnessed your bravery today. You fought brilliantly. Chairwoman Sona stated, her eyes radiating calm and self-assurance. She was probably overjoyed. Despite her loss, her prided servant and her familia had earned favor with many demon bigwigs. Saji brushed his fingers against the metal on his chest before wiping his tears away and nodding confidently. Yeah, thank you. It would have been rude for me to hang around any longer, so I made my way back to my room. Congrats, Saji. Here I thought Vali was my only rival, the only person whom I had to defeat, but I had been wrong. I had to apologize to Saji when I had the chance. Hey, which one of us do you think is going to become a high-class demon first and make all of our dreams come true? I won't lose, never. Next time we fight, I will be the winner. So I'm looking forward to a rematch sometime against Shiro Saji, my rival. I spotted Riaz as I was about to enter my room. Prez. She had noticed me too, perking up slightly. And so we entered the hospital room and began to have a chat. Good work during our match, Issei. You did well, but don't embarrass me like that, okay? Your sex drive is really over the top, you know. There was a hint of reluctance behind her smile. I kinda embarrassed her again. Sorry. My new technique and power-ups tend to be pretty perverted. That technique has been banned from use in future raiding games. What? Are you serious? No way. Seriously? Why? Because it's so indecent?
Because we won't be able to fight against female opponents if you use it. If you're okay with it, then I'll accept that. I nodded with tears in my eyes. What a shame. To think that I would only ever be able to use it in combat this once. Hold on. Did that mean I could still use it outside raiding games? In real life battles? Still, the press gave me a strange sort of look. Still, we finally have our first victory under our belt. We fared better than last time. But we still lost you, Azia, Zenobia, and Gasper. Even if we've been called one of the most talented and powerful familias alive today, none of that will mean anything if we can't make a good show of ourselves on the field. We might have odds on our side, but that isn't to say we're invincible. It was just as she said. Had we taken one wrong step during our match with the chairwoman's familia, things would have turned out differently. Our opponent's chances might have been slim, but they had put up a desperate fight, pushing forward in belief that they could find their way to victory. If we let ourselves get overconfident or let our guards down, we wouldn't be able to win matches that should be easily ours. Today has been a powerful reminder of that. It was a difficult thing, this reigning game, and the same could be said for combat too. Just when I thought the path of becoming a high-class demon like the Prez was opening up before me, it suddenly felt further away than ever. Still, it wasn't impossibly distant. One day, I will get there. Then again, both Akano and Konako managed to come to terms with who they are thanks to this match. On that count, I couldn't be happier, Ria said, radiating gentleness. Yeah, me too. I know we won, but it still kind of feels like a loss. But I'm so happy Konako and Akano are moving forward. It's all because of you, Issei. Everyone in this familia is breaking through their limitations, and they have you to thank for that. You've helped me smash through my hindrances as well. I'm so grateful. I didn't do anything. I've only been trying to keep everyone happy. I wanted to move forward with the others, even if there were occasionally rough patches, like our last match. My hopes was that we'd all be charging through together, because we were all friends. Issei, I'm glad that you're in my familia. Stay with me forever. Of course, Prez. I'll always be by your side. It warmed my heart to see you beaming with such joy. All of a sudden, there was a rapping at my door. Come in, I called out, only for an old man who I'd never seen before step inside. He was wearing a large hat over his head and looked to have lost one eye. On top of that, he had a long, white, flowing beard. Who are you, Gramps? I asked uncertainly. I'm the old man of the north. It looks like you need to train a little harder, Red Dragon Emperor. None can say that you lack dedication, though. Why was this geezer acting so familiar all of a sudden? And how did he know that I was a Red Dragon Emperor? It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Odin. I'm Ria's Gremory. The press seemed to recognize him. Odin? I felt like I heard that name somewhere before. Yes. Sir Zek's little sister. I had my eye on you during the match. You're a determined one too, I see. Yes. They really are big. I was transfixed by them the whole time. The old man was staring lecherously at the press's breasts. Hey, you wrinkly bastard. Those tits are mine. No one else is allowed to look at them like that. Just as I was about to protest, a beautiful armored woman had entered the room. Without my realizing it, hit Odin over the head with a paper fan. How many times have I told you? That obscene look of yours is unacceptable. We are about to have an important meeting. As the chief god of the Norse, pull yourself together. You never miss a beat, do you, Valkyrie? There is no need to remind me. I'm supposed to be discussing terrorism, countermeasures with the angels, demons, and fallen angels. Zeus from the Greek pantheon, and Indra from Mount Sumeru, you see? The old man muttered, scratching his head before glancing at Ryazumi. Well, that's enough of that, sister of Sir Zek's Red Dragon Emperor. The world is full of trials and tribulations, but there is a lot to enjoy out there too. Experience everything it has to offer, pleasures and pains alike.
Daring and impetuousness are how stripings grow. Oh ho ho ho. With those parting words, the geezer and the young armored lady left the room. Just who was that old timer? He stared at the Prez's breasts. Anyone who tried to make a move on those boobs was my enemy, period. And I wouldn't let it happen. I asked the Prez about him again afterwards, only to be told that he was apparently a Norse god. To me, he seemed like nothing more than a lecherous godder. There were still a lot of things I had yet to learn about this world. It was late August. We members of Ria's Gremory's Familia were being seen off at the train station by Ria's family and servants from the main Gremory estate. Issei, I look forward to meeting you again, the Prez's father stated. A group of attendants was standing behind him. Feel free to visit at any time. It would please me greatly if you thought of us as your own family. Thank you, but I don't know if I deserve all that, I replied with a forced smile. There's no need to be so modest, Issei, the Prez's mother insisted. Please look after Rias in the human world. My daughter has a strong selfish streak and is always making us worry. Mother, what are you saying? The Prez's face turned scarlet. She was so cute. I will, of course. I nodded, beating my chest proudly. I would take care of the Prez. It might not be the most discreet thing to say out loud, but I would guard that woman I loved with all my heart. Look at me getting all teary. Our family has a bright future ahead. Rias' father was crying. Where had that come from? At his side, Venelana let out a sigh. Hold on, dear. At times like this, don't fathers normally refuse to give their daughters away so soon? That's easy for you to say, but Issei here seems to have already surpassed me in terms of strength and power, so I've been thinking that it might be about time to settle down. At least wait until Rias has graduated from high school before talking about retirement. The Prez's father sounded like he was excited about something, but what exactly? Rias, do at least send us a postcard before the end of your summer break, Sir Zex requested, holding his son Milicus in his arms, and with Grafia standing behind him. I will. Stay well, Milicus. You too, Auntie Rias. With that, we boarded our train and bid our final farewells from the window. At that moment, I suddenly realized that Sir Zex, Milicus, and one other person beside the two had a certain look about them. Staring down at the three of them, I thought they resembled a typical family portrait. Maybe Sir Zex hadn't been joking when he met my parents. On the train ride home, I was racking my brain over my untouched homework. I had been so busy here in the Underworld that I had completely forgotten about it. Then I suddenly realized that the better part of my summer vacation trapped on a mountaintop with a dragon. I felt like bawling my eyes out. My precious youth had been wasted in a game of survival. I hadn't even gone on a date with the Prez, or gotten up to any erotic amusements with Agano. I couldn't help but weep as I scribbled away at my school assignments. But at least I had some incredible experiences in the Underworld, and I certainly learned a lot. The Gremory family had raw power to spare, yet without intelligent tactics, we were liable to get killed by a team with more discipline and control. If I was going to participate in raiding games as a king myself one day, I would need to start thinking seriously about strategy. I mean, no matter how mighty the legendary dragon that dwelled inside me was, if I would recklessly charge straight at my opponent's traps, I would get crushed. If that happened when I was a king, it would spell immediate loss. My immense strength should have clinched a victory, but Saji had bested me with his wit. Abruptly, I felt concerned for the future. I decided to ask a question to the person sitting beside me. Prez? What? I've been acting pretty reckless, trying to become the harem king. That's still my goal. And my feelings haven't changed. But Tanin said something to me, that I would be wasting my potential if that was my endgame. So I given it a bit of thought. A normal harem won't do it all. I'm going to have to build an unbeatable one. The most enthralling harem in the world. The Prez initially looked surprised at this admission,
but soon gave a broad smile. It looks like our summer training camp was a huge success then. Meeting other demons in the underworld seems to have opened your eyes a little. Hopefully, this experience will help us both grow and move forward. Yeah, I'll give it my all. All of a sudden, Konoko appeared out of nowhere and sat herself down on my lap. I had no idea what was going on, but she curled up on my knees, staring up at me as her cat ears twitched. Konoko? I asked timidly. Meow. She answered, beaming. Whoa, that was enough by itself to completely overload my brain. Azuya looked to be sulking, the Prez was watching, half scowling, and while Akano was outwardly smiling, I could feel the intense pressure coming from her. There was danger all around, but I couldn't deny Konoko. Cuteness is justice. Things remained that way as the train passed into the human realm. Life in the underworld had been fun. This was a summer vacation I would never forget. I stretched my muscles as I disembarked at the underground platform beneath the train station in my hometown. Ah, we're finally here. Alright then, let's go home, Azuya. However, when I turned to look at her, I found that a mysterious man with a gentle appearance had approached her. Azuya Argento, we finally meet. Azuya looked confused. This was bad. Was this guy some sort of pervert? A groper? I wouldn't let him lay a finger on my blonde angel. Hey, what do you want with Azuya? I demanded, putting myself between the two of them. Curiously, the man's eyes were filled with sincerity. So, you must have forgotten about me. Hold on. I've seen this guy somewhere before. All of a sudden, he opened his shirt, revealing a massive scar on his chest. The remains of some deep wound. Azuya's eyes widened in surprise. That mark, could it be? Perhaps she recognized him now? Yes. I couldn't show my face back then, but I was the demon that you saved. Azuya was rendered speechless by this announcement. My name is Deodora Astaroth. While your healing abilities weren't potent enough to remove the scar at the time, your sacred gear unquestionably saved my life. Azuya had told me about her past once before. After randomly encountering a demon and saving their life, she had been driven out of her order and branded a witch by the church. Deodora, right? The Prez looked as she recognized this man too. Ah, now I remember, I thought. He'd been at the Demon Youth Social. The handsome, young, high-class demon. He was from the family of the current Beelzebub. At that moment, Deodora dropped to one knee, took Azuya's hand in his own, and kissed it. That bastard! What does he think he's doing? I would have lunged towards him, but his eyes were fixed on Azuya as he continued. I came to meet you, Azuya. Forgive me for not being able to greet you during the time of the gathering. I'm sure that it was fate that brought us together. I would love nothing more for you to marry me. I love you. Before my very eyes, Deodora popped the question to Azuya. Although the sweltering summer days were coming to an end, it looked like a long autumn was on the horizon.